We gonna don't let it go. It's gonna give it to you. Gonna give it to you. X gonna give it to you. She gonna give it to you. Don't let it go. X gonna give it to you. Gonna give it to you. X gonna give it to you. Years. Fight these kids. Then we gonna don't let it go. X gon' give it to you. Give it to you. X gon' give it to you. Then we gonna let it go. We gonna give it to you. That's something. I gotta get my dicks in. Talking too. Up in here. Y'all gonna make me go all out. Up in here, up in here. Y'all gonna make me lose my fool. Up in here, up in here. Y'all gonna make me lose my cool. Up in here, up in here. The heck?
Mr. D.
What's going on, brother? Oh, who we got up
I
here?
can't
Oh,
hear you.
all right. Candy,
Okay, wait a minute.
All right, let's see.
Hi.
How's everybody doing? Okay?
Good, good.
All right, let's see. Let's see if we can get this going. Waiting on.
Jewish candidate.
What's that?
I was saying hello to the judge.
Hey, advanced schooling, how you doing? Hey, Denali and everybody.
Hey,
Miss Carolyn, Miss
Hi.
Joelle, Benny.
don't put me with everybody. You give me my own thing. You give me my own.
Hi,
What's
Your
up,
Honor.
Scammy? Scammy?
Okay, so we have Mermaid. She's one of the jurors. Um, how you doing, Mermaid?
Pretty good. Present.
Present, absolutely. Okay,
I just
so
sent I sent the bat signal to Reba.
okay, and I know we had one that two that dropped out, so we're gonna see how we get this done with three. Just give us a second. Candid, how? Let's put Candid in the big box. Well, I'll wait because
Yeah, just wait. Thank
I'm
you.
going to be out of the big box and it's going to drive me nuts. So it's absolutely going to drive me nuts. So I want to be out of the big box for the least amount of time as possible. I tell you. All right. So Mermaid, who else is a juror? Is anybody else up here on the juror? Graham, no. Okay, Mermaid and
That's
I think so.
Desco.
I think she the only one.
Desco. Who's Desco? That's Graham.
Graham crackers.
That's Desco.
No, he's not a jury, is he?
No, he's not. All right. So it's eight. It's supposed to be 8 o'clock. What we got? What time is it?
802.
It's 8:02.
802.
8:02. Okay. All right. All right. And okay, my lawyer's here, and we're also waiting for the plaintiff, and his counsel as well.
Well, Mr. Denali, drop me down so some of them can come up. They may be trying to come up.
All right,
All
advance.
of the
Appreciate you,
are
brother.
all of the witnesses here?
Well, listen. My witness, Big T, is in here, and
Drop
so
me down too so I can go see if she responded to me.
hear me. All right. 8:02. 8:02. 8:02.
I don't know if I'm a witness for anybody because nobody ever contacted me.
They didn't contact you. Well, listen,
This case is weak, Ro. We didn't need that many witnesses.
I got you.
the plaintiff is not even here, Shawn.
I don't know why they brought
They
me up.
always late to court.
I'd be witnessing more for Denali.
Mr.Denali, I have to apologize to you for the casino fiasco.
Yeah, brother.
I got my original count blocked. I don't know how the hell the camera shifted on me, but uh, I'll be off for punishment tomorrow. But
Oh,
I just want to
they gave you a
let you
week.
know that I do apologize for that. It's definitely what my intentions there.
I understand. It happens. I had already forgotten about it, so don't worry. It wasn't.
No, well,
But
I
I
got to
appreciate the
apologize.
apology. I appreciate the apology.
No, I mean, hey, when you mess up, you got to own up. That's all that is.
Here you go. I like that. I love that.
I was actually winning and forgot that I was on the live, and then I looked up and it said something about March the 17th. I'm like, what the fuck is it talking about? I'm like, oh hell no.
Right.
And then yours truly sent me a message yesterday or
Mr. Denny
earlier
is
today
present,
talking
so I'm
about
a
you
drop.
motherfuckers.
Okay, everybody's talking at once. Who sent you a message? Let's go with the E.
One of your mods sent me a message saying that I threw the shipping array the other day.
Okay. Well, yeah, it did happen.
I was like, yeah, it was an accident, you
Yeah, I
know.
understand. Okay. My cousin Benny is here. All right. So
You can drop roll.
drop row. Excuse me. I think Shawn is up here. Shawn is up here.
I'm not actually on. I just came over. I'm not on the jury or nothing.
Right.
You need
Drop
the
you
spot,
down.
you can go on and put me down.
All
You
right.
can put me in the
Sorry, in mid sentence. My apologies. Okay, let's see. Okay, Miss Reba's here. We do have space for Miss Reba.
You could drop me. I just wanted to tell you my idea for your Cash App thing.
Okay, we'll do that afterwards. Okay, Miss Caroline. You and
Okay,
Janet.
doke.
You and Janet collaborated.
No, I messaged her, but
Okay.
I didn't hear back from her yet.
All right, we'll get that squared away. Thank you so much, Miss Caroline, down there in the boot. Thank you so much. Go ahead and start. Let's get off right. Let's get the daily heart meets. Let's get the The tap in the screen. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. All right. So, Miss Reba and Mermaid, right?
I'm here.
And Miss Mermaid. I mean, Miss. Okay. So, let's see. We have the two right now. At least. People say they're going to show up and then they don't show up. Okay. All right. So, let's give it 8:06. Let's just give it 5 minutes and let's see if we get the people to show up. BA just entered into the room. Okay. We're not going to start court just yet. We want to make sure that we have at least 3 jurors. We need one more to show up. We're not going to have a hung jury like last time. How's everybody doing? Everybody's doing good?
Still sick, but I'm getting better. I've been sick.
Oh, really? What was going on with you, Mr. BA?
I just got to the hospital, man. I was in the
Oh,
hospital.
really?
I had COVID really bad.
What?
Oh,
Are you wearing a
sorry to hear
mask?
that, BA.
Are you wearing a mask?
Nope, I'm gonna give it to your ass too.
Fuck that, man. You got to put on the mask when you talk to me. I can't afford to get sick. My mouthpiece is my business.
I have it on the waist down. I have a mask on.
All right. Okay. All right.
FA,
All right.
I have a
FAFO
diaper
is
on.
here.
I have a diaper.
Yeah, I
Does that
see
help?
FO. Mr. Larry's here.
I have a
Yeah, I'm
diaper
sorry
on.
that
Does that help?
you're going through that, sir.
I'm getting better. They gave me I think it's a 3-pack antibiotic or something. One of my barbers actually gave it to me. I was surprised he showed up to work with it, and I'm thinking about firing his ass for it.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
I think they call that a Z pack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure you're
Yeah,
drinking plenty of fluids, staying
yeah.
hydrated and stuff.
I might
Hey,
fire him
Dana.
for it because he knew he was sick and he showed that, and that's really reckless.
Yeah, my ex-wife used to give me those Z packs.
Yeah, I hope you feel
Yeah.
better. Hey, Denali,
Yeah.
What's
do
up,
you have a
Candy? How you
bailiff?
doing?
I know I asked you this before.
Do I have what?
Bailiff?
No, I don't think we have enough space for a bailiff. You're worried about your protection?
Are we
No.
gonna have enough space for the witnesses?
No, we
For the
do.
first witness?
No, it's one at a time.
Yeah, so
Yes,
oh
one at a time.
you gotta put down
So
Walker
I
Bay.
think
I didn't realize that was Walker Bay up there.
Mr. Rowe, I think he should be your bailiff for your court because he's the one that swears in the jury and sing the song.
Oh,
And
damn.
Mr.
yeah,
Rose witness.
I'm looking at like a mock trial script. So the bailiff is pretty much what Mr. Rowe does. But I'm
Is
just
is
suggesting.
Mr. Benny on trial?
Mr. Rose a witness.
Oh,
Is
he is.
Mr. Benny on trial?
No, I'm
No,
on trial.
Shawn
You and
Denali is.
Mr. Benny, right?
No, Mr.
Who is
Benny.
it?
Hang on a second. Mr. Benny is a lawyer for the plaintiff. Miss Politically Cherie is my lawyer. I am a defendant. Yeah, I'm a
Mr. C.
defendant, and Mr. Shawn is the plaintiff.
Who is?
And BA is a co-counsel with Mr. Benny.
I'm the plaintiff, Walker.
Do you got that, Mr. Walker Bay?
Yeah, I heard it.
You see
Mr.
how
Denali,
Yes, ma'am.
you have an email for your show?
Yeah.
Like that everyone? What's your email?
I'll text it to you. You need to send me something?
Yeah, I'm going to send it to you.
Okay. You want to do that right now?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to look at it now. We're waiting on something, right?
Your Honor, may I? If court is started,
No, court hasn't started.
okay. Well, I think I need to inform you that if you send him something that could be considered ex parte, unless you're sending it to.
This court hasn't started. I'm not sending him anything at the capacity as a judge or him being whatever he is. I'm just sending this to him as Denali for his whole shows moving forward, like some questions and stuff. It's a
Understood.
script. Has nothing to do with you or the case or anything.
Understood. Shawn, what's up? DA, what's up?
What's up, man?
More. One
You gonna bring
more.
you gonna bring FAFO up and
Well,
put
I'm
Walker Ray
hoping that
down?
somebody, because,
Well, it's already 8:12.
I know. I'm trying. Because, okay. All right, let's go ahead and get started. I'll go ahead and play the theme, and then we'll deal with this third juror here. We'll let Miss Candid, the Judge Candid, deal with the third juror, okay? Give me 1 second, please.
Can you make me a juror?
Hang on a second, Mr. Walker Bay. Okay. Nope, that's not it. We gotta go to the other one. 1 second.
I think Misty would be available.
I think MC Mike is in the comments, and I wouldn't have a problem with him being a juror.
He's a lot
Okay,
better than
so
I think
All right, everybody quiet, please. Miss Good about to go into session, and Miss Candy will take over from there. So, I'm gonna do this order. Hear ye, court of spring. Denali is ready to do his thing. He don't want no tears. He don't want no lies. Above all, he don't want no alibis. This judge is hip, and that ain't all. He'll give you time if you're big or small. Fall in line that the court can meet. Peace. Everybody, take a seat. All right. Court is in session.
All right.
Honorable Candid, the Candid American presiding.
Can you move this Mr. Denali song? Thank you. So,
you put it right
members
before
of
her.
the jury is here, correct?
And you behave today.
Okay.
No, we only have two, so we need to swear in one more. So we have to do Walker Bay or FAFO. Because we only have two.
So,
So
Walker Bay is fine.
And
Members of the jury, your
excuse me,
duty today will be to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, based only on facts and evidence provided in this case. The prosecution must prove that a crime was committed and that the defendant is the person who committed the crime of discrimination, defamation, and or whatever the individual is being charged with. However, if you are not satisfied of the defendant's guilt to that extent, then reasonable doubt exists, and the defendant must be found not guilty. Today's case, now I'm going to ask prosecution, are you ready?
Your Honor, may I address?
Judge,
Ready?
can you please read the charges for the jurors so they know what the defendant is being charged with?
Sure. Is the prosecution ready?
Your Honor, do we have a
It's
choice?
just a yes or no question. Is the prosecution ready?
I would like to address the court if permission.
No, you don't have permission. Is the prosecution ready for today's? Yes or no?
Your Honor, the prosecution is not ready because you haven't given us a choice between the jurors. You just pick one.
Is the prosecution ready to present their case today?
I'm prepared to do what I need to do, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to present their case today?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Opening statement from the prosecution.
Prosecution opens with the beginning. This is a very simple case. Very simple. Not going to go back and forth with the witnesses. My client has been disrespected, My client has been discriminated against. His First Amendment rights, his Fourth Amendment rights, his 14th Amendment rights were violated on Mr. Denali XXL page. The incident of which we're talking about did not take place and begin on Mr. Denali's page. It began in someone else's house. And in that house, someone determined the main fact of this trial, which is my client has been labeled something unjust, as well as several others of which will be proven in this trial. This trial is about the assault on Shawn and each person that's been called a racist. And Mr. Denali holds responsibility because as a business, he allowed his personal feelings to become involved and swung and hit my client alone for what he allows many to do on his page, including myself. So I will prove today that my client is not a racist and that being called a racist is not only what brought us here, but it's also a very offensive statement when you have no facts to back it up. I surrender to the court.
So you are asking, you're the prosecution, so you are asking for the defendants to be found guilty of what charge? Once more for the court record.
Violation of his First Amendment constitutional rights, his Fourth Amendment constitutional rights, and his 14th Amendment constitutional rights.
Give me one moment. My bailiff seems to not be here today, so let me just do this one. Violation of his
Judge, may I interject?
no, this is opening statement. Violation of his
That's
14th
not the
Amendment.
charges that were told to us.
Violation of the 14th Amendment, right? What else?
His First Amendment, his Fourth Amendment, and his 14th Amendment.
Violation of the 14th Amendment, First Amendment, and the Fourth Amendment.
The first, the fourth, number 4, and the 14th, 1-4.
All right. Thank you much. At this time, you all may approach the bench. Political Cherie, Mr. Benny. Political Cherie, you said this is not what you were told he was being charged with. What
No.
is your understanding of the charges?
When we were in our hearing the other day, when we presented the evidence and we went and we decided to have a speedy trial, the charges that were presented to us was discrimination, prejudice, and stalking.
That is recorded. So, Mr. Benny, prosecution, have you changed the crimes
I believe my
or violations that this individual is
I
being charged
believe
with today?
I believe when we spoke the very first time in reference to the charges, not only did I describe what had taken place to him, I also included the first, the fourth, and the 14th if the recording will be played. I included it from the beginning.
Defense, you are aware that he mentioned this in his opening statement.
No.
Do we have the prosecution statement available?
Yes.
Can you play it for the record in the court?
Okay. Uh,
My name is Benjamin Wright, and I'm the attorney for Shawn. And we're representing to the court a special condition of discrimination and prejudice by the defendant as a result of a stalking that was created by the defendant. End result is a violation of my constitution. Objection. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I have a Rui client. Can you please put him on? Can you please mute yourself, Mr. Denali?
My apologies.
Let him know this is, excuse me, Mr.Denali.
Yes.
No more outbursts, sir.
My apologies.
This is a court of decorum, and I will not have
Did
any
we not
outbursts.
did we not hear him
If
say
you
those three?
speak,
let's let it play.
let your no, we don't have to. We don't have to let that part play. Just the opening part where he mentioned stalking, discrimination,
And prejudice.
the violation. So can you play it back from the
There,
beginning?
there was something that came after I was interrupted when he had to be held by the court. I was allowed to continue, and at that time is when I spoke and mentioned the first of. If you can hear the tape before Mr. Denali spoke, I said the first, and I was cut off, and then I spoke after.
How many minutes is that video?
Another minute.
If
How
you would
many?
just ask the
Another,
defendant.
Excuse me.
another 60
Excuse
seconds.
me. I am directing what is being played. I don't need anyone else to speak and to say whatever. I have violation of the 14th Amendment right, First Amendment right, Fourth Amendment right, stalking, discrimination, politically cherie, or defense. What was the other thing that you said?
Prejudice. He said prejudice.
Prejudice. Okay, so prejudice. So let it be on record that they are charging the defense with violation of the 14th Amendment right, First Amendment right, Fourth Amendment right, stalking, discrimination, and prejudice. At this time, Mr. Benny, have you done, so you're finished, the prosecution is now finished with their opening statement.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, defense, you may come to the podium
Yeah.
and get your open statement.
Good evening, everyone. Members of the court. We are here today because someone doesn't like the consequences of their own actions. Shawn was banned from Mr. Denali's panel after breaking a simple and reasonable rule. No one is to be insulted. Instead of accepting that and moving on, he tried to spin this into a case about discrimination. And let's be honest, this is not about exclusion, bias, or any kind of prejudice. This is strictly about accountability. Mr. Denali's platform is known for being one of the most inclusive spaces on TikTok, but inclusivity does not mean allowing discrimination or disrespect or insults to just fly unchecked. It means creating an environment where all participants, regardless of their background, can engage in a meaningful discussion without being verbally attacked. As the host of his panel, Mr. Denali has the full right to decide who can and cannot participate in his space. TikTok also gives content creators full control over their panels, allowing them to set the rules and enforce them as they see fit. If a guest violates those rules, the creator has the discretion to remove them, just like any other community leader or moderator would. Unfortunately, Shine ignored that standard after making an offensive comment on another panel. The conversation was brought to Mr. Denali's space, where he escalated the situation by calling Miss Seal and Mr. Denali both a bitch. That's not disagreement, that's just straight up disrespect. And just like anywhere else, when you disrespect someone's rules, you literally get shown the door. So rather than letting it go, Shine continued to reach out, demanding he be not only removed as a subscriber from Mr. Denali's panel, but he even got together with other people that supported him to start a petition to get back. At some point, you have to ask yourself who's really the one not letting this go. And let's not forget the stalking claim. Mr. Denali blocked him and kept it moving. He didn't reach out to him, didn't harass him, didn't interfere in Sean's life in any way. If anything, Sean is the one who kept circling back, demanding the attention, access to Mr. Denali's space where he no longer was welcome. At the end of the day, this case is about whether people have the right to enforce basic boundaries in their own space. The evidence will show that Mr. Denali applied his rules fairly, upheld TikTok's policies, and did not engage in any form of discrimination nor harassment. For that reason, my my defendant, my client should be found not guilty. And one more thing, can we not have the plaintiff making comments in the chat?
So you want the jury to find the defendant not guilty of.
Of all crime that he's been accused of.
Okay. Prosecution, you may call your first witness.
I call to the stand, Mr. Rowe.
Okay. Will the witness please stand and be sworn in at this time? He has been sworn in by the bailiff. Witness, I'm sure you have already sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Is that correct?
We gotta get BA down and bring him back up. I don't know what's going on. We got three. What do we have?
Who is the witness?
1, 2, 3. And all right, so BA, you got to go down, and we'll bring up Mr. Rowe.
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Rowe.
Good morning, Mr. Benny, Attorney Benny.
Thank you for being with us this morning.
Glad to be here.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions, and I'm going to try my best not to keep you too long.
Sure.
I'll begin by asking you, have you been actively participant on Mr. Denali's page for over a year?
Not over a year, but close to a year.
Okay, thank you. Oh, so you've been present with myself and several other individuals from the very beginning of what we called a family.
Yes. Yes.
This family had differences before?
Yes, we have.
I'll begin by asking you about that family. Is there someone in that family that you, sir, would call a racist?
Someone in the family that I would call a racist?
Yes.
No,
Let me
no,
clarify. Okay, you said no. I apologize. Let me make it more specific. Would you, sir, consider my client Shawn, since you've been with him a long time, would you consider him a racist?
no,
Would you consider Miss Carolyn a racist?
absolutely not.
Could you tell the court why?
Uh, I mean, my overall thoughts would be I've been around them for, like I said, just about a year. And I feel to believe any person on the panel that display pure racism will be kicked off the panel.
Okay. Have you ever heard profanity between two black people on Mr. Denali's page?
Uh, Let me think. Any two, any two. Oh, yeah, any two. You said.
Any two. Have you ever any two? Don't meet. You don't have to be anybody specific.
Oh, yes, I've heard it.
Have you heard derogatory statements made between those two? Nothing specific, but have you witnessed derogatory arguments between people of color?
Yes, I have.
Have they used bad words in those comments?
They have.
Okay. Now, would you consider Ms. Gen X a racist?
No.
Okay, so we've established that the individuals that we're talking about aren't racist in Mr. Rowe's opinion, who's been here from the beginning. Now,
Right.
my question to you would be, have you ever heard Mr. Denali himself say that Shawn is many things, but he's not a racist?
Yes. Yes, definitely.
Now, one other question for you, Mr. Rowe. Is being called a racist, if you're not, an insult as worse as or just as much important as being called a bitch? If someone called you a racist and you're not, and you said, bitch, I'm not a racist, would you consider that to be equal?
Honestly,
Why are we using profanity?
I apologize, John. I should have spelt it out. I apologize to the court.
It should not be found in contempt.
I will not. If someone used a derogatory word and called you a racist, and someone returned with that word, what would be your opinion of that?
okay. Can I answer with like a sentence or two?
Sure you can, sir.
In my opinion, if someone if someone called me a racist, I would respond, I'm not a racist. But if someone called me a bitch, my level of response is going to be at a boiling point where I might respond that you are bitch. And that's my response.
Okay,
So it's a
thank
little
you.
different.
So it's a little different. So I'm gonna ask you another scenario. So we've had the experience together on this page where you personally were attacked just for your speech. Am I correct?
Yeah, sure.
And as a result of a person just meeting you on this line and talking to you, they made an assumption about your speech. Could you tell the panel what that is? And what that assault was about?
Oh, okay. So the most recent one that either came to mind, I was accused, well, not accused, but I was confronted and said that I had throat cancer.
Wait a minute. So where did this happen at?
On Mr.
Objection.
Denali Live.
Objection.
What is your objection?
How is this relevant to my client? How is this relevant to this case? Mr. Rowe is not on trial.
So when you object, you, just so that we're clear and I don't have to ask why, objection relevant. So
Yes, relevance.
so the defense would be able to answer right away. So Mr. Denny,
Yes.
relevant.
Relevance is Mr. Rowe has been present for these incidents. He was present for mostly everything that's taken place. He is the witness that can verify the truth about these matters of that we're speaking about. Mr. Rowe is now testifying to his
Overruled. You may continue.
Okay, Mr. Rowe, I
Yes, sir.
apologize to you, sir, for being interrupted. Could
Okay,
you
no problem.
continue telling the court what your experience was, sir, on Mr. Denali's page?
Oh, I mean, it was nothing to me if I'm still talking about the same incident because I know, I
I,
don't have that.
I don't want to interrupt your conversation. I would like to set it back since we were interrupted. I
Please.
asked you the question about what took place to you that someone on Mr. Denali page attacked you with those words. Am I correct?
Yes.
Um, you've witnessed other people having very heated conversations with very undistinguished words in those conversations on Mr. Denali's page as well. Am I correct?
Yes. Yes.
You've also stated that my client, Gen X, and Miss Carolyn are not racist. Am I correct?
Correct.
You've also stated that being called a racist is disrespectful and hurtful. Am I correct?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
The
Okay.
defense may cross-examine the witness.
Give me 1 second. My kid walked in. 2 seconds, please. I'm back. Good afternoon. Good evening, Mr. Rowe. How are you doing?
Good. And you, attorney?
Great. Mr. Rowe, I only have a few questions for you.
Sure.
Um, Mr. Rowe,
Yes.
would you agree that being called a bitch is offensive?
Yes.
Would you agree that calling someone a racist is an accusation that carries more social consequences?
Um. Yeah. I just think it's within someone's feeling when they call and say you're a racist.
So, Mr. Rowe, would you agree that being called a racist implies a set of beliefs and actions, and being called a bitch is simply an insult?
Yes, and I did testify to that with Mr. Ben. It isn't an insult. It carries a lot more weight than someone saying, "Well, I, I can only speak for myself." And I did say, if someone called me a racist, I'm gonna just be like, "Okay, no problem." But if someone called me a bitch, it may be a fight.
So, Mr. Rowe, were you present on the day that the incident took place where Mr. Denali banned Shawn?
Yes,
So would you so would you I'm sorry, did you call did you recall Miss Seal and Mr. Denali being called a bitch in a
yes,
okay. So on the panel that day, that's why I was just trying to finish the sentences.
yes.
And in response, he was banned based on the panel's established rule, which was no insult. Would you agree?
No, no, I wouldn't agree.
So you don't think so, Mr. Rowe, you don't believe that he was banned because of the insult.
No, the insult rule, no.
So, Mr. Rowe, do you believe that when someone insults, if you have a inclusive space and you make the
Objection,
own
Your Honor.
rules for your enclosed,
Objection.
State your objection with your objection.
Relevance.
Okay, defense, the relevance of your question.
I'm trying to make this relevant to the inclusive space that Mr. Denali states that he has on his panel.
Objection. Relevance.
Inclusivity.
Objection. It doesn't apply.
Which question didn't apply?
Your Honor, I would like to let her object and speak with you, but my objection
What
stands.
is the objection? What question are you objecting
The
to?
line of questioning, Your Honor, is leading. She's asking questions pertaining to what she believes the defendant is and what she believes his page is. And she's
Okay.
also
Objection
interested.
sustained. You may ask the witness
The
another.
questions are literally about his rules.
Objection. The rules did not exist, Your Honor, and the witness has testified to that.
Mr. Denny, the objection was sustained. You cannot object or moving on without even asking another question. Politically free, you may
Yes.
move forward with your line of questioning. Just
Mr.
asking.
Rowe, would you
Yes.
have you have you heard Mr. Denali state that this is the most inclusive space?
All the time.
Have you also heard him state the rule of no one is to be offensive?
Yes.
Again, Mr. Rowe, would you agree that being called a bitch is offensive?
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect, Your Honor.
Prosecution, you may call your second witness.
Redirect, Your Honor.
Overruled, you may call your second witness.
Your Honor, I'm not allowed to speak to my witness after being questioned. I'm not allowed to redirect. I object. I object to that because I should be allowed to redirect my witness after he's been questioned. That is just common practice in the court. I'm not understanding why I'm not allowed to redirect my witness. This is my witness.
How many witnesses do you have, Mr. Denny?
I'm not sure. It's between 3 and 4, but I should be able to redirect my witness after he's been questioned, especially since he's already stated things and the prosecution stated things that are not true. And it will be proven in this trial that was not a rule prior to this. So she made a statement about rules on Mr. Denali page, and I would like to question my client about that. My witness, I apologize, about that statement and several other things that were said that are not true.
So you are saying your witness lied because the question was
No, I'm saying that the
you
defense
have to let
lawyer,
me speak. You said several other things that were not true.
that the defense
Were
lawyer
not true. Your witness would have said they were not true. Your witness answered the question. So are you implying that
I'm objecting. No, I'm objecting to that even term, Your Honor. There's no implication here. I'm speaking about the words that came out of the attorney's mouth, not the witness, the attorney. The witness can only reply to the questions asked. The attorney led. That's why I object and said leading.
those questions, your objection was sustained, and she asked different questions that you did not object to.
I object to those and ask you for redirect so I could clarify. That's the purpose of redirect, for clarification.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Mr. Rowe,
Yes, Attorney Benny.
I would like to clarify a couple things. First, is being called a racist an insult? If you are not what you
Oh,
are being called and qualified as, would it be an insult for a white person to be called a racist if that is not what they are? Would it be an insult?
yes, I believe so.
Okay. So you've been on this page from the beginning.
Yes.
Was you've already stated to the court about the confrontation between black on black. Now, I would like to know if there was a rule on this page that that was not supposed to happen.
I've never knew about a rule.
All right, thank you, sir. No further questions.
You may call the second witness.
My next witness will be Miss Carolyn.
Drop me.
Thank you, witness. You may be seated.
She's not in here unless I don't see her.
Well, I'll move on. Next witness, Gen X.
Hold on.
Oh, wait, Miss Caroline is here.
Good evening, Miss Carolyn.
Hello.
Good evening, Miss Carolyn. How are you? This is Benjamin, the
On the
attorney.
phone with Mr. Benny.
Oh, I'm sorry, John.
The witness has been sworn in by the bailiff. The bailiff
Would y'all?
asked the witness to raise her right hand, and they have sworn to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Is that correct, witness?
So,
Carolyn, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
If you are currently on the stand, you may sit down. Prosecution, you may proceed.
Good evening, Miss Carolyn. How are you? This is Mr. Benny, the attorney for Shawn. How are you?
I'm really good. How are
I'm
you?
blessed. I called you today, asked you just a few questions. I won't keep you that long. Would you mind answering a couple questions for me?
That would be fine.
Would you tell the panel how long you've been patronizing Mr. Denali, XSL?
I've been here basically from the beginning, for almost a whole year, maybe a couple of weeks after his show started.
Okay, thank you for that. Were you a subscriber?
Yes, sir.
Did you gift and try the best that you could to assist Mr. Denali in his quest of building this page?
Yes.
Were there other people there who assisted, gift, money?
Yes.
Could you name some of those people for me, please?
In the beginning, it was me, Mr. Rowe, you, Dr. Shea, Nada Shea, Ton G's, Shawn, B.A. I'm leaving people out because
Yeah,
I'm nervous. I
that's
don't know
good enough.
why I'm
That's good enough.
nervous.
No, that's good enough for me. Thank you for that. Being there, you've witnessed some conflict on the panel without going specific. You've witnessed conflict. Have you?
Yes.
You've had some experiences on this panel. Could you tell me what one of those experiences was that bothered you to your core?
Is this relative to the trial that we had?
It's relevant to. It's been. Let
I
me.
mean, are you talking about what I was called?
Yes.
Well, that's kind of connected to this. At the same time, um, it was said on these panels that some of us were the R word, and it was it was a crazy time back then.
Was it disturbing?
It was very disturbing.
Okay. Let's cut right to the chase. We're in the court of law. We're in the court here, and the judges here. You were called a racist. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
You had a trial on that, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Were you vindicated?
I was.
All right. My next question is: there seems to be some questions about um how it feels or if being called a racist is less or more important than being called a bitch. So could you explain to us how you feel about that?
Well, in my opinion, the racist, I don't know if it's because I was called one and it was troubling to be on a public platform and have your name dragged through the mud as to something that you weren't. So to me, it was, I've been called the B word on this panel. I've called people that, but the racist was way more um, traumatic than being called a B.
So is it your testimony today that you've called people bitchs and you've heard other people call each other bitchs? Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
And my next question would be: have you known of any of those people that use the bitch word? Known of any of those people that use the bitch word being blocked from the panel,
No, just
other than
Shawn.
my client? So
No,
it's your,
just Shawn.
so let me clarify. It's your testimony that you've heard the bitch word from the beginning. You've been there from the beginning. You've even used it yourself, and I have too, I must say. But the only person that's been blocked for using that word is Shawn. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Ms. Carolyn. No further questions.
The defense may now cross-examine a witness.
Hi, Miss Carolyn. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. I just have a few questions for you. Miss Carolyn, were you here on the day of the incident when Mr. Denali blocked Shawn from his page?
I was on and off of the panel that day.
Okay. Were you
You,
here? Were you here when you heard Mr. Denali block Shawn from the page?
no, I've only heard it in the playback recording.
So, Miss Carolyn, you did not witness the entire incident that happened when Shawn was blocked from this page.
I witnessed what happened in
It's a
the
yes or
other
no question, Miss
live.
Carolyn. Were
Well,
you
yeah, I heard
here?
the recording. I was
Objection,
not
Your Honor.
here.
Miss, I'm
Objection,
gonna
Your Honor.
ask you again, Miss Carolyn. Were you here to witness the entire incident on Mr. Denali's panel that day when
Yeah,
Shawn was blocked?
no.
Objection,
Miss
relevant.
Carolyn,
What,
can I go
what,
further, Miss?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and asked and answered. The witness has said that she was not present for the full conversation and she continues to be asked the same question. So I said objection.
Judge, I asked her the question because it was a yes or no answer and she was giving a full statement. It was a yes or no answer.
so I will, it's overruled. You may continue.
Thank you. Miss Carolyn, you stated in your questioning with Mr. Benny that on multiple occasions you've been called a racist, not only on other panels, but on this panel, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. That is not the statement that I made. Objection. And that's not the statement that she made. We only spoke about what took place on Mr. Denali's page. No mention of any other panel was made.
I'll rephrase my question. Miss Carolyn, you stated that you have been called a racist on Mr. Denali's panel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you heard Mr. Denali call anyone a racist on this panel?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Did you hear Mr. Denali ever call Shawn a racist?
Not himself, people on the panel.
Miss Carolyn, I'll ask again. Have you heard Mr. Denali himself call Shawn a racist?
I'm not positive, so I'm going to say no.
Miss Carolyn, when others have called you or anyone else in this space a racist, did they in turn call Mr. Denali a bitch?
No.
No further questions.
Donna? You're muted. I can't hear you, Yana.
Sorry about that. Did you say you wanted to redirect?
Yes, Yana. I'd like to just clarify.
You
Ms.
may go
Carolyn.
ahead and examine
Ms.
again the witness.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief, Yana. Ms. Carolyn, you stated that you yourself have been called a racist. Is that true? On Mr.
Yes.
Denali, you've stated that
Yes.
you've heard other people use the BITC word on his page and that you have also used it. Am I correct?
Yes.
Were you ever blocked because you used the BITCH word?
No.
Have you heard many other people use the BITCH word on this exclusive page?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, witness, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Your Honor, I apologize to the court. I did see in a comment, I don't know if it's appropriate, that my counsel on the side had some questions for a witness, but that witness is gone and I should have said something prior to that. I'll move on.
All right, moving forward, your co-counsel needs to consult with you, not me, and you let me know that he would be coming up to
Okay. I apologize, Your Honor.
ask questions. All right, thank you. The witness has been sworn in by the bailiff. The witness has already raised her right hand, and she has already sworn to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That is correct, witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good evening, Ms. Gen X. How are
Ms.
you?
Jones, for the court, can you please state your name?
Oh, it's breaking up. I couldn't.
Witness, can you please state your name?
Gen X, 1972, Casey.
Okay. Defense, your direct examination may begin.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Ms. Gen X. How are you?
Good evening.
I brought you here this evening just to ask you a couple questions, and keep it very brief and very short. Keep respect the court's time. How long have you been patronizing Mr. Denali on his page?
Almost a year.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions about your experience. No one else, is just yours. On What is your position on the word racist being used against people? How do you feel about that?
Um, it's real degrading and insulting.
Would you say that being called a racist or being called a bitch, rather either way, is an insult?
Um, well, being a white person, a racist to me is worse than we call a bitch.
Tell the court why.
Because being called a bitch, it wouldn't have any impact on me in the way society looks at me or how I interact with like my job or my home life or personal life or in society like in the churches and stuff like that. But when you're a white person in America and you're called and you're deemed as a
Objection.
racist.
What is it?
Relevance.
The relevance to the testimony is her personal experience for after a year of being on Mrs. Denali's panel, finding out, hearing these things, experiencing these things. She's able to testify to what she has experienced, and that's my only question. What have you
Judge.
experienced?
Judge. Miss Gen X is not on trial.
This is not a trialing question. This is
Objection.
So how is that relevant to my,
it's a
how is
verifying.
that relative to my defendant?
Order. Objection sustained. You may proceed with another question.
Mr. Next. As your experience on Mr. Denali exclusive page, have you heard individuals be called bitchs on his page? How many times have you heard the word, in your opinion, on Mr. Denali's page that you've heard individuals call each other bitchs?
Several.
How many people that use that word were blocked from his page?
None that I'm aware of.
Was there a rule on this exclusive page that we were not to go to other pages and bring that back to the page? Was that a rule?
Was that a rule to not be able to bring like drama from another page? To
Yes. Was that a rule on Mr. Denali's page? Was it or was it not? That he
from my from my understanding at that time of this day in question, it was not.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, my client Shawn has been called a racist, not just on Mr. Denali's page. Have you ever heard Shawn called a racist and many other things on Mr. Denali's page?
Yes.
Have you ever known any of those people who has called him those names to be blocked from Mr. Denali's page?
No.
Have you ever heard anyone call my client a bitch?
No.
Have you ever heard anyone call him a racist?
Yes.
Were one of those or any of those people black?
Yes. Yes.
Did Mr. Denali drop, block any of those people from his page for that comment?
No.
Now we're here today about my client being attacked on another page, and that information,
Objection. Is it relevance? Is that a question? He's
the
making a
found
statement.
the foundation is of this case is what took place on BA page and was brought back to Mr. Denali's page. That's the foundation. You're
You're on
muted.
mute.
Objection overruled. You may continue.
Thank you, Yana. So, Miss Gen X, there, am I, my client?
Defense, you have your co-counsel would like to also ask.
Okay, he can take over, Yana. I'm gonna take the call. I'm gonna drop me down and let him take over. Okay, I have a call.
We won't drop you down. Or maybe we will. Co-counsel BA, you may proceed forward with questioning the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Miss Gen X. How are you doing today?
Hello, Mr. BA.
I heard you speak about when my co-counsel was asking you about the racist word and how disturbing. I could tell in your voice how it affected you regarding just being called the B word. Um, it's pretty dramatic, isn't it? Would you say so?
Yes.
Now, have you ever stated that? And I want to talk more about the history of the show. Have you ever been on the show when they talked about systemic racism?
Yes.
Okay, and could you tell me, was that basically was that saying that whites are inherently systemic racist?
Yes.
Now regarding that, would you assume that they were calling you racist, whether you were racist or not?
Yes. When they say that I'm inherently racist, it means I'm just racist because I'm in America and I was born in America. So therefore, we're up under the systemic racism of white supremacy. I benefit off of that system, therefore I'm part of it.
Yes. So hearing these conversations, I'm sure it's happened more than once, correct?
Yes.
So when other people come up on the panel and you have a discussion with them, and knowing the history of the show, knowing that you're already labeled as a racist through systemic racism, and women call you a racist, that must be pretty traumatic for one. Would you agree?
Yes.
So, have you ever heard a black person be disrespected or made a racial comment towards them?
I don't understand your question.
Have you ever heard someone use a derogatory statement towards a black person with racial undertone or being racist towards that black individual in your lifetime?
Are you saying just anybody or
Yeah,
white
anybody,
people?
anybody. Have you ever heard a white person call a black person a racist or a Mexican
Objection.
person? Have you
Objection.
ever?
Relevance.
My relevance is to show the difference between
Objection.
how one.
Objection sustained. You can ask another question.
Okay. Have you ever heard someone use a racial undertone on this show?
Yes.
Okay. Now, would you assume that makes one irritated and angry, almost agitated to the point where they're already frustrated because they've heard the prior engagement of the show regarding systemic racism, and you're already feeling like you're a target?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so
reason.
reason.
So again, on this date that Shawn is being that Shawn was accused of being a racist on this platform. I'm just asking you as a personal individual, how would you feel if that was you?
Objection.
What is your objection?
Relevance. How's this relevant to my client in this case?
You want me to ask the relevant? You want me to clarify
Your
my relevance, Judge?
You said the question. that is asked is not actually related to the story and has nothing to do with it. Sounds like it is immaterial, so I will sustain it. You can ask another question.
Okay, if you were called a racist on the platform, would you lash out in a disrespectful manner, knowing the history of the platform?
Yes, it's an automatic defense.
Exactly. So, would you be beside yourself, maybe even come out of character, if someone would called you a racist, knowing the history of the platform?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. No more, no further questions.
All right, thank you. One moment. The primary counsel for the defense available.
Yes, Sean, I'm present.
Okay. Has the prosecution had a moment to cross-examine the witness?
No, I've had an opportunity. Just only have one question for this. I'll be done with this witness.
Okay, one question, please. Go ahead.
Ms. Jeanette, I won't take you into the story. I just would like to know simply, being called on an exclusive page,
Sorry,
would would you expect to be called a racist on an exclusive page? And let me shorten that question. Is it an insult to be called a racist just as well as being called the BITCH?
Um, the value is slightly different to me.
And the value has been explained different because why?
Um, because being called a racist is worse than being called a bitch.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. No further questions.
all right. The prosecution may cross-examine the witness.
Next, how are you doing today?
Hello, Miss Sherry.
I just have a few questions for you. You stated in your testimony that um, you have been called a racist on this panel, as well as some others. Has Mr. Denali ever called you a racist?
No, no, he has
Y-
not.
Okay. Gen X, when you were called a racist in any particular incident, have you in turn called Mr. Denali out of his name or insulted him in any way?
No,
Gen X, were you present on the day that Mr. Denali banned Shawn?
no,
So, Gen X, you did not witness the incident that happened when Mr.
Objection.
Denali,
Objection. Objection. Asked and answered. She said she was not present.
you're on mute.
Yeah, you may continue.
I couldn't hear you.
Objection overruled. You may continue. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
Gen X,
Gen X,
have you?
I'm sorry, Gen X, when you're not answering the question, can you mute? Are you, can you mute?
Yeah, it sounded like she on her porch.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't be clicking
I'm
on my.
sorry.
Did you hear my objection, Your Honor?
Yeah, she said overruled. We're moving forward.
Overruled, she may continue.
Gen X, have you heard anyone on this panel call Mr. Denali a bitch? I'm sorry, bitch.
Not that word, but others. Not that one, I don't think.
Next, have you heard Mr. Denali call anybody a racist?
No.
No further questions for this witness. Thank you, Janex.
Um, the witness, you may take your leave. You may step down. Um, Mr. Benny, the defense may call forth their next witness.
I call forth Dr. Shay.
How many witnesses do you have again?
This will be it. Dr. Shay be the last witness.
Okay. The witness has already been sworn in by the bailiff. The witness has already raised her right hand and sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Witness, that is that correct?
Yes.
For the record, can you please state your name?
Dr. Lavelle Shea.
Thank you. Defense, your direct examination may begin.
Dr. Shay, good evening. How are you?
I'm doing fine, sir.
Could you tell the panel your position and how long you've been involved with Mr. Denali XXL?
I am a friend to the show. I've been involved from day one. We kind of started together.
So you would know the rules of the show, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you some questions about your experience since you were one of the content makers of the page, helped create the page with Mr. Denali, so you will have the information about Mr. Denali and the events that has taken place on this page. Exclusive, Mr. Denali, exclusive. First person, please tell the page what Mr. Denali exclusive means when he used that word. When it came up with it, the exclusive, what did it mean? What's the definition of that?
Well, Mr. Denali wanted to be the most exclusive show on TikTok where everyone can bring their voices, opinions, and not be filtered, not be banned, not be pushed away. He wanted to be inclusive, and that's why we all love to come to the show because we're able to relax and let our hair down and use the words and statements and things that we truly feel from within or just to have a great time.
So, is it your testimony and you and Mr. Denali creating this page that those were the intents for the people who came to support your page?
Yes.
Okay. Have you witnessed in that support a lot of difference on both sides on Mr. Denali's page?
Yes.
Have you witnessed and heard vulgar words used both by individuals on the page and Mr. Denali?
Yes.
Have you witnessed personal attacks on Mr. Denali?
Yes.
My client Shawn, was he present on his page at some point?
Yes.
One question I'll begin with and then we'll move on. As a creator of this page with Mr. Denali, as being there from the very beginning, would you qualify or quantify Shawn as a racist?
No. Just like Mr. Denali stated, Shawn can be many things, but he's definitely not a racist.
So is it your testimony today to this court that you testify that you heard Mr. Denali verify clearly that my client is not a racist?
Multiple times. Mr. Denali even brought
A racist.
multiple times. Mr. Denali even brought Shawn back in the beginning, because that's how he kind of came, and people was giving Shawn a hard time just because of his political beliefs, and he will cut you off, drop you, and tell you Mr. Shawn is many things, but he is not a racist.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, you've witnessed other people attack Mr. Denali, am I correct?
Yes.
Would you please tell the court about the attacks and the very vicious words that you've heard used on him and how they've affected him? And you can include me. You can include anyone you verify and disagree with Mr. Denali. And I would like to know if those people were blocked from his page after you tell this court who those people are and what they said to Mr. Denali.
Yes, it became almost a daily thing where people was disrespectful. They have called him many things, given him a reputation that he's not. They have said some of the most horrific things about Mr. Denali, and there's been plethora of people. I mean, you're especially in the beginning, you're talking about 3 to 10 people a week or within a month that will just always have something to say about Mr. Denali, but if it was a disrespectful thing, and people have said way worse than the BITCH word. Even myself have put BITCH in capital letters when referencing the show out of anger, because people have said so many horrific things in reference to the show, and it's one of those things that we know he has continued his show, and I am proud that he's able to continue to get over those harmful and meaningful words. And there's been threats in reference to the show, and yeah, so there's been many things
So,
with acts.
so I thank you for that. So it's your testimony that not only have you seen many people attack Mr. Denali, um, which one of those people were blocked from your page? How many people were blocked from your page that you heard these bad attacks from? Were you blocked?
No,
Was Straight Facts blocked?
no,
Was Miss D blocked?
no.
Did Straight Facts call him not only a hog neck, hog head, and out of his character
Objection.
as a man? Did she not
Objection.
say these things to
Objection.
him?
Objection.
All of these statements were made,
Ob-
Jan. These
objection. Can
statements.
you take yourself off mute, Candid? This is leading.
I can bring the tapes up for Straight Facts if you would like.
Did you want to re-question
Candid,
me?
you're on
Re-question.
you're on mute.
Can't hear you, Your Honor. You're on mute. You're on mute, Your Honor.
Objection overruled. You may proceed.
Dr. Shea, could you
Yes.
just give us a brief explanation of the individuals and the insults that they gave so we can understand what you're saying?
When you're referencing to Straight Facts lied on him. She lied on the show. She screamed at him. Not only her, but her entire panel. They had shows in reference to Mr. Denali. She have called him a war hog, a thick neck bastard. She have called him all kinds of names.
So, so you've heard the insults from others towards Mr. Denali. Was Straight Facts blocked?
No, she actually was invited back.
So it's your testimony today. This person that insulted him, his family, his home, lied to him, they were invited back?
Yes, to give her another chance. I guess. Well, I'm not going to say. I guess she came back, and we were all thinking there was going to be some type of resolution or apology, and she just came back with her husband on video camera, and she came back for more.
So the invitation to come back, is there anyone else that was invited back that wasn't blocked after insulting Mr. Denali?
Yes, DJ, aka
Tell us about that.
Miss DJ multiple times have also cursed Mr. Denali out, gotten upset with Mr. Denali. Definitely when there was an individual by Duke Vader, when Miss DJ and Mr. Duke Vader got into it, and Mr. Denali took up for Mr. Duke Vader, and the war began there. And Miss DJ has been back for reconciliation multiple times, and it have yet to happen. And she have also stated worse than the bitch word.
Thank you. So let me get to my client now. In your opinion, since you've been here for the beginning, is my client a racist?
Oh, absolutely not. I even recall him throwing a block party live, and there was kids of all races at his party, and they was having such an amazing time, and I appreciated that.
All right. We have at the court testimony of something that happened on BA's page. Are you aware of what took place at this?
Uh, I wasn't on BA's page to comment on what happened on BA's page. I only was on Mr. Denali's page when they brought the information back. And the lady who brought the information back was just, from my opinion, was just stirring up mess. And the lady call you messy or call you racist when you don't agree with her. And this is a known fact.
Could you inform the court who this person is we're talking about?
Miss Seal. Miss Seal, she called me messy because I wasn't going along with her just this week. And she also called Miss Tangi's messy. She called Miss Caroline racist, and she called Mr. Shawn racist. And this is her normal defense mechanism when you're not agreeing with her. So if you are a Caucasian person, you're going to be called racist. And if you're African American, you're going to be called messy.
Okay, so is it your testimony today that where all of this began with the witness, Miss Seal, hearing something on BA's page, classifying Shawn, and bringing it back to Mr. Denali?
Yes, it definitely started there, and she wasn't part of the beginning. She didn't know that Mr. Shawn was family.
Did Mr. Denali stop this argument and let Miss Seal know that Shawn is not a racist?
No, that was the first person. He have not stated, paused and muted them or dropped or anything to say Shawn is in many things, but he's not racist, as he would have said many times before.
So is it your testimony today that Mr. Denali allowed Miss Seal to attack Shawn and Shawn defended himself?
Yes, because I know that Shawn was very hurt for it probably took him off guard, because that would take me off guard as well as someone call me racist, and especially if I didn't have protection where I'm normally protected.
Has Shawn supported Mr. Denali by
Yes. Oh, I'm
being a
sorry.
gift? Has he been a supporter, like subscriber?
Yes, Shawn was a major supporter in the beginning before he was blocked.
So Shawn's been a subscriber. Shawn's
Yes,
been a giver. And you're telling me that you witnessed Shawn be attacked on Mr. Denali's page?
many times.
One second, brother.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and allow co-counsel to come up and ask a question.
Hi, thank you, Judge. I'm glad you was able to see my response. Dr. Shay, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, sir.
Can we keep this
I
short? This
had
is a very long line of questioning.
I only have a couple. I only have a couple. Um, what does it mean? Um, what does it mean to be called family on this platform? And could you tell the court in your words what it means to be called family, and how is it used on this platform?
Family is used with love. It's being connected to something, being a part of, meaning you can have differences of opinions. You can even get upset with your family. But at the end of the day, because we're family, we are always going to be connected.
Would you say Shawn was in that family, or you know what I mean?
Yes, Shawn was definitely a family member.
Okay, I've heard you. I've heard you in your testimony a couple different times speak about the racial attacks on Shawn. Would it be safe to say that that would be frequently that was frequently happening to the white guests on this platform?
Objection.
Uh,
What is your objection?
How did, how is that relevant to my client? Relevant.
Objection sustained. You can may ask another question.
Okay. Have you heard? I was talking earlier about systemic racism on the platform. Have you heard that statement, or have you heard that part of the live on this particular live? Have you heard that been brought up a couple different times through your history here?
yes, but I really can't speak on it, and the reason being is because we have talked about it a few times.
That's fine. That's fine. Just yes or no. Have you heard about it on the platform? Has it been brought up?
Yes,
Okay. Now, has who brought it to the live?
I'm not sure.
Objection.
Okay.
Relevance.
Relevance is it shows that it's been brought up on the live from the creator. Now,
Objection overruled. Go ahead.
Mr. Dr. Shay, would you say this is Mr. Denali's live, correct?
Yes,
And he's talked about several different topics on this platform, correct?
yes,
And he's also talked about systemic racism, correct?
yes.
So, and does Mr. Denali agree that there is systemic racism? Have you heard
Objection.
him agree?
Relevance.
The relevance of the show that he's brought it to the platform and he agrees with it.
Objection sustained. You may ask another question and your for
Okay,
main is back.
okay. Um, have you heard other white individuals be attacked on this platform?
Yes.
Okay. Um, have you heard Mr. Denali deny systemic racism?
Objection. Relevance.
What was your question, BA?
Has she heard Mr. Denali deny systemic racism?
How's that relevant to this case?
I'll allow it. Well, I will caution the prosecution to remember that you're also here to prove violation of the 14th Amendment right, First Amendment
I'm
right,
get
Amendment right, stalking, discrimination, and prejudice.
I'm getting to that.
Okay, so at this time, I'm going to not allow that question because it's not relevant. It is actually immaterial, and
Okay, I'll withdraw the question.
I will allow the main counsel to return so we can.
I just have one more question.
I will allow now the main counsel to return. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
My apologies to the court, Your Honor. White duties.
So your witness, you're
Yes.
done, correct?
No, I wasn't finished with
Judge,
question.
he said that that was his last question, and then he brung up his other co-counsel.
I
He
apologize.
stated that it was his last question before he got down.
We were interrupted by the phone call. I
He
apologize.
stated that it was his last question before he got down.
We were interrupted by the phone call.
For the sake of time, in relevance to this case, again, I will remind you all why this case is here and what you are claiming has happened. The violation of the 14th Amendment, First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, stalking, discrimination, and prejudice. I would like for you all to keep your questions relevant to what you are charging the individual with. What you all are charging this person with. Okay?
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. So this witness now may be seated.
Your
And
Honor, I haven't finished with my last witness, Your Honor.
this is your last witness, correct?
Yes, I haven't finished with it. You saying be seated or step down? I'm trying to figure out what
Yeah,
she's.
both are the same thing. It's
Well,
interchangeable.
I have to cross her.
Okay.
Well, he did say he had three more questions.
I
Yes,
believe
He stated he had one question before he
we
got down.
we were
your
interrupted by a phone call.
Mr. Benny, your co-counsel has already finished it. We cannot help that you have been taking phone calls and stepping out. For the sake and respect of everyone's time, I am now going to allow cross-examination. If you
Okay, no
need to
problem.
redirect, I will allow 2 minutes of it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Move on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Three, in the defense, you may now cross-examine the witness.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Shay. How are you doing?
Doing fine.
Great. Thank you for being here. I only have a few questions. Dr. Shay, you stated that you've been here since the beginning of the show.
Hmm.
Do you know the mission statement of the show?
I have a copy of the mission statement, but it have changed, and I don't know it by heart. I don't carry mission statements around, but yeah,
When was that mission statement changed?
I don't know because when it changed, I was no longer a moderator.
Okay. So you are not aware of any changes that have been made to the mission statement.
The mission statement was changed after Mr. Shawn, so it doesn't matter.
Who created the mission statement?
Multiple people.
Do you believe that Mr. Denali has the authority to use discretion in his own space?
I believe that you can. However, when you're promoting a page of inclusive and people provide that support based upon you being the most inclusive page, you don't change the game in the middle of the game.
So Judge, can I re-ask that question to get a yes or no answer? So, Dr. Shay, do you believe that Mr. Denali has the authority to use discretion in his own space? Yes or no?
Only if it was a rule in the
Yes or
beginning.
no?
No,
So you
not
don't believe, so you
no,
don't believe that he has the ability to use discretion in his own space?
not after taking donations from
Yes or no?
people based upon
Yes
what
or
you're
no?
selling. You can't sell me a green bag and give me a red one
Dr.
later.
Shay, I need you to answer the question, yes or no.
I feel like
She
thank you.
asked and answered. She said no. Asked and answered.
Okay. I will, objection sustained.
Dr. Shay,
Hmm.
are you stating that, in your opinion, is this Mr. Denali's XXL space or the family space?
There's no one greater than the page, as we have heard many times before. This show is here to be the most inclusive show on TikTok. I do state the most inclusive, meaning it's a people's page.
Dr. Shay, I need you to, can you see the screen? Can you see the entire screen?
Yes, the judge looks really nice.
Thank you. Can you read the banner at the middle of the page for me?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection. Relevance. Relevance. What's the relevance of this sign? Objection.
What is the what is the relevance?
That this is Mr. Denali's page.
Objection to confrontation, badgering the witness.
I'm trying to
So
figure out how I'm badgering. I'm asking questions.
I would like to um give you to a little advice, opinions and conclusions. These are normally objections, and I hear a lot of objections on the premises of opinions and conclusions. This means that the witness or attorneys cannot say their opinion about facts, just the facts as they know them. So I want you all to be aware and move forward with caution when you're asking for opinions in order to save everybody time and not have to have objections. I will allow the question because she is asking about facts pertaining to the show. So your objection is overruled. Go ahead.
Dr. Shay, in the middle of the page, there is a banner. What does that banner say?
It's a cash app.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's a cash app that we support. I'm sorry.
What is your objection?
Her basis, her foundation for the question. What is it about?
You just overruled the same thing
What
that he said.
foundation?
Facts about the show.
We all can read Mr. Denali's name.
Okay. I believe, I don't believe. At this time, your objection is overruled.
Okay, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I will caution you to ask more specific questions.
Yes, I'll move forward.
Make sure
Dr.
you.
Shay, what is the name of this show?
It is Mr. Denali XXL.
Thank you.
Not this one.
Read
Dr.
the.
Shay, I'm moving forward. Dr. Shay, how many people have been banned from Mr. Denali's page that you know of?
Only two have been banned. Factual.
Thank you. So, would you say in the most inclusive space on TikTok that only two people have been banned that you know of?
No, that's for
Of
facts. Two
yes, that's
people.
facts. Thank you. Um, Another question that I have. You stated in your testimony to Mr. Benny about the the things that you all consider a family here. Is straight facts a family?
Straight facts in the beginning was not an enemy. DJ
Is
was
straight
not
facts part
an
of the family?
enemy. I don't remember. I'm just being honest.
Okay. Is DJ part of the family?
She was part of the family, yes.
Okay. Is she still part of the family?
I'm not sure. The reason I say that is because they still have these off and on relationships.
Okay. Dr. Shay, you stated that you've been here since the beginning. Have you ever heard Mr. Denali call anyone a racist?
No, I don't. I don't recall.
And Dr. Shay,
Hmm.
you stated that you were here on the day of the incident when Shawn got banned, correct? Correct.
I stated that I
Is
wasn't. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Were you here on the date of the incident happened?
Partial, yes.
So, Dr. Shay, were you here when Shawn got banned?
I don't recall the exact moment of banning, but I was here on the day of the incident.
Were Dr. Shay, were you here when Shawn called Mr. Denali the bitch word,
No, I heard the video.
but you weren't here? Have you heard Mr. Denali um call anyone a bitch on this show?
Yeah, Mr. Denali done curse someone out and used the B word.
Do you recall who that was?
No.
Do you recall any day that incident that happened? Do you recall any date, any in particular, that he called someone the bitch word?
Yeah, when he done snapped on people like you could get your bitch ass out of here, cause it's my fucking show.
So you stated that it's his show. He's always stated that it's my effing show. Okay.
I just told you what have been
Uh,
stated before.
Thank you, Dr. Shay.
Right.
Dr. Goodness
I
gracious.
apologize. I didn't know she stopped.
Dr. Shay, have
Yes.
you have you in particular ever called Mr. Denali a bitch?
Yes.
Do you recall, was it on the show?
Yes. Big capital letters. I was mad. And it was in the comments in big letters. The screaming letters.
Dr. Shay, have you ever at any time been suspended from the show?
Never been suspended from the show.
At any time have you been removed from the family?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Kiana.
2 minutes. Go ahead.
Dr. Shay, is it
Yes.
your,
2 minutes. Go ahead.
Dr. Shay, is it
Yes.
your testimony that you yourself have heard Mr. Denali call other individuals the bitch word?
Yes. In fact, Mr. Benny.
Is it your testimony that Mr. Denali has called me the bitch word?
Yes.
Is it the testimony here today that Mr. Denali, in making this page the exclusive, added his cash app, have had individuals send him money, buy hoodies, and things of that nature? Can you testify to that?
Yes. People support the page.
So you've heard him use the bitch word, and in your opinion, what is exclusive and what was meant, since you helped create the page? What was meant by the most exclusive page?
That you
Was
can
it
have
for
your own opinion. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
was it for the people?
Yes. It's for the people, for everyone to have their own opinion. No one will be judged. And like he always say, he do not states that he do not fabricate anything. It's very organic over here. Things just happen.
In your opinion, as a creator, have you seen Mr. Denali discriminate against someone on his page?
Only with Mr. Shawn, because he's being treated differently than anyone else.
So show Mike, it's your testimony today that my client has been treated differently than others who have said the same thing and even worse.
Absolutely.
So his freedom of speech was taken and he was removed from the family. Am I correct?
Yes,
He was not allowed to be with us and pursue health, happiness, and all the things that comes along with the family and the page. Am I correct?
that is correct.
He was labeled a racist. Am I correct?
Uh,
Deleting
Yes. Oh,
objection
yes.
leading.
Yes. The day Miss Seal called. Yes, I heard yes. Hmm.
And
Objection. That was
who?
Mr. Benny's last question. He had
No,
two
it wasn't.
minutes.
And who led the
Time for
order?
redirecting is now over.
If I was not interrupted, I could have finished.
No, your time has been up.
Okay, no problem.
Okay? Witness, you may step down. Defense, you may call your first witness.
The defense calls Big T.
The witness has already took the stand and was sworn in by the bailiff. The witness has already raised his right hand and swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Is that correct, witness, Mr. Big T?
No, I haven't. But you could do this now. Or you could waive the preliminaries. I mean, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay, and please state your name for the court.
Name's Big T.
Okay. Prosecution, you may proceed with direct examination.
Good evening, Mr. Big T. Thank
For
you for
defense,
being here.
Political. Miss Political,
defense,
how are you? I'm fine.
Um, I have some questions and I just need you to answer them to the best of your ability, honestly. Um, Big T,
um, defense, give me 1 second.
yes.
If you are a witness, if you have been up here already, please do not make any comments about this show because the jurors are watching, the court is watching, and it is as if you are speaking out of turn and talking about this case while not on the stand. You will be found in contempt if you continue to do so. So, all witnesses at this time, whether you are the defense or prosecution, do not make any comments in the comment section regarding this case, regarding what you know. When things are said, your rebut. It's not necessary and it's inappropriate. And it has been happening all night. That is correct. So we are now stopping that. Moving forward, if I see it again, I've already told you the consequences. All right, defense, you may proceed forward.
Good evening, Big T. I have a few questions. Um, were you present on the day of the incident when Shawn got banned?
I was.
Were you also present on BA's live when Shawn made the statements that he made over there?
I was.
Big T, do you recall brought up the incident that had happened on BA's live
Are you
on Mr.
asking me
Denal?
do
I'm
I
sorry.
recall what
Who
happened on
brought
BA's Live?
who brought up what was mentioned on BA's live on Mr. Denali's panel?
I think me and Miss Sil was talking about what happened over on BA's Live prior to Shawn coming in. We were just rehashing what happened over at BA's Live with Mr. Denali.
Thank you. And Big T, as someone who regularly participates in Mr. Denali's panel, have you seen people of different races freely express their opinions um, without being banned?
Often.
To your knowledge, has Mr. Denali ever banned someone solely based on their race, or has it always been based on behavior?
No, it's never been a race. As a matter of fact, it's only been one person I can recall besides Shawn that was banned. So no, he's been pretty fair.
So you were there when Sean was banned that day. Did you hear Mr. Denali say anything about race when making his decision?
Not at all.
So, Big T, in your opinion, was Shawn banned because of race or because he directly violated the panel's rules against insults?
Yeah, I believe it was because he went overboard with his insults. Had nothing to
So,
do with the race stuff.
so if someone else, regardless of the race, had came to the panel and did what Shawn had did that day, do you believe that Mr. Denali would have taken the same actions?
In light of the incident and how it occurred, no, I don't think so. I think it pretty much pushed his buttons. It pushed him to a breaking point.
Big T, do you believe that Mr. Denali has the authority to use discretion in his own space?
It's his page.
Would you agree that having rules in place to present personal attacks helps make the panel more inclusive rather than less?
Well, it kind of makes people feel comfortable coming onto your page if they know that there's a band where you can't just openly insult people. So yeah, I think so.
And how would you describe the overall atmosphere of Mr. Denali's panel? Is it a space where people from all backgrounds can engage in discussions without fear of being attacked?
But I think it's fair on across the board. I know at times it could get pretty heated and people can speak out on both sides. But the overall compass of it is to be fair to everyone.
And Big T, would you say that enforcing the rules fairly without exception makes the panel truly inclusive rather than allowing people to get away with insults based on who they are?
I think it actually makes people comfortable with expressing their thoughts and opinions without being jumped on and having no recourse.
No, no further questions for the moment. Muted, Candid.
Prosecution, you may cross-examine the witness.
Hello, Big T. How are you? You've been
How you doing,
sworn.
Mr. Benny?
I'm all right. Thanks for being with us, man. I'll try to keep this as short as possible.
No problem.
You said that you and Miss Seal were both present on BA's page. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
There was, let's just say, there was some tenuous moments over there on the page, and you guys took that conversation and you went back to Mr. Denali page prior to Shawn arriving. Is that your testimony?
You could say that, yes.
So you had a conversation about that, and that conversation on BA's page, what was that about, and what was Miss Seal's position at that time about Shawn? How did she feel when she left BA's page and went to Mr. Denali's? What was her position about Shawn?
Objection. Your Honor, Miss Seal is not on trial here. Relevance.
Ms. Seal is a witness in this case that testified to what took place and what took place after by coming to Mr. Denali's page. The relevance is what I'm asking. What was her position when she left DA's page and her position when she arrived to Mr. Denali's page?
Objection sustained. He will be giving you an opinion.
He was present, Your Honor. He left with her. He came to Mr. Denali's with her. He was present. They were together.
Did he ask her for her opinion or her position?
Didn't ask for opinion.
Did he
Only
ask her
only
for
Miss Seal can speak to that.
Your
exactly?
Honor, Your
He
Honor.
Would you like
If
me to
speculate.
recant the facts as I heard them?
no, that's what I'm saying, Your Honor. If he made the facts already that he left with her, he came with her,
I
they had a
will
conversation
again,
together.
I will again repeat opinions and conclusion.
The,
This means, and I'm stating this so that the jury can understand the objection. This means that the witness or attorney cannot state their opinion about the facts, just the facts as they know them. So,
Absolutely.
Big T, does Mr. So,
Absolutely.
Big T, does Mr. Big T know for a fact what Miss Seal felt or
I didn't
said?
use the word Phil. I didn't use the word Phil.
You
No,
said
I have no idea how Miss Seal
does
felt.
know for a fact
I
her
never
position.
used the word Phil. I said, what was her
Okay,
position?
okay, I scratch that. Does Mr. Big T know for a fact her position?
Yes, he does. Because he stated in his
It's
testimony,
okay. I don't need the because. You said he does know her position. Mr. Big T, state Seal's position.
Your Honor, I object to leading my witness and my question.
You asked him for Miss Seal's position. That is why the defense objected. You said he knows for a fact Seal's position. So
And
he
her, if
continued
I
to
would
make
have been
defense
allowed to finish my sentence, her position in the conversation.
objection sustained. You may ask another question.
Well, Miss Seal had the same position I did in
Okay,
regards to the conversation.
Big T,
Objection.
I'll re-ask the question.
You
I'll
may
re-ask
ask
the question.
another question.
What was the conversation you and Miss Seal had with Mr. Denali when you left BA Page? What was the conversation?
We were talking about the things that Shawn was saying over on BA's Live. The
And
things that
what?
he was saying was, in our opinion, racist. So
Okay, thank
that's
you.
what we said to them, Mr.
Mr.
Denali.
Denalixxl.
Thank you, sir, for that. So let me clarify for everyone here. There was a little hoopla. You and Miss Sill viewed and heard some things that took place on BA's Live. As a result of that conversation still being a little, tense, y'all went to Mr. Denali's Live and you continued that by informing Mr. Denali what had taken place
What
with my.
Shawn was saying, yes.
Okay,
Talking about black people who were afraid to swim. We were scared to jump out of
Okay.
planes,
okay,
things
I
of that
got you.
nature,
I
which
got you.
we
And,
For the
and
felt
from
that
and
was racist,
record, I
but
was
of a
very
racist
clear.
nature.
Okay, for the record, I was very clear about opinions and conclusion.
Now, that's what he said.
T, in your opinion, you said it was racist.
No,
So
well,
I
that
want
was my
to
opinion of what
record.
he said, but
It is okay. But I was very clear and adamant about you sticking to the facts, not opinions. And
that's why I
you
said what he said.
said, in your opinion, and you proceeded to talk about how it was racist, in your opinion.
In my opinion, what he said was racist, but I put what he said out there so that you can draw your own
Sir,
conclusion.
I am speaking. I will strike that last comment prior to moving on to the next question.
okay, Mr. T, we've talked about exclusive, and I would like to ask you a question about that, Mayor.
Go ahead.
In exclusive, all people should be treated equally. Am I correct?
Yes, all people should be treated equally.
So there shouldn't be one person who use a word and don't get banned, and another person who used the same word and remains. That should not be. Am I correct?
Depends on the context and what you're using it in.
Even in an exclusive space, Mr. T, do you retain your right of freedom of speech?
Well, I mean, you can't run into a building and say fire. because you know
Understood.
what's going to happen with that.
Understood. But as a person who supports someone's page, who gives gifts and things of that nature, is there some expectation of safety, security, and respect that should come with that?
I don't think it should be no loyalty because you take and support the page.
So,
That's
so you
irrelevant.
don't. So if a person comes to your business and supports your business and spends their money and
Doesn't
their
give them the
time,
right to come
one
in here
second,
and
sir. Excuse me, T.
insult my
There's not a
patrons.
question here yet, sir. It's not a question yet, sir. I'm asking the
That's
question. If a person supports your business, you're saying they don't deserve some level of respect?
Everyone deserves a level of respect.
Thank you for that. Now, have you witnessed my client on this page? And have you heard yourself, Mr. Denali, say that Shawn is not a racist?
I can't recall
So how long have you been on this page, T?
from day one.
Have you heard Mr. Denali and I have conflict?
Kind of, sort of.
So you weren't present during any of the conflict with myself and Mr. Denali?
I've heard you two have disagreements. I don't know
That's not
the
what I
full.
asked you, sir. I asked you, were you present during any of the confrontations between myself and Mr.
Objection.
Denali?
Relevance.
Not confrontations, no.
There is an objection on the floor. What is the relevance of this? Objection sustained. Ask another question.
Big T, you said that you and Miss Seal took the conversation to Mr. Denali. Is that your testimony?
We did.
You said that you took the conversation to Mr. Denali. Is that your testimony?
Yes, that is my testimony.
You also testified that my client was not present when you guys took that conversation to Mr. Denali. Am I
Not at
correct?
first, sir.
So you
He
had a
arrived later.
conversation. So is it your testimony? You had a conversation about my client prior to him arriving.
Yes.
Was that conversation in his favor?
No.
Objection. Relevance.
Did you also inform Mr. Denali
Excuse
that
me.
you believe he's a
On the
racist?
floor.
No, I don't think we at that time said he was particularly a racist. I think our
Excuse
conversation was the things
moment.
that he says, the
Me,
things
my
that he
mic.
said was
Excuse me, Mr. Big T and Mr. Benny. When there is an objection on the floor, do not continue on with the case and line of questioning. I, as the judge, need to acknowledge and give a ruling on the objection. Do not do that any further. And when you hear my voice, you adhere to the rules and decorum of the court. You stop talking.
I didn't hear you.
Objection sustained. Ask another question.
Big T, you took a conversation from BA's page that was about my client. Am I correct?
Objection. Big T is not on trial. Relevance.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Witness may answer the question.
Yes. Yes. I think I answered that a few times.
Okay, that conversation was about racial things that you said my client made.
Yes,
Am I
but
correct?
we never said that
That's not what
he
I
was
asked you, sir.
racist.
I asked you about the conversation.
I
Witness.
just wanted to give context to what we were
Listen,
He
talking
is
about.
badgering the
But
witness.
that's what you was asking me.
I'm asking the witness, Your Honor, about the
Allow the
conversation.
witness to answer the question.
Okay, thank you. There was an objection. Go ahead.
Witness, you may proceed.
No, I just thought I'd give context to what our conversation was. Did we say he was a racist? No. Did we say the things that he was saying was of a racial nature? Yes.
So is it your testimony today that you have never heard Ms. Seal call Shawn a racist?
Yes, she has.
So she's
But
called
that
him a
day we
racist.
weren't saying. But
Yes,
that
wait a
day
minute.
we
One
weren't
second,
speaking
sir.
Objection,
in
relevance.
generalities.
Your Honor, if you can, I don't.
Sustain.
At
Ask
least I
another
wasn't
question.
anyway.
Okay, your testimony is you didn't call him a racist, but Miss Hill did. Is that
Well,
what you just said?
I can't
Testified to?
emphatically say that she did. I think we were just speaking to what he said as
Was
being
that
racist.
conversation
As
racial?
being racist.
I will
Okay.
caution the witness to mind what you said earlier. You did say that you and Miss Seal shared the same sentiments. Sentiments, is that correct?
Yes, I
About
did. Yes, I did. That's why I said we
okay,
were
so
speaking to what
then
he said.
I'm just
We didn't
saying
necessarily say he was a
caution
racist, but the
when
things
you
he was saying was of a racial nature.
telling you to be cautious when you then say one said another thing and another said another when you had said prior to this line of questioning that you both agreed with one another.
I
Is that
think we shared the same sentiment, yes.
so?
And I
There,
still stand by that.
you may proceed forward asking the witness another question. We're going to start doing a timer on this because we still have to. Political Cherie, how many witnesses do you have?
I have one more witness.
One more. Okay, perfect. Go ahead, Mr. Benny.
Mr. T, would you say that the stage was set before my client arrived?
I don't know if I could actually say it was set. I think the conversation was taking place when he came in.
Was that prior to him coming in? There was a
Yes.
conversation. Okay, was that conversation in his favor, in your
No.
opinion? So my client walked into a hostile setting, and I thank you
Yes.
for your honesty, sir. No further questions.
Okay.
XT, I just have some redirecting questions for you. You stated that you were on BA's live when the incident happened, and Shawn were making those statements. Did you all at any moment have a back and forth heated conversation with Shawn on
We
BA's
did.
panel?
We did.
Did Shawn
Yes.
did Shawn in turn call you all the BITCH word?
I don't think he called us that. I think what he did was he kind of made it a joke, like, because he kind of had the whole panel in a laugh about it, as if it was something hilarious to discuss about black people. That's what made us so
Okay, so
infuriated.
but he did not call you out of your name,
No, I don't
call you
think
the
he had at that
BITCH
time.
word.
No, I don't
Okay.
believe at that time. No,
Did Mr. Denali call Shawn a racist when you were when you were on Mr. Denali's panel? Did Mr. Denali call Shawn a racist?
no, he did not.
Um, Big T, do you believe that a person has the authority to to disrespect someone just because they donate or support the
Objection.
page?
No, I do
Objection.
not.
Objection. You said
What's
no opinions. No opinions. The judge said no opinions, and you asked me what he
Thank
thinks.
I'll re-ask the question.
you.
In your opinion, Big T, does someone have the authority to disrespect someone just because they donate and support to the page?
I don't believe so.
Again, do you believe that Mr. Denali has the authority to use discretion in his own space?
Yes, I do.
Authority to use discretion in his own space.
Yes, I do.
No further questions. I'll bring up my next
All right.
witness.
Okay, great. Witness, you may step down. You may bring up your final witness.
My final witness is Mr. Denali. We also have some evidence to present before I have question Mr. Denali present our his testimony. Uh, Mr. Denali is going to bring that up on his screen, I believe. And Judge, these are the three videos that we have already presented in evidence to you before. Um, as well as a screenshot that was presented, as well as a video that has the mission statement.
Objection that wasn't submitted. And I have a screenshot and what Mr. Denali has. None of this stuff has been permitted to me except for 3 videos. All of the screenshots and everything that came after that, this is just being presented today. I know nothing about it. So the 3 videos that were permitted to you, Your Honor, I'm aware of that. But everything after that, I'm not aware of any of that. And I think it's a
Mr.
very
Denali sent Mr. Benny
Mr.
a script.
Denali has, Your Honor,
Can I
if I
speak?
may,
May I
yeah,
speak?
I'm not
Mr.
done.
Denali,
I am not done.
Mr.
you
Benny,
already
I've
made your
already
statement.
objection. So now, political Sharif, I'm gonna ask you to substantiate what he's saying, or
Yes, I will. Mr. Denali sent Mr. Benny 3 videos of the incident that happened that day. He also sent him a screenshot of
Not true.
what Shawn said to Mr. Denali
That's not true.
after the incident,
That's not true, Your
and
Honor.
the mission statement is public information.
Your Honor, none of that is true. Nothing else was sent to me besides the 3.
we will go in a recess, and I asked for the both councils to meet me in my quarters. This is what we're doing now. Court is in recess. You two are with me. So what was submitted?
3
Three
videos.
videos. Mr. Benny, how many
3. 3
Mr.
videos.
Benny,
Mr.
Mr.
Denali, what did you send to Mr.
Benny,
Benny
3
in his
videos.
inbox? You're
Mr.
muted.
On mute.
3 videos. The screenshot was not submitted.
Okay,
I
so
also
this
stated in my testimony when we presented evidence that day that everything that I'm saying today was stated in that original testimony when we presented
Objection, Your
evidence.
Honor. Objection, Your Honor.
okay. This listen, we are in recess, so we can just
Okay. Well,
so
Yes,
the
I
witness already
made
stated it wasn't
excuse
submitted.
me, please.
in
It's okay.
our disposition, I stated all the evidence that I had.
Hold on. But was the evidence submitted to Mr. Benny for his review?
The screenshot is the only thing that was not submitted.
Okay, so Mr. Benny, what did you receive? Was it just the 3 videos?
Yes, Your Honor. 3 videos.
Okay, so the 3 videos are the only thing we're going to review today in court.
The mission statement is public. It's the mission
Yes, the
statement.
mission statement is public.
It was not submitted as
What
evidence,
is
Mr.
and
Benny,
it
do you not know
cannot
the
be
mission
admitted.
statement?
I have not
The
seen it.
mission
It was
statement,
not
the mission
submitted as
statement is the rules of
evidence.
the page.
It
The
was
rules of
not
the page
submitted
are
as
public.
evidence.
Y'all too, y'all can't be doing that, okay? Because this is getting out of order and out of hand. Mr. Denali, when we get on your page, does your mission statement come up?
Yes. Not well, half of it comes up. The mission statement is on the page, but it doesn't come in when you enter into the room, but it's on the page.
So is your mission statement recited every time someone comes on your page or
No.
every day?
No.
Okay, so
Well, no.
the mission statement is also omitted. Just the 3 videos is what we're going to.
Has Sean read the mission statement before?
Objection, Your Honor. We're not admitting any evidence that's not already in the evidence.
So what we're gonna do is go back and we're only gonna review. How long are these videos?
They're like a minute. It's probably be a total of like 3.5 minutes.
Perfect. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back to court. Only the 3
Can,
videos to be reviewed.
can
Only.
I make on the record that Sean has read the mission statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
That
Assumptions
was a
and
question. That was literally a question. How
objection.
are you objecting to a
No,
question?
well, my client is, no,
That's
you
up to the
cannot.
judge's discretion.
No, you cannot enter
Okay.
anything for my
Mr.
client.
I didn't say
Denny.
enter. I said
Okay, defense and prosecution. At this time, it is so ordered. We're only reviewing 3 items, which are the 3 videos that were submitted and were able to be reviewed. Anything outside of that, including knowledge of mission statement, all of that should have been asked in during the case. You're welcome to ask your client or anyone about your client, Mr. Shawn, about the mission statement, his understanding, and if he can recite it, that's fine. I will allow that. For the sake of evidence, the mission statement is out. Okay, now
I
we're
don't know.
returning.
I wasn't aware that Mr. Shawn was being asked any questioning. The defense has, the plaintiffs have already rested their case.
Okay, yeah. So then, mission statement and all of that stuff is out. It's just out. All of that should have been established by now. Again, what should have been established is the violation of the 14th Amendment, which I didn't hit. The violation of 14th Amendment rights, the First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, stalking, discrimination, and prejudice. That is what we are here today to, and the jury is here today to judge on. Okay? So let's
Thank you,
be
Judge.
about what's happening today. I'm going to judge on it, but what I'm saying is that's what the jury is going to be hearing. Your case that was brought forth again one last time. Violation of the 14th Amendment right, First Amendment right, fourth, stalking, discrimination, and prejudice. And hopefully within your videos, they can also see or hear that, okay? So we're going to return to court at this time. We only are in recess so we can clarify what was going to be reviewed. We already know it. There should be no further questions. There should be an understanding. And we're now returning back to the courtroom.
Thank you.
Okay, the bailiff has just let us know that court is now back in session, and we are now about to hear evidence. Is this on the prosecution side or defense side?
The defense.
Okay, defense evidence. Mr. Denali, Excel, you have the recordings. You may play them.
All right then. Okay, so the person in the comments says it. Hang on. Everybody mute up for a second. Yes.
What are we listening to? What is this?
These are the three videos of the incident that happened on the day in question.
Okay.
Incident where?
Okay,
What?
this video is supposed to be what now? It's three different ones. What's the first one about? Do we know, Denali?
It's an interaction between myself, Miss Sill, and Shawn. All three videos are pertaining to that.
Okay, go ahead.
It's the people that were on the panel that day.
Okay, go ahead.
That's right. All right then. Okay, so the person in the comments says it. Hang on. Everybody mute up for a second. Ms. Sill, you had something?
Yeah, so I said I was going to stay quiet. Let
me explain something right now. I do not want Ms. Sill to be interrupted. I want her to say what she needs to say, and then if she's directed at a person, they can rebut. Do not interrupt her while she's speaking, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Sill.
So I said that I was going to stay on mute while if Shawn did come on this live, but I have to come off just to, again, reiterate my point that Shawn is very disingenuous. He's not even repeating the things that he said on BA's live this morning. You are a grown man. You know very well what comes out of your mouth, whether it can be considered offensive or not. Even when I was speaking on BA's live, the first thing out of your mouth was, y'all always looking for things to be racial. And I tried to calm it down. And I even said to you, excuse me, wait a minute. What do you mean, y'all? And I'm like, because, again, we keep trying to have these decent conversations in reference to the things that Black people experience. And the first thing out of your mouth is always something to try to a dispute, a debunk, a rebuttal. You never sit and listen to what is being said to you, but then your defense is, oh, look at my page. I have Black people on my page. Do you realize that's literally the first?
I did not say I had Black people on my page. I did not say I had Black people on my page.
Listen, Regardless of what you say, you're every time someone has said something to you about you being disingenuous and you give off a racial tone, you always say, go to my page, look at my page. So anybody that says so first of all, let's be clear. If somebody has said this to you more than once, I don't think it's everybody else. Clearly it's you. Again, anytime something is said, you come back with a rebuttal, but you never come back, you never sit and listen and say, oh yeah, I get that, I understand that. Even with this gentleman up here, who clearly he had a Hispanic accent. He said that he represents Hispanic people.
All right. A second.
Always say, go to my page, look at my page. So anybody that says, always say, go to my page, look at my page. So anybody that says so first of all, let's be clear. If somebody has said this to you more than once, I don't think it's everybody else. Clearly it's you. Again, anytime something is said, you come back with a rebuttal, but you never come back, you never sit and listen and say, oh yeah, I get that, I understand that. Even with this gentleman up here, who clearly he had a Hispanic accent. He said that he represents Hispanic people. He's an immigration attorney. You went to debunk everything this man was saying. You had nothing nice to say, and you came in on the ass end of the conversation, but you still had something mean to say to this man, and you wanted to debunk everything this man was saying. We had a positive conversation with this man and asked questions the whole time before you came up, and that's why everybody's in the comments saying that you were embarrassing, and even the man had to stop it and say this is disingenuous. So at this point, we all have listened to you on BA's Live. You may not want to repeat the things that you were saying on BA's Live, but you were very comfortable. You were very comfortable on BA's Live in the MAGA community, and you were very comfortable with spewing very racial things.
I'm comfortable right now. What do you want me to say?
Whether it was stereotypes,
I'm comfortable right now. What do you want me to say?
I don't think you raising your voice is not going to make anything any difference. Talking loud don't make you right, and talking loud does not scare me. Okay, so relax.
All right. So you want me to sit up here? I'm comfortable now.
One second. Okay,
this is where I started my lives. This is where I started.
Saying in BA's Live.
Okay,
about how the black people in basketball,
scared of heights and not. Are you done with it?
I'm not going to go back and forth with somebody who clearly, like I said, he's disingenuous, and whether he wants to admit it or not.
Okay.
Every time he tried to defend himself, he got cut off.
Miss, can we be quiet?
Good. I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
What the fuck did you just say to me?
That's what I fucking just said.
What the fuck did you just say?
That's what the fuck I just said. You heard what the fuck I said.
Get the fuck out of here, Shawn.
Well, then drop me, bitch.
See?
Boom! Now you're gone. You don't fucking come over here with that shit. You fucking show your colors every fucking time. Fucking block him. He's the first. Stop for 1 second. He's the first one to be banned from the most inclusive live. Ban Shawn now. Any producer in the room, ban him. Block him. Don't have him ever come back over here. You can go over there with BA if you like to, but you're not going to be over here disrespecting people. Ban him now. The first one ever to be banned from, well, actually Big Nick was too, but he's the second one, Mr. Shawn from Leesburg, Florida. Don't fucking play with me.
That's why you don't align yourselves with racists. He's a racist. That's why he's so okay.
I'm just happy that I was able to be the one to make him show his true colors. Because the only part he left out was
You think I'm a fucking joke?
Only part he left out was the black dude.
All right.
Thank you for that. I will now question my witness. How are you doing, Mr. Denali?
Doing great. How's everybody?
Great, 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 great.
Judge, you're looking fabulous today. Just wanted to say that.
She is. So, Mr. Denali, On the day of, I'm sorry, I'll start from the beginning. Mr. Denali, you pride yourself in having the most inclusive show, correct?
Correct.
All right. Does your show have a mission statement?
It does.
And who created that mission statement?
It was myself and another one of our producers, One Live Mike.
Okay. In that mission statement, does it state that your show is the most inclusive?
Correct.
Okay.
Objection
Does
to
it,
this line of questioning. Objection, Yana. You've already
One
ruled. You've
question.
already ruled that the mission statement was not submitted, and the
if
other
he,
things that were not. Objection. I'm speaking. They were not submitted. You ruled them out, and now she's going over what you ruled out. Objection.
No, the
um, Judge,
mission
I asked these same questions to Dr. Shea and he had no objection.
statement, and you did. So objection overruled. And mind you, the mission statement was supposed to be submitted as evidence. She's not submitting a mission statement at this time. She is questioning the witness about the mission statement to his knowledge. I believe it is his mission statement and have direct knowledge of the fact. So I will allow it. Objection overruled.
Thank you, Judge. Mr.
No.
Denali, do you believe that you have the authority to use discretion in your own space?
Yes.
Mr. Denali, who does the final decision on this show lie with?
Me. Myself.
Mr. Denali, can you explain why you created your TikTok panel and what was the purpose?
Yeah, I created because I thought that, I had something to say. I wanted to be a very inclusive, not exclusive space for people to come and share their thoughts, their opinions, and things like that. I always pride myself that we want to normalize healthy debate. We want to make sure we're respecting each other's experiences. And one of the hallmark things that we try very hard not to allow insults, because I think when you insult, you lose the argument and you really can't move the ball forward because people don't hear anything after the insult.
Okay. Mr. Denali, would you say that your panel is open to people from all races,
Yes.
social and political backgrounds?
Yes, social and political. Like we say, we're not Republicans versus Democrats. We're Republicans and Democrats. So we have socialists, neocons, libertarians, all political and ethnic ilk.
Mr. Denali, have you ever had to remove someone from your panel before for violating your rules?
Yes, unfortunately, Big Nick of the South, and of course, Shawn.
Mr. Denali, can you explain the rule that led to Shawn being banned?
Yeah, we want to have respectful dialogue so that people, as I think someone else has said, feel safe to come and don't fear that they're going to be badgered or victim shamed or shamed just for their opinions and their beliefs. This is a space for opinion. We try very hard to make sure we don't have that we do have facts, and if someone is sharing their opinion, that they say it's their opinion. But I don't want people to be attacked for their opinions.
Have you ever made an exception to this rule based on someone's race, identity, or personal relationship to them?
Made an exception to being banned.
Yes.
No, I mean, listen, like I said, it's only been two people. I never thought I was going to have to ban people, but unfortunately, there were two incidents where I felt the need to ban. It's not a collective; it's my decision and it's my discretion.
Mr. Denali, how did you feel when Sean insulted you and called you a bitch?
Yeah, I don't curse people out generally. Has it happened? Yes, I'm human. I don't believe anybody has ever called me the B word before. That's the first time it's happened on the platform, and it was just I think completely and utterly out of line. I don't think I deserved it at all, and it was just bad form in my opinion. And I took necessary action to make sure that that kind of thing was not going to happen to me again.
Mr. Denali, does a person have the authority to disrespect someone just because they donate and support? Well, in your opinion, I'm
No,
sorry. Do they have the authority to disrespect someone just because they donate and support this page?
no, the show's not for sale. If you're supporting so you can do what you want to do, might not be the show for you. Support the show because you support the show in the ideals and the mission statement of normalizing healthy debate, as well as respecting each other's experiences, even if they're not our own. But if you're thinking you're going to get some kind of special treatment because you support, this might not be the show for you. I have been offered hundreds and at one time $1,000 to drop people off the platform, and I've said no because I want people to have a voice to say what they want to say, as long as we don't do hate speech, misinformation, or insult.
Um, Mr. Denali, is it mandatory that people donate to you or come to your
If you could repeat.
Mr. Denali, is it mandatory that when people come on your panel or on your page that they donate to you?
No, no obligation whatsoever.
Mr. Denali, Shawn is claiming that his ban was based on race and prejudice. Can you clarify whether race played any role in your decision to ban him?
No, no, no. Race doesn't play a role at all. As a matter of fact, it's been a black gentleman and a white gentleman have been banned from the show.
So, Mr. Denali, you would acknowledge that you have the other person that you banned was from a different racial background um, from Shawn.
Correct.
Do you believe that enforcing neutral rules, regardless of race, creates a more inclusive space or less inclusive
More
space?
inclusive. Inclusive.
Would allowing Shine to violate the rules without consequences be an example of, without banning others for such behavior, be an example of favoritism?
Listen, I think that you know, it would be a form of favoritism. It was, the whole thing with Sean. It was I guess it was building, building, building. He had been given many chances. It was a time when Sean would come on the show and he would take homework that we would give him and he'd come back and do his research and come back and maybe agree, maybe not agree. But it seemed as it was continuing to grow, it was less of that and more of the disruptions and things like that. And it's just like, well, what are we doing? We created things to teach people and things like that. And I think that was having less of an effect on Sean than it was at the beginning of his.
Objection. Opinion. Characterizing my client by his opinion. Objection.
Objection sustained. You may ask another question.
So, Mr. Denali, you was would you say that Sean has made violations in the past that he was warned about before this incident?
Yes.
So after banning Sean, did you ever contact him?
No. As a matter of fact, a couple days later, he sent me a message about he wanted his $2.69 for a subscription back. And I was like, please, come on, what are we doing?
Was there any reason you would have needed to interact with Sean after him being banned?
No. I mean, maybe if I saw him on another panel or something to that effect, but we have not had any contact.
Okay, and you stated, to your knowledge, who reached out first after Sean was banned?
Sean did. He sent me a message on my other page, XL, and asked for how would he get his $2.69 back. It was very pleasant.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection. Asked, answered, and repeated. Same thing.
I thought it was strange that he was asking for that money back.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection
Thank
sustained.
you.
That's another question.
How did Mr. Denali, how did you respond when Shawn messaged you about removing him from the subscriber list?
I ignored it because I felt it was a feeble attempt to get me to interact with him, and I wasn't going to do it.
Okay, Mr. Denali, months after being banned, many Shawn got together with many people to organize a petition for his return. Do you believe
Objection. Evidence on organizing. Objection. Show me evidence that Shawn organized a petition.
I'll restate the question.
Okay, you may restate the question. Objection sustained.
Mr. Denali, so months after being banned, there was a petition that was organized by people that know Shawn for his
Objection.
return.
Objection.
What's the objection?
The inference on people that know Shawn is an assumption. It's not a fact.
That's a fact.
Objection.
Objection over.
Foundation and evidence.
Objection overruled. You may continue.
Mr. Denali, months after being banned, a petition was organized by people that know Shawn on this panel. Do you
You
believe that a
believe that?
petition, I'm sorry, I got to echo. Do you believe that a petition should override your right to enforce your own rules?
No.
Mr. Denali, some people claim that banning someone contradicts the idea of inclusivity. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, we're inclusive, but we also have stated many, many times that we want to respect each other's experiences. We want to normalize healthy debate. And in my opinion, insulting does not normalize healthy debate. It actually is against healthy debate because when you insult, people don't hear anything after the insult. We can speak on the policy, we can have disagreements on the policy, but the insults are something that really I try very, very hard not to allow happen. And especially insulting me, the host. Calling me a bitch was a bridge just way too far. It has not happened before. People have called me names, but that particular name right there is something that I just can't allow. For me,
Mr. Denali, would you say that in your own space, setting boundaries and enforcing rules is necessary to maintain a safe and inclusive space?
absolutely, because I mean, without that, we have anarchy, and everybody's just doing whatever. So there has to be some guardrails to ensure that people feel safe in coming to the show and voicing their opinion, where they're not going to be attacked for their opinion or attacked for their pain that they may be sharing with us or their celebration. We want to make sure it's a safe space for people to enjoy themselves.
So, Mr. Denali, would you say allowing people to insult you and make you feel how Sean made you feel when he called you the bitch word
Objection.
without
Asked and answered. He's already answered this question.
Political charade or
Mr.
dictation.
Mr. Benny has not heard my entire question to understand what question I am asking. So
You're asking how he
could you
feel
allow
about
me to
the
say
insult.
my entire question before you interject?
Your Honor, she's asked him how you feel about the insult. He's fully explained how he feel about what was said to him, and she's back to asking him again the same question.
Would Mr. Benny like to ask my question since he knows all of them?
Objection sustained. You did ask this question already. Can you
I didn't
please
even
ask?
finish my question.
Go
Now
ahead.
she's gonna argue with you.
Hey, Mr. Benny, you do not have the floor, and please do not take her time. You may proceed forward with the question reworded.
Mr. Denali, would you state that allowing someone to call you the bitch word without consequences be okay in your space?
No, especially someone who had been with me from the beginning. I never ever expected Shawn to do something like that. he may interrupt and he may have his own opinions about race and things like that. But to call me Mr. Denali XXL, the BITCH word, like I said, I think it was a bridge too far. And I can't allow those type of things to happen, especially from family members. If it's a drive-by, somebody who's just coming through and maybe we won't ever see them again, completely different than a family member doing that to me.
Mr. Denali, would you believe that it is important to uphold the rules even if you receive backlash from it?
Yes, I mean that's what a leader does. I take the arrows at the front of the door to protect the family. I have to make sure that the integrity of the show is going forward, and I'm not going to let anybody, because as they said, no one is bigger than the show. No one, not even myself, as I was muted on my own show for 10 minutes, and they didn't notice for 8 of the 10. And it taught me that no one is bigger than the show, and I have to protect it. I value it, so I protect it.
And Mr. Denali, if you had allowed Shawn to stay after he had violated the rules, what message would that have sent to others who follow the rules?
It would have sent a message that it's okay to do that. It's okay to do that to me. The guy who's up there who had made the sacrifices for the show from the beginning. I've made many sacrifices for this platform, and like I said, I value it. I'm going to protect it with every fiber in my being.
And Mr.
And Mr.
Denali,
Denali.
looking back on this situation, do you stand by your decision to ban Shawn?
Absolutely 100%, 10 toes down on it. And that's just what it is. I don't make any apologies for it because I felt it was completely out of line what happened. And that's it. So yes, I stand on it.
Thank you, Mr. Denali. I'll let Mr. Benny cross-examine this witness.
All right, great.
Okay, thank you for that. You may now talk to the witness.
Good evening, Mr. Denali. We're gonna jump right into this here
Let's
because
go.
you said a lot.
I
You said
said a lot of
said
truth.
you
I said
get.
a lot of truth.
Excuse me, sir. There's no
I was just
questions
saying
on
I
the
said a lot
floor.
of truth.
There's no questions on the floor. Could you ask
You made a
Judge?
statement. I was just rebutting your
Your
statement. I
Honor,
said a lot of truth.
you talk to the witness, Your Honor.
Order. Witness.
Yes.
Wait until you are addressed
My apologies. Okay.
and answer the question.
Yes.
Permission to address the witness.
I
Yes.
am speaking. I've asked you plenty of times, do not speak over me or interrupt me. You may now proceed forward.
Permission to treat the witness hostile, Your Honor. He's been warned several times, once by you. Here we are again with him
Not
doing
warned
it
the
again.
witness. I have warned you, Mr.
No,
Denali.
you've also held the witness
I
in
want you
contempt of
to
court.
proceed forward with your examination of the witness for the sake of my time, your time, the courtroom's time, and especially the juror's time. Proceed forward with your question.
Let's go forward. Mr. Denali, you said that you yourself have made statements on this page. Am I correct?
Statements? What do you mean by statements? I speak every day. I speak every day, 6 days a week.
You
sir.
yourself, let's make it specific and clear. You yourself have insulted individuals on this page. Am I correct?
No, I don't insult people. I talk on facts, sir.
Have you insulted me on this page, or should I pull up the tapes for you to go back and pull them up for the courts? Have you insulted anyone on this page, sir? You just said I made a couple mistakes here and there, but not that much. So what is the here and there you're
Objection,
talking about?
Objection. This
What are
witness
you
is not
talking about? You made
hostile.
a statement that you yourself have messed
Mr.
up.
Benny is badgering the
On
witness.
the floor. I will caution you to move forward with caution, given the instructions and counsel I have given both of you, especially when I'm speaking or if there is an objection on the floor. Do not continue. Leave your personal vendettas out of this. This witness is not being questioned about you and him. This is about him and Shawn and his platform. So your objection is sustained. You may ask another question.
Okay, your statement was group of people. These are your words. Group of people on my page. What have you witnessed? Have you witnessed differences on your page?
I don't understand the question.
Have you witnessed differences on your page?
Differences? You mean political differences? Yeah, absolutely.
No,
Political
I
differences.
said differences. I didn't say political. I didn't say otherwise. I said differences.
You have to give me an example what you mean by differences. People have differences all the time. When you have people coming from
Well,
all over the
have
world,
you witnessed any differences on your page?
yes, political.
Now, as a result of those differences, has my client been a part of them?
Yes.
Have you ever, you made a statement in reference to money, $1,000. Have you ever dropped anyone from your page for money?
Yes, one time we tried it out.
No, that's all I asked you, sir.
Well, I'm
I
going to
just
explain
asked
that
you,
I tried
sir,
it out
sir,
one time
sir,
with
excuse me,
Duke, and then
sir,
I
Your Honor.
did not
Your
allow
Honor,
it
this
anymore.
witness is just
Already
unruly. I just asked
Objection.
a simple question.
Okay, what is your objection?
What is the
I
relevance?
asked, the witness made us.
The question has already been asked. The answer has already been given. Objection overruled. Mr. Benny, you may continue.
Okay, let's talk about the day in question that brought us all here. Where my client was called a racist. Have you ever heard anyone else on your page call someone else a racist?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever yourself clarified to many people that Mr. Shawn is many things, but he's not a racist?
Yeah, I think that Shawn can be racially insensitive.
Okay, but you've clarified that he's not a racist. Am I correct?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think that he's racially insensitive.
So, okay, I'll go with that. Racially insensitive. So, at the time when Big T and Miss Seal brought that to you, did you inform them of that?
Did I inform them of that? We had a conversation about it. They told me he talked about neck bones for black people, and they were scared of
That's
heights.
not what I asked you, sir. I asked you, did you inform them of what you just said?
Listen, I think it's something that happened before, but I don't know if it
That's
happened
not
that
what I
day.
asked you, sir. In that conversation, did you, sir, inform them at that time?
No, I'm saying it happened before, but in that day, I don't remember having that conversation because it was more that particular day was a very heated day. They were
All right.
very upset coming from BA's live because they felt that they met BA on my show and they went over there to support him, and they told me they felt that that was wrong for him to allow those type of words and statements on that page.
So let's talk about that day. When they came in
Mhm.
and informed you of something that you didn't know anything about, you weren't on the page.
No, it was not.
So they brought it to you. And before, without going all over it, before you could get a hand on it, you allowed Ms. Seal in 3 tapes to address my client. Is that correct?
When you say 3 tapes, what do you mean?
The 3 videos that we heard was Ms. Seal, who said she didn't want to come up and speak, but then began to address my client of what he was, what he did, and how she felt. Am I correct?
Yeah, they were talking about it, and he was
No,
saying,
excuse me. Did you not tell everyone to go on mute? You do not want her interrupted
Objection. Can
and
he
allow
asked
her
the
to speak?
question before the defendant before he can answer?
Clarification. Because
He
Mr. Denali,
interrupted him without
he
answering the
gave he
question.
gave testimony that he did, or by the tapes, from what I heard, he did not want Ms. Seal interrupted.
Objection sustained.
So, did you allow Ms. Seal the stage in those 3 tests? Tape the stage in those 3 tapes and allow her to speak.
Was that the same question you just asked?
No, it's not the same question because the purpose of the question is the
I
tape.
asked you, was that
All
the
right, Your
same
Honor,
question?
can we play the tape then? Can
Let
we
me
play
say,
it?
let me just say this to you again, Mr. Denny. When someone objects, you do not continue. What tape do you want to play, Mr. Denny?
I would like to play the tape of Ms. Sill and when Mr. Denali asked everyone to be quiet and allow Ms. Sill to speak, that he does not want her interrupted.
Objection. Relevance. Why do we need to replay that? What's the
Because
purpose?
of what? Because he cleared the stage and allowed Ms. Sill to address my client directly.
Okay,
That's
so
what you do
that
on
is,
panels.
we heard that part. So what, what's your point?
My point is, I asked them about the stage that was set and how it was set, and she objected. And we're here.
Objection overruled. You may continue.
Mr. Denali.
I objected to him showing the tape again.
Now, she's not allowed to do that.
Objection overruled about the question. Objection sustained about the video. We heard it. We know it. You may continue.
Okay, thank you, Your
Go ahead.
Honor. So, as entered into evidence, Mr. Denali, you were brought a conversation by two individuals of which you weren't a part on your page, and I ask you again, was Shawn present when those two individuals brought you this conversation? Was Shawn there to defend himself?
Well, if my memory serves me correctly, Big T was there. Shawn was not there, and then he came in on the conversation that they were talking about what happened on the other show.
Okay, thank you for that honest testimony. So my client wasn't present while being talked about.
Well, initially no, but in the middle, yes, or maybe.
Okay, so he wasn't there for the full conversation. There was conversation prior to him coming.
Well, it was a reoccurring theme about the neck bones, about black people.
There was a prior
And that black people
conversation.
didn't like to know how to swim.
Okay, all right. Let me
Okay,
ask you this question:
witness
was there a
and
prior conversation?
prosecution, please don't speak over each other. Witness, again, you are to answer questions, not debate the prosecution.
I thought I was answering. I'm sorry.
Not when he's asking it. Please allow the prosecution to ask the question, and then you may answer.
Is he allowed to interrupt my answer?
Your counsel will handle that.
Okay.
Your
I've
counsel is
stated that multiple times about him interjecting and allowing the witness to answer the question fully.
Mr. Benny, you may proceed.
Okay, Mr. Denali,
Yes.
did you inform the individuals who brought you this information that they were incorrect in their assumption about my client?
Yeah. Well, I think inside that conversation, they didn't call him a racist. They were saying he was saying some
That's
racist.
not what I asked you, sir. That's not what I asked you. I asked you, did you inform them that they were wrong about their assumptions?
What was the assumption?
That he's a racist. I believe our testimony here that's been made in front of you and on your page, Ms. Sill has made it very clear. She believes Shawn, Miss Caroline, B.A.,
Objection.
and me
I don't know
are
if Mr.
racist.
Benny. I don't know if Mr. Benny heard
He
the
gave
videos,
this
but I don't recall
testimony.
that in the video.
Objection sustained. You may ask another question.
Were you present when Ms. Sill took the stand?
Was I present?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Sill call Miss Caroline, B.A., and my client a racist?
Objection. We
He
Objection
testified
overruled.
to it.
Objection overruled. He's asking about a fact. Witness,
What's the
please.
question? He asked a lot of questions. I'm trying to figure out which one he wanted me to answer.
This is. Did you hear or have you ever heard Miss Seal call my client, Miss Carolyn or BA, a racist on your page?
On that day?
Your Honor, may I? You want to step in?
I do not. Witness, I do not. Witness, please answer the question. Or Mr. Benny, he asked you a specific clarifying question. Are you referring to that day?
He's not allowed to ask me a question. He has to answer
objection.
my
Mr. Benny is
question.
Objection.
Judge. Mr. Benny is stating things that are off the record. He's
I asked
referring.
him a specific question,
Judge,
and
can I
he
finish
did
my
not get
statement?
it. Your
Mr.
Honor,
Benny is not
what
stating
game is going
anything
on here?
pertaining to Mr. Benny is
Order.
not.
Order. Both of you approach the bench, please.
Yes.
Mr.
Mr.
Benny.
Mr.
You
Benny is asking about something that is off the record. If he wants me to bring up that, if he wants Mr. Denali to bring up the incident that happened,
one moment. You have to be specific with your questions.
I
Mr.
was.
Benny, Kim, you asked the defense, has he heard or ever heard? He came back and asked you that day. Are you talking about that day? That is a valid question. So the defense will not do any type of perjury. He needs to know specifically what you're talking about so he can speak to that. So I will allow her objection, political lead Cherie. What did you want to say now?
I was only stating that Mr. Benny is referring to off the record conversations that happened after Miss Seal testified. They are not permissible in court because that conversation was stated before that it was off the record. So anything in that period of time he cannot bring to this case.
So I will ask the jury to omit, and you are correct. So you two may now take your rightful position. I will ask the jury to strike and omit what you just heard, the last line of questioning.
In reference to what, Your Honor? These are testimonies that were made on stand.
That was not anything that we have heard. I was
He,
there for that off
It was
record.
perfect testimony, Your Honor.
it was testimony, Your Honor.
It
It
was
was
not.
Perfect
testimony.
testimony.
It
Yes,
was
it
It
part
was.
was
of
It
the
was
not.
perfect
testimony.
It was
testimony.
not part of the testimony. Do
At
we?
this time, moving forward, Mr. Benny, please ask another question.
All right, let me ask this question. Mr. Denali, are you a liar? Have you ever lied?
In my life?
Have you ever lied?
In my life?
Have you ever lied? Ever?
In my life?
It's a yes or
Yeah.
no question, witness.
Yes, I have lied.
So you too, sir, then are a liar then. Am I correct by your testimony?
I guess if you're going to say one
All
lie
right,
makes you a
so
liar, I
let's
mean, I
move
don't
to the
know. I
next
say,
question.
have I ever lied in my life? Yes.
Next question, sir.
I'm saying in my life, I have lied.
You've answered that question already. You're a liar. Now let's move to the next question. Have you on your page heard individuals, both black and white, have the racial conversation?
Have I heard black and white people have a racial conversation? Yes.
Yes. The black, you racist. Black people don't understand this. Have you had this conversation on your page?
There have been racial conversations between everybody on the page, which includes all ethnicities.
Okay, so you're not strange to it. But you took a position with my client as a result of a personal comment. Am I correct?
What position on what?
You excluded him from your page. You violated his rights and took him because you stated you did not agree with the personal comment that he made towards you. Am I correct?
Yeah, well, yeah, I thought it was completely disrespectful, and we don't
All right, well, let's talk
allow
about that.
any insults to happen on the page, and he violated that.
Is there anyone else that you can think of that's made personal comments directly to you?
Not the bitch word. I think that's in another
That's
category.
not what I asked you, sir. Have you had other people directly insult you?
Directly insult me by calling me a bitch that your client
That's
did?
not what I asked you, sir. And your honor, I wish you would admonish the witness to stay on track and to answer the question because
Objection.
he's
Mr.
taking up your
Denali is
time.
Mr.
He's
Benny
taking
is
up your time,
badgering the
not me.
question. He is
Objection over.
badgering the witness.
Objection overruled. It is a question that is simple, that the witness will indeed have knowledge of, because this is his show, and the witness, you are now instructed to answer the question.
Okay.
Answer the question.
Oh, I mean, he got to repeat it because he asked a lot of questions.
Your honor, I really am. Well, I'll go to the question again. See, these, first and foremost, the dramatics that's happening with the camera on, I like the camera to go off. The dramatics is too much. He's doing too much here, Your Honor, and he's disrespecting the court.
Objection. Mr.
He's
Denali has
not
had his camera
respecting the
on the
court, Your Honor.
entire time.
He's not
And
respecting the court. This
Mr.
is
Benny
not a
has had
game.
no problem for the
Your
last
Honor,
2 hours, but now
could
he
you
has a
please
problem.
stop?
Objection overruled. Mr. Denali,
Yes.
you are not to leave your camera. I'm not sure what you're doing. I'm not sure if you're texting. I'm not sure.
I don't have anything in my hands.
I'm not sure what's going on. You either turn off your camera or remain on camera at all times while you are being examined, sir. The choice is yours.
Okay.
Mr. Benny, you may proceed.
Now, may you ask the question, please, sir?
What's your question? Because you ask a lot.
Please restate your question.
Okay, Mr. Denali.
Yes.
The last thing stated was, you said, yes, you've lied, and you're a liar too. Now, I'm
a liar too. You said.
Asked you about my client, sir. Now I ask you about my client. And I ask you about participation on your page. Has he been a participant on your page for quite some time?
Has he been a participant? What? What's that word?
Participant
yes,
on your page for quite some time.
Well, not for the last 6 months, but the first 6 months or so, yes.
Okay, why has he not been there?
He called me the bitch word.
Okay, because of the personal attack on you, I'm correct?
Yeah, no one else has done that, and he was the first one to do it.
Okay, so I've never personally attacked you?
You never called me the bitch word.
That's not what I asked you.
Well, what do you mean?
Have I ever personally attacked you?
Yeah, you said that I paid $1,000 to have sex with men.
Was I blocked?
No, I explained why you were not blocked.
What? Well, Dr. Shea has testified that she herself called you in the text of very large letters, the bitch words. Was she blocked?
Well, I've never seen that. So no one has ever said it to me.
So you're telling me on this exclusive page with one of your hosts, one of the individuals that helped build this page with you, put something in the comment, and your testimony today is on that day you didn't see it.
Well, I don't see all the comments. That's been a running joke on the show.
That's not my question. With the situation, is it your testimony? You just simply didn't see it.
I never have seen anyone call me a bitch or has anybody said to me that.
I can move on. I'll move on then, sir. My next question to you: has anybody else that worked for you been insulted while working for you?
Has anyone has worked for me been insulted
while working with you?
I guess people have been insulted. I mean, I'm trying to think of something specific.
No, I just want to know if, in your opinion,
I'm sure it's happened, sir. I mean, yeah, I'm sure it's happened.
Has any of those people been blocked for insulting the people who work for you?
Have any of the people? Yes.
Okay, the one person we know of which is Nick, okay. But that was personal too, because he personally attacked you as well. Am I correct?
Objection. Mr. Benny is making speculation.
He's already stated that Nick was blocked. He's already made that statement.
Yeah.
Objection overruled.
So Nick got out of line, broke a rule, and personally attacked you, and he got blocked. Am I correct?
He wasn't blocked for personally attacking me.
Well, he got blocked for what he did or said. Am I correct?
He wasn't towards me though.
He got blocked for what he did or said. Am I correct?
Not to me though.
Whatever it was, he got blocked for what he did or said.
No question, witness. Please answer the question.
He got blocked, but not for what he did to me.
That's not what I asked you, sir. I asked you, did he get blocked for what he did or what he said?
To me?
No, Your Honor. Maybe you want to ask him the question because he seems to not. I asked you a simple question,
yes.
sir.
I think it's
Did he
yes.
get blocked for
yes,
what he did or said?
He got blocked.
Your Honor, this witness is really being hostile. He's not answering.
Mr. Benny is being just as hostile.
I'm speaking
Not
to
more.
the
Mr.
judge.
Benny, I have some questions. You want to take a break?
Go ahead, BA. If I may, I'm going to step down, Your Honor.
How long is this cross? I'm confused here.
Let's go.
Yeah, how long is this cross examination? Mr. Benny has been asking Mr. Denali questions for a whole hour, and then now we have his co-counsel. We have his co-counsel interjecting.
I have the right to be a question witness.
Mr. Benny has been badgering.
Somebody's life.
I'm not going to badger the witness, ma'am. I just thought.
Order. We're not going to do that. Not at all. Mr. Benny.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your co-counsel.
I'm going to refer to my co-counsel, Honor, bring the temperature down, and I'm just going mute, Your Honor.
2 minutes. I'll give you 3 minutes.
I just have some simple questions. How you doing, Mr. Denali?
I'm doing great.
I noticed it got a little heated, so I figured I might just take over a couple of questions here I have for you. You are familiar with the day in questioning with Mrs. Seal regarding what she brought over from my platform to this platform, and in the conversation that proceeded after that with you allowing her to speak and telling Shawn to stay on mute until she was finished. Would that be correct?
I am aware of that day.
Okay, so is it common practice for you to allow people on the platform to be so aggressively attacked and just not being able to respond?
Is it what, sir? You can repeat that. I'm sorry.
Is it common practice for you to allow people to attack someone's character the way Miss Seal was to Shawn and not be able to respond?
We try to allow, if we're going to have a one-on-one debate, let someone speak, and then they'll have the opportunity to rebut. We try not to have sentences touch each other. That's why sometimes it's necessary to, hey, go on mute, let someone say something uninterrupted, and then you'll get the opportunity to speak.
Great. Now, someone debating a certain subject, it's not one's character. So in that specific day, she was referring to Shawn's character, implying that he was a racist and attacking him kind of viciously, I would say. So that's what I'm asking you, sir. Is that common on your platform?
Objection. I'm trying to figure out what the relevance is here, Mr.
The relevance is the way Shawn responded, ma'am.
BA is stating that Shawn didn't have the ability to respond, but Shawn is clearly on the videos responding.
Objection overruled. You may continue.
Sir, can you answer the question, please?
Can you repeat it?
Is it common knowledge for you to allow this type of bashing of one of your family members in such an aggressive manner and with racial contents and not let someone respond?
Yeah, I don't think that she was bashing him. She was speaking to what he was saying on the other show. about the neck bones not being able to fly because you're black and all those kind of things. She was speaking to that.
Yeah, of course. Well, you know, it's been for the record stated that calling somebody a racist from several different witnesses, it's as bad as calling someone the N word, or several witnesses that came up here and
Objection.
stated
That
that,
is
ma'am,
irrelevance. That's an
it's
opinion.
no, it's
Sustain.
not. It's fact. It's fact, ma'am, because the witnesses testified against it.
Objection sustained, and the time for redirect. Well, the time for co-counsel to examine the witness is now over.
Are you serious?
I can go a little more.
Okay,
I'm ready. Let's
let's.
go. Mr. Denali's ready to go.
Mr. Denali, be
You
quiet,
making
please.
statements, Your Honor. What is this? Like, what is this?
Okay,
Kangaroo
thank
court?
you, Your Honor. Thank
Excuse
you.
me.
I
I have
appreciate your
a
time.
Like, he's already been held in contempt, and he's still making statements which someone would check the witness. He's just out of order.
he was stating that he would allow or doesn't mind your co-counsel continuing.
Right.
So I think he was doing
You
that
don't make
in
the
favor
comments. Why is
I
this?
think that we've been here
I
long
wish
enough
you
with
didn't be
Mr.
patrolling
Benny
in
has
court.
questioned.
That's
Mr.
what I
Benny
think.
has
I
questioned
think
Mr. Denali.
it's
His
starting to feel like
co-counsel
you're
has
paupering
questioned him.
people.
We've been here for an
Like, this
hour,
is crazy. You're just letting
order,
the witness
and they've
order.
only asked the continuous the same questions.
Where's
I
my
have one more question, if that's allowed, and
order?
then I'm done.
Order.
Let's go. Because I don't like Mr. Benny anyway. So come on,
Be,
man.
Order.
Let's go.
Denali, shut
Order.
the hell up.
Here's the
BA
thing.
BA
you
had a
don't like
time
him
limit,
either,
and
sir. And the
that
judge
time
has
limit has
nothing to say
expired.
about the comment out of his mouth about who he likes.
Order.
You don't have
Order.
anything to say, Your Honor?
This is why we should not continue, because you all cannot hold yourself to the level of decorum that is required and demanded in this courtroom.
That's probably because the court's
I
not
think
respected.
I've held
Order.
myself in
Not
contempt.
respected.
This is it. This is it.
Yeah, you can mute people too, Miss Candy.
Mr. Mr.
Mr.
Benny and
Bennett,
his co-counsel are very hostile. They need to be held in
no
contempt.
reason for the
Ma'am, I haven't said anything disrespectful. How would I be held in contempt?
maybe that's it. Okay, that's it. Here's what we're gonna do, Mr. Benny. You're done examining this witness.
Yes, I'm pretty much
Great. That's
one.
all I needed to know. That's all I need.
Your
Can I
Honor.
get a chance to
You just
redirect?
asked
Mr. Benny just
me.
keeps talking.
You just asked me.
Okay, you may redirect. It's now time to
This is
redirect.
weird. This is so
Thank
weird.
you. Thank you,
I never
Judge.
got to deal with this shit.
Me,
It's weird.
Mr. Benny.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not on mute.
Oh yeah, you're not on mute. I think it was intentional. If I was a real judge, I would have threw you out. Because now you disrespecting me, my judgment, and the court.
Some of that would have been given to each and
I
every.
wish you
Barely
would
here.
stop
Barely is the
interrupting
comment.
and interjecting
Barely, Your Honor. You have not been fair, Your Honor. And I can say that.
Benny, just keep it for the closing statement.
Okay,
That's all.
so you now, co-counsel, will continue with this case.
Judge, Your Honor.
Contempt, he is now out, but I will continue the case. It is now time to redirect.
Yes,
Politically sure.
Judge. Thank you. Mr. Denali,
Yes.
when you agreed to testify, did you ag- did you swear an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Have you lied on this stand today?
No.
We just want to be clear about that. Mr. Denali, during the three videos that was presented before your testimony here today, do you recall Miss Seal calling Shawn a racist?
No.
Mr. Denali, is Miss Seal on trial here?
No.
Okay. Mr. Denali, um, in your testimony, Mr. Benny stated something about what was said in the comment section of your show. Do you always look at the comment section of your show?
No, I don't. It's a running joke that I don't always see comments.
Okay. And let's just make some things clear here, Mr. Denali. Was race a factor in your decision to ban Shawn, or was it solely based on the violation of your panel's rules?
Objection, Your Honor.
What is
It's
your
already been
objection?
it's already been stated. It
These are
was a
redirecting
factor.
questions. These are redirection.
It's still an objection. It's already been stated several times by almost every witness.
That's what
Race did
redirect is.
have
I'm sorry that BA
race
doesn't know
did
what a
play,
redirect is. He
ma'am.
probably
Ma'am,
should have studied what
you don't have to be
Sustained.
how that
disrespectful,
works.
ma'am.
Another
You don't have to be
question.
disrespectful.
Objection sustained. You may ask your witness another question.
Mr. Denali, in your opinion, why was Shawn banned?
For the disrespectful behavior, especially towards me, calling me the bitch, that had never happened before to me. And I thought it was, like I said, a bridge too far, and he should not have done it.
Mr. Denali, would you have banned anyone else, regardless of their race, if they had used the same insulting language?
Yeah, especially if it was a family member. Maybe somebody was just coming through as a drive-by, not here all the time. But I just was very offended by someone who was here all the time, who I considered a brother. I called a brother to call me a bitch.
Mr. Denali, after banning Shawn, did you contact him in any way or attempt to interfere in his activity on TikTok?
No.
Mr. Denali, Shawn accused you of stalking, but wasn't it actually Shawn who reached out to you after the ban and later, and was there a petition to reinstate him afterwards?
Yes, he did reach out to me asking me for $2.69 back, and yes, there was a petition to try to reinstate him.
Mr.
Just to be
Denali,
clear,
as a
Your Honor,
content
I'm not
creator,
allowed to
I can hear
object during her
objection.
reverse. No, I'm just you made the statement that I'm not allowed to object during
That was not
your
my statement. I was
that
saying
was
that
exactly
I
your
had
statement. You
redirecting
asked,
questions.
It's not
ma'am,
illegal
I'm
if
asking the judge
If he doesn't have an objection, he's interfering with my time.
exactly. If you are not objecting, then why are you speaking?
because I wasn't clear on the last objection.
You know
She
you can.
interrupted it. No, she told
You
me I couldn't. She actually told
okay?
me to go look it up.
We're not doing that.
Simply asking
Proceed forward with
to change.
questioning.
That's fine.
I will say
I
this
was asking a simple question.
prosecution, your behavior today in court, all of y'all behavior today in court,
I haven't said one thing in court. What do you mean my behavior?
your behavior as well as everyone else's, your main counsel, the defense, the witnesses, is so out of order today.
With all due
For the
respect, Your Honor, I haven't said two words this whole
you
time.
should not be talking to me. I am talking to you. The remainder of this time, have some sort of decorum and professionalism, because it doesn't look good that you are the prosecution behaving this way, nor the defense behaving this way. I only ask of you order and decorum and respect for the courtroom, the jurors, and everyone else that is witnessing this case. Do that, please. Politically Cherie, the defense, I'll give you 1 more minute to
Thank
go
you.
ahead and ask your final question.
Thank you. I have two questions. It should be very short. Mr. Denali, as a content creator, do you have the right to decide who participates in your space and who enforces the rules that you set?
Absolutely.
Mr. Denali, looking back at the situation, do you stand by your decision to ban Shine and why?
I stand by my decision because, like I said, I would never expected a family member to call me that horrible word. And listen, at the same time as me running the show, my name is on the banner. I have to decide what is in the best interest of the show. And disrespectful behavior from a family member or anybody else, especially towards a host, is something I just can't stand for.
Judge, we rest our case.
Both the prosecution and defense have now rested their cases. The attorneys will now present their final arguments. Prosecution, you may begin.
Yeah. I would like to start off by saying, first of
BA,
all,
I got this.
Judge,
BA,
only
I got
one
this.
lawyer can present the
I got
closing
this.
argument.
BA. I got this. BA. All right.
is she the judge?
I would like to begin by saying that fairness is important. And when you're running a business and people are patriots of that business or individuals that help you during that and build that they should be given some respect. Shawn has been there from the beginning. Ms. Seal T ran to him and told him about what took place on somebody else's page. He had the power to stop that conversation. But for content and his own personal reason, he allowed it to continue. He has set my client up there as a target who came up after the conversation started. The conversation of which he didn't interject and stop. He didn't correct them. He let my client come up on the page, brought him up there, and as you heard on 3 tapes, go on mute and don't say nothing. And each time that he tried to defend himself, it was the defendant hand on the button, muting him. It was the defendant controlling the way this went. So my client never got a chance to defend himself in none of the tapes that you heard. Denali allowed this to happen. Mr. Denali received this information. Mr. Denali is benefiting from everyone else and benefited from that conversation. Mr. Denali didn't do anything to stop it. He didn't step in. He allowed it to go on. But what did he do? As a result, when my client tried to verbally defend himself, when my client couldn't take enough and called someone a name because he had already been called a bunch of names, Mr. Denali stepped in after defending Miss Seal and telling everybody, I don't want to hear nobody's voice but Miss Seal. Well, Miss Seal made personal attacks in those comments. And another one, and another one. And my client called this gentleman a bitch because for many months before Miss Seal came along, he was supporting Mr. Denali, defending Mr. Denali. And these are the words of Mr. Denali. This man is not a racist. So if you know he was not a racist as being accused, then you should have stepped in and defended him and stopped this before it got where it went. But for your own personal gain, you allow somebody's character to be drugged and insulted, and that person is my client. He's a human being, and I don't give a damn if he's white. He's still a person. And you should have defended him. But you, sir, did not. And I rest.
Defense, you may proceed with your closing argument.
Judge, ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest here. This case has been nothing but a complete waste of time. We have here a man who got banned from a TikTok panel for breaking a very simple rule, and now simply he's throwing a tantrum, wanting back in. This case has been nothing but unproven things from his counsel, to the point that they never mentioned the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, or the 14th Amendment at all in any questioning that they had for anyone that was their witness, nor our own. The defendant, the plaintiff never even got up here to defend himself. Mr. Benny stated in his argument that he didn't have a opportunity to defend himself on the show. Well, they didn't even allow him to defend himself here. Shawn seems to think that inclusivity means that he should be able to call people out of their names, disrespect the host, and still be welcome with open arms. That's not how life works, and it's certainly not how Mr. Denali's panel works. So let's be real. Shawn knew the rules. He chose to break them. He got banned, and instead of moving on like an adult, he made a petition. There was a petition, and he is trying to force his way back in. The only thing more ridiculous than this lawsuit is the fact that we're even debating it. Mr. Denali enforced his rules fairly. He followed TikTok's guidelines. He did not harass or stalk Shawn. Shawn didn't like the consequences of his own behavior. And let's be clear, this case is not about race. It's not about favoritism. Shawn was not banned because of his race, nor because Mr. Denali was playing favorites. He was banned because he broke a rule that applies to everyone. If we're going to call things what they are, Shawn isn't the victim here. He's the problem. This case is not about inclusivity. It's about someone refusing to take responsibility for their words and actions. For these reasons, I will urge the court to rule in favor of Mr. Denali and dismiss all of these baseless, borderline embarrassing claims. Thank you.
Members of the jury, you have heard all of the testimonies concerning this case. It is now up to you to determine the facts. You and you alone are the judges of the fact. Once you decide what facts the evidence provides, once you decide what facts the evidence provide and proves, you must then apply the law as I give it to you to the facts and as you find them. The First Amendment states, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, of abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Fourth Amendment. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath of affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. I believe it was also the 14th Amendment that the prosecution said the person was in violation of. Very long, so I won't read that one. Stalking. Stalking is the repeated pursuit of a specific person without their consent. Examples of stalking behavior include following someone, waiting outside their house, and spying on their activities. Stalking can be done in person or electronically. Stalking is a pattern of repeated behavior and includes unwanted attention, contact, harassment, or other conduct towards a specific person. Stalking can make the victim feel afraid or harassed. That is the medical news today. He's also being charged with discrimination. Discrimination refers to the treatment or consideration of or making distinction in favor of or against a person or thing based on group, class, or category to which that person or things belong rather than on individual merit. Prejudice. Prejudice in law means a bias or preconceived opinion that affects the judgment of a case. All persons born or naturalized in the United States, this is the 14th Amendment, the beginning of Section 1, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, they are citizens of the United States and the states wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protections of laws. In just a moment, we are going to call all jurors to the panel, and I'm going to ask that you select a four-person. It will be the four-person's duty to tell us the verdict once you all have agreed on it. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous, which means that each and every person must agree on the same verdict. At this time, who are the jurors here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, it's Mermaid,
I'm here.
and FAFO. So what they need to do is when you release them, let them start. They follow each other, make a group chat on TikTok so they can communicate and talk about it, and then come back with their verdict.
All right, can you move your sign from my face?
I'm sorry. I would never want to cover up your face. Let me stop.
Yeah, and you've done it several times. I don't know
Do we
why.
need to go to recess to allow them to deliberate?
Yeah, but I prefer, for the sake of time, they don't necessarily have to leave.
Yeah, can they deliberate quick? Because I'm tired.
Yeah, this can be done in front of us. So
Mm-hmm.
you all have heard the law in which you have to apply the evidence to come up with your verdict. So we will give you all. It is now 11:35. We will give you all. I say what, 10 minutes?
Can't rush justice.
Less than 5, please.
You can't rush.
5.
You can't rush justice.
Well, they've
Hey,
heard. Well, they've heard, and I want you all to remember the. Let me go back to it. The prosecution, which is Mr. Benny and Shawn, charged the defense, Denali and political Cherie. They charged Mr. Denali with violation of the 14th Amendment, the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, stalking, discrimination, and prejudice. Again, I just read you all what that is. So, applying the law and definitions of these things with the evidence in the case presented before you all today, yours. Please deliberate for 5 minutes.
Do they know what the amendments are?
Yes, I do.
I have already read them.
yes. And do they adhere to social media?
And at this time, no one should be talking but the jurors amongst themselves about the case. We are now onlookers and listening.
I guess I'll start. So I would say to
Speak
the
a little
jurors
louder,
and
please. Everyone mute.
Mm-hmm.
um
Speak up, Larry. Can't hardly hear you.
okay, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but you could be a little louder if you could.
Okay, I just didn't want to wake up my kids. Um so for one, the First Amendment, I don't believe that actually is something that was
Can't
talked
hear
about.
you, Larry. We can't hear you. You got to speak up.
The First Amendment, I don't believe that that was a problem due to
I sound a little muffled.
Yeah.
can you hear me better?
No, we can
Hello?
barely hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
That's a little better.
Okay, I'm trying to
Just
um
remember, you all are just
Like, can you mute?
all are just letting them know if you find them guilty.
What do you want me to mute?
What I read off: violation of 14th
Well,
Amendment,
everybody can hear.
Fourth
You want me to
Amendment,
mute? Okay, I'll mute.
stalking, discrimination, and prejudice. If you all find them guilty of this.
okay. So I do not find that the First Amendment was actually a problem due to the fact that Mr. Nelly actually did state in what I saw, he stated that
I'm sorry, hold on. Okay, what's crazy? How do y'all want to do this? Y'all want to end the live and come back? Y'all want them to drop down and talk amongst themselves?
Hang on a second.
What do
Okay.
you all?
If they drop down, they follow each other, they can create a group chat amongst themselves so they can talk to one another and figure out where they're at. It shouldn't take, I don't think it's going to take that long.
No, we
Does
just,
that make sense?
I just can't hear him.
Yours, do you all want to
I'm fine with it. I just can't hear him. I just want to speak up a little bit so we can hear him.
Okay, this is going to allow only one person to speak. So if they just go and convene for 5 minutes in the group chat,
Right.
and then they can come back and then just choose one person to speak since
Listen, this is what I
FAFOs.
can do. No, listen,
Uh-huh.
this is what I can do. I can go outside so then I can speak louder, okay? Is that okay?
Uh-huh. Creating this group chat.
Yeah, go down, create a group chat, follow each other, create a group chat, get that done, and then come back. That's
Yeah,
it.
and it can be simple, so they can just say guilty or not guilty
Yeah.
to each count.
It's up to them if they want to do it that way. Miss Reba, do you want to do it that way, Miss?
If everyone else feels comfortable staying here, I mean, it shouldn't take that long to come to a decision. We've been here for 4 hours.
All
We've
right.
heard four
Right.
hours worth of testimony,
Yeah, so I don't want to
and
take
I
more
don't
time
think
to
we
do
should
all of
have to
that.
go
Okay.
anywhere. I
All
think
Y'all,
right.
we should be
Guilty
able
or
to
y'all
not
good
handle the
now?
guilty is the question.
we should be able to handle the situation here. Larry, would you like to speak?
Yeah, can you hear me better now?
Date la boca,
Can you hear me
por
better now?
favor.
You can hear you a little better.
Okay. I don't know what's going on. So I was going to say it again. The First Amendment situation. I was going to state that because the Mr. Denali stated very clearly that he just wanted to have her speak in totality without anybody interrupting, which that is normal for any panel. It did not stop him from being able to have a choice after she was speaking to have a rebuttal. So that First Amendment, as for stating he didn't have the freedom of speech, I would disagree with. Um, Listening into the case, this to me was not ever in regards to the fact if Mr. Shawn was racist or not. It was more the fact if he disrespected Mr. Denali. Now, in listening, I heard a lot of people say that the word bitch was used, but never was it ever used to Mr. Denali, which that was the offense. Which since he was the host, that was the one thing that was stated. Was has anybody ever called Mr. Denali a bitch, and that was never proven in court. So therefore, that was a personal attack to Mr. Denali. Discrimination, it's hard for me to claim discrimination because several times Mr. Denali called him his brother and his friend. It didn't show at any point.
Testifying, Your Honor. What is this?
I'm deliberating. I'm stating to my juror exactly.
Interrupting or saying anything. This is literally them deliberating in front of us. This you have no say in this. He's talking to Miss Reba and Mermaid. Is Kimmy a witness? No, I mean, okay, so he's talking to Miss Reba and Mermaid, and we just have the pleasure of listening in for the sake of tonight's live. But we're not supposed to interrupt at all.
Okay, is it all right? I continue, Your Honor.
You have 30 more seconds.
Okay, for me to show discrimination, I would have to show that he had some type of ill will towards him or felt some type of way towards him. He did not feel any way towards him until he was insulted. So I could not say that that was discrimination towards him. Um, so for me, my deliberation would be that he's not guilty of the first, the 14th, and I don't even see how seizure because for one, we never proved that I've never heard anything that proved that he actually stalked him. I did hear that the first person who actually spoke to each other was Shawn speaking to him, not him speaking to Shawn. So I don't see the 14th. Unfortunately, I don't know anything in regards to the fourth with seizure or anything of that sort. That was never presented to me in the court. And the first one, it would be a freedom of speech of the First Amendment, and I did not see that was stopped as either. So I would have to say that the charges should be removed off the Mr. Denali.
So you, so it's not guilty for you?
Not guilty for me, Your Honor.
Okay. Miss Reba?
I didn't hear anything that would make me feel like the charges should stick. Um, I'm gonna have to say not guilty for Mr. Denali. I didn't hear anything that made me think that any of the charges should stand.
Okay. Miss Jessica? I mean, Miss Mermaid?
Not guilty. I
All
agree with
right.
both of them on their both of what they've said.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I didn't have to go through the same motions that Larry went through. He said it all. He said it
All
all.
right.
Not
Correct.
Thank you.
guilty.
So at this time, we're going to return back to the courtroom. Mr. Denali,
Yes.
Yours, can you move your sign? I don't like that sign next to
I
my
wouldn't like
head.
my
I don't
sign.
like it
My sign
either.
is awesome.
Moving to adjust myself because your
Yeah.
sign is all over the place. Okay, so let me go ahead and all right. Have you reached the verdict?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Only one person, so the person that just spoke. Okay. What say you?
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty.
Thank you, jury, for your service today. Court is adjourned.
Thank you, jury. Can everyone please gift all of the juries that's up here?
Absolutely, Mr. Denali victorious against these frivolous charges brought on by foolishness. Ay, ay, ay. It was a tough battle. I
Thank
sweated it out,
y'all.
and I was victorious.
I just want to thank y'all so much. Thank you, Mr. Denali, for hiring me as his lawyer. I will not be doing this in the future because this has taken up so much of my darn time. I'm tired.
Woo!
I'm sleepy. I'm wore out.
You
But
did a
like
good
And
job
always, justice
politically.
has to be served. So
You
you're
did
an
a
officer of the
very good
court,
job.
and
Did
you
a
got to
good
do
Get me
job.
some sleep.
make sure justice everywhere
Yep.
happens.
Good
So,
night,
So
everybody.
thank
You did
you.
a good job politically. You did a good job.
thank you.
Hmm.
Thanks,
what advice
Jerry.
would you give? What advice would you give to cousin Benny?
Mr. Benny, he out. He didn't even stay.
He's
His
still there. Oh, he left. Oh.
his client didn't even stay.
Would you give any advice to cousin Benny?
No comment. I have none.
Not you. I'm talking to the jurors, Mr. FA. Would you give
I
any
will give.
advice to Mr. Cousin Benny?
I plead the fifth.
Oh, come on. He needs some help.
I
Any
would.
advice from anybody, please give him some advice.
So
Next time
I don't know
he need to bring
why.
some better charges.
No, I don't know why Candid didn't immediately remove him. He was very disruptive and combative unnecessarily. And I think he did his client a very, very disservice in a lot of ways.
Is there a claim of malpractice for Shawn?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. He didn't. So,
I
first of all, he did not even establish neither one of the three constitutional violations that he was alleging. He was too busy using other people's experience opposed to sticking to the facts. That mucked up the case.
Hey, Denali, I will say this. Outside of the case and everything, I do think you should allow Sean back with full privileges that you give everybody else. Because
This is off the record.
yeah, off record, and I'm not no longer talking in capacity. It's just me knowing
Political,
that
still a lawyer.
you come in
This
here,
is this is also not the candid American panel either. I
right,
just want I'm just over here defending my case.
Damn.
right. Oh no, so this is not me at the capacity. This is just
Yeah.
me being candid. Like it's already been ruled. So yeah, but anyways, yeah, because you have a lot of people that come on here, just get high, things get too things. But I do think everyone mean well, and you have included a space that allows for that behavior. So I don't think you should come disrespect disrespectful towards you, because that person will say the same thing to you and everyone else, which they did. Sean specifically came to my live last week and called somebody a bitch, and I was like, "Hey, Sean, you can't call people bitches over here. Like that's out." And he
I got a
apologized.
history of this.
So yeah, he has a history of saying that word, but not to Mr. Denali. So I don't think he meant Mr. Denali any harm personally when he said it. He did apologize, and personally when he said it, he did apologize, and I have heard a lot of stuff on your line. So I hope Sean can come back, and that's it. But that's all I
I
got.
disagree because there's too many people on these panels disrespecting people, and then you're allowing people to do it without even having any consequences. You have to be able to control yourself as a grown man or a woman.
Yeah, but people listen. The B word people say a lot in arguments. He, I get it. I get it. I get it. I don't like to be called a bitch. I really hate it. But at the same time, based on the TikTok people in the street, it's like something that people go to. But I'm about to be out. Thank you for allowing me to
See you
preside over
later,
the case.
candidate. I'm sorry my co-counsel spilled over on me where you prejudged me.
All right, Candy.
BA did a good job.
Who's
Yeah,
I don't know about
disrespectful as
I
well,
don't know about his
Cherie?
I don't know about the main lawyer on this case,
All
but
right.
he did a decent job.
I was trying to. You
I'm
kind of
trying to
tricked me
figure
though.
out.
You tricked me when you said, "Hold on, give me a second, Disco." You tricked me, political, when you said I'm not allowed to object. I'm like, wait a minute, I think I am, but I think I heard it wrong. So I went with it and let you keep going, and so you got me. So that's kudos to you. You know what I mean?
All right, we're going to start rotating. There's a lot of people who want to come up and speak. So, Mr. FAFO, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for participating, doing your civic duty, and letting justice, let freedom reign, let freedom reign. God Almighty, thank you. Let freedom reign.
Who was Dr. Cherie talking about when she said you were disrespectful as well?
You talking about Dr. Shay?
I don't know.
Yeah, Dr. Shay,
Dr. J
Cherie,
said she called me a
whoever
bitch
she
in the
is.
comments. I never saw that, but okay. Like, what the
But
fuck are you talking
so,
about? Why would you call me a
but
bitch
this
in
the
the comments?
thing. It was about you and him. So everybody else's testimony as to what they call somebody is irrelevant.
No, Desco, you gotta sit in the corner. I just think the people who wasn't here from the beginning really, really don't understand and know the history to be commenting. And like
I don't think it
candidates
matters,
and
though.
like
Right is
Candy
right and wrong
Americans
is
say,
wrong.
the
Right is
judge
right and wrong
even
is
gave
wrong.
you
So you
the
saying I should
the
sit in the corner and let somebody call me a bitch?
no, I
At
stated.
what point is that cool?
Hey, BA,
I
thank you, brother. I got to get some
I
other
think the
people.
whole point here
I
is that Mr.
I
Denali has the discretion to decide that regardless. It's up to him.
okay. Okay. So once again, Desco with an E, I stated that you should sit in the corner along with people that wasn't here from the beginning to know the whole history of everything. And only reason being is because there, when it came to Miss Seal, I think there was just feelings that people had in reference to why Denali blocked Shawn. It was before.
But it came out in the case, it wasn't about her. It was about him calling me the BITCH.
It
I,
wasn't.
I,
I'm with
I,
Dr.
but
Shay.
I
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
specifically said in the case what it was about. No one had called me a BITCH on this panel that I can remember, especially a family member. And I'm not sure why people continue to think it had anything, maybe it had a little bit to do with self, but
Of
mostly
course it did. Just be
it,
But
it,
if that's the
honest.
case,
Of
Miss Steele is
course.
a wasn't she a
either
family
you're
member
going to
too?
either what I
See,
say is truth or it's not.
I know, just like you said, once again, you was just taking up for her, and I get it.
I
The
didn't
reason
say that though. That's not what I testified to.
I know you didn't testify, but you
Because it's
just
not the
said
truth. That's what you may think. You and I, even personally, have not had a conversation about why I ultimately did it.
I know, but me and you have had personal conversation. Why I
It's not
keep
about
telling
that
you?
though.
Okay, me and you have personally had conversation about why I think you did it, and you
No,
said
we
no.
did not. You
Okay,
have never asked
I
me
have
why.
told you. I
You
can I get
never
finished? You
asked.
don't. Are you not going to let me
No,
finish
I'm
either?
not because I'm saying you keep saying it's because of Sil, and I'm telling you that it was not. But you keep saying, but you and I personally have not had a conversation where I told you why I did it.
Okay, so once again, if you would have let me finish, I wasn't going to say that you said that that's the reason why you personally did it, but me and you have had conversations that I have said the reason you did it was because of Miss Seal, and you stated nobody have yet to ask you the reason being. on everything. I know that it was because of Miss Seal. Because at the
Even
time,
though I say
oh
different,
my God, are you not gonna let me
even though I
finish?
say different, you're still gonna say what you
Okay,
think.
okay. So can we respect each other? You let me at least finish
Go ahead.
the thank you. And so we all know that it was because of Miss Seal, because you was liking Miss Seal at the time, and she just at the point was on the panel every day as the mommy on the panel every day, and because of that, it's the reason why Shawn got blocked. You guys, even though
Absolutely.
y'all, thank you, Miss Carolyn, and that's why when these people on the sidebars keep having all these extra things to say, and it bothers me because they wasn't here. They don't even know the history of how we even got to that
So
point
didn't
of
this
how
man
Hang
she
just
on one
even.
tell
second. Let
you?
her
Oh
finish
my
because
God, Desco,
let her
I'm about
finish.
to land my plane, but
Go
can I
ahead.
finish? I got one more sentence, Desco. So once again, the reason why she sat on that panel because we had did that whole dating thing, and that was your person, and you was taking up for it, and if it was my guy, I would want him to do the same thing. So I'm not mad that you did that. Whether if we was in a relationship or not, if there was some interest, I would have wanted you to do the same thing for me, where you would have told him he got to go. Cool. And I respect that. But I just think that Shawn, for what he did compared to a lot of people, he should have the ability to be back. And that was how the whole petition goes. So when people like
But you didn't get one
Desco,
sentence.
I know, but when people like Desco
Oh wait, don't worry
get,
about Desco with an E because I'm letting you
I have
finish,
a
but you keep
question.
going.
I have a question.
Hang on one
Cause I'm
second,
getting ready to
Shay.
go to bed.
1 second. Hang on. Go ahead. Are you did you land, Shay? Dr. Shay?
it doesn't matter.
I know because you think what you think, but I know what I did. And I don't know how people are going to say more than what I did.
So
I
why you
said it
didn't
on the
block
stand.
straight facts?
What?
Why
You
you
keep
didn't?
talking about other stuff. I'm telling you,
Or
Okay.
it doesn't matter what you guys think. I said on the stand what it was. Do you guys respect me as being a truth teller? Or no?
You
I'm
said you were a liar.
I
I'm
think
gonna
the
just
only
keep it
person,
real. I'm gonna just keep it real though, like, cause I
Why
know
would
the
you think
reason.
I wouldn't keep it real?
I think the only person
You
that
was
can speak to that is
protected.
Mr.
All
You
right.
Denali.
was
Anyway, listen.
protecting
At
Miss
the end of the
Seal.
day, you think what you think. Miss Caroline thinks what I think. So basically, what I'm saying doesn't matter.
But
You
what
guys
I'm
know more.
saying, what I'm adding to this conversation is when we had our trial and they accused you of being on my side for some reason, you said, but me and Miss Seal have a relationship. So if I was going to be on anybody's side, I'd be on Miss Seal's side. And the
Right.
fact that Miss Seal is the catalyst to all of the drama that was happening at that time with BA, with Shawn, with me, with everybody on the panel, with the racial overtones, Miss Seal was the common denominator in that. So the fact that you can't see that,
Well,
I,
Caroline,
me
Miss
and Dr.
Caroline,
Shay
Miss
were
Caroline,
there.
Miss
We saw
Caroline.
it.
So either you believe what I say or you don't. Which one is it?
I don't understand why you
Do
don't
you
see
believe
what
what I
me
say?
and
Do
Dr.
you believe?
Shay
I
saw.
understand. Do you believe what I say or not? Even Dr. Shay, who is a friend,
And you know I don't even have a problem with
even
Miss
she
Seal.
can't even say that I said that in our personal conversations. I've
No, but
never
in our
said it.
personal conversations, I kept telling you,
I don't care.
the reason you
What did I
doing it,
say? It doesn't
and
matter what you say. What did I say?
you kept saying
What did
nobody.
I
I'm
say?
telling you what you said. You said nobody have asked me yet, and I said
Right.
yeah, and I said yeah,
When they
but
did ask me what, when I was asked, what did I say?
listen, Denali,
But
I
wait,
get
what's
it.
the? Okay, listen. Listen.
We can move on from it,
No, I know,
Denali.
but I'm not a fan of when I either you guys believe me or you don't. That's
Just
it.
because you don't see
My
it
question
doesn't
here
mean
is, hold
But
on,
I know
Carolyn, because I'm
why I
about to
did it.
go.
But
Oh my
you're
Miss
not
goodness.
Caroline,
telling an untruth
I'm
because you
saying
don't
to you, Miss
see the
Caroline, Miss
implicit
Caroline, Miss
bias.
Caroline, I'm
There's
telling you,
Mr.
implicit
Benny said, "Can you
bias.
if
take
I'm
his?"
telling you why I did it, you don't believe me, right?
Mr. Benny said, "Can you take his picture down?"
No, that's because his cousin Benny. I don't like Benny, so there you go.
I have a question though. Isn't it the final decision, even if this was the case? Because it seems like a whole. I don't believe. I believe that Mr. Denali might have liked a couple people up here and didn't block somebody for them or something in that nature. So this was up to his. Regardless, at the end of the day, it's up to his discretion. It's his panel. If he decided to block somebody just because he feel like blocking them today, he feel like blocking them.
Man, this
That's
is
just
And
goddamn
that's
facts.
fine.
democracy.
And
It's a
he can
goddamn
do that.
dictatorship.
This is his
You're,
panel. It's up to his
you're
discretion at
right.
the end of the day.
But
But
say that.
I just
But
want to
You're
say,
say
right.
it out
no, no,
loud.
no, no.
You're
But
right,
What
this is
out
like
Police
loud?
you
What do
you
Ray.
you want me
can't
to say?
continue to ask him and badger him and tell him he's
I've
lying
always
or
said it's not a
something in that
democracy.
nature. He didn't told y'all, and then just because it doesn't sit right with y'all, and if that's what y'all believe, y'all can. I mean, what can you do about it?
It was
Control what you can control. You have no control
Sheree,
over what Mr. Denali do with his panel. It's
Sheree,
like endless. It's gonna
Sheree,
be an endless
Cherie,
argument.
okay, okay,
Sheree,
okay, stop
Sheree,
it. Like, cause now,
Sheree,
like, I just
I
don't
just
want to
wanna.
get mad and get upset about
Sheree,
other
I don't
stuff.
want to get
What
Like,
we
mad
this,
or
mad
upset either, but
about?
I
yeah,
feel like
I
the
know,
reason why
but
I say
now
that is
it's
because
yeah,
I
Hang
feel
yeah,
on
like
one
y'all
yeah.
gonna keep
second.
on.
One second. Michelle, Doctor,
I,
what are you gonna get mad about?
yeah.
Because I just don't want to get mad about this
About
stupid
what?
shit. This is cause cause I'm just thinking of stuff.
You're thinking of
I'm
what? What is it that would get you
I'm
mad?
not. Don't worry about it. Don't
Okay,
worry
all
about
right.
it.
Okay, I'm going to Miss Gen X. What is it, Miss Gen X?
I didn't think it was prior, but I'm wondering if you would have felt that way if it was not a white guy.
A white guy?
Well, wait a minute. Wait a
Yeah.
minute. Y'all, somebody testified that he's banned a black guy and a white
Yeah, he's
guy.
been a black
So
guy.
Can you let me finish, Miss New? I just got
Exactly,
here
because you don't
about
know why he
yesterday.
banned the black guy. So sit in
Um,
your corner.
Listen, stop
okay,
doing
first of
it.
all, I'm the
She was just
jury, so you
begging.
need to sit
Yeah,
in
she
Stop
your
was just
doing
making
corner
a
that,
if I'm
okay?
telling you what
statement.
All
I
right,
heard y'all,
okay.
what
let me
y'all
Listen,
just
finish.
hang
testified
on one
to.
second.
Girl,
One second.
we don't care
One
about you.
Let
second.
me
One
finish.
second. Let Miss Gen X. What is your point, Miss Gen X?
My point is, okay, yes, the Mr. Nick, yes, it wasn't because of insulting words. He did his thing. He got blocked, right? But see, what Shawn got banned for was because of an insult, a word, right? And I just can't see the equivalence to that. To you've got people that's tried to dox you, that did dox you, that puts pictures up on backdrops, tried to destroy your panel, right? I mean your live or whatever. And went all the way out for that. And those were non-white people that did that, right? Or am I wrong?
No, there's been a couple of white people who've done that.
But what I'm saying though is
There
it's
was some white
just
people that used your picture.
Yeah.
Oh,
uh,
who?
We're talking about DJ not being blocked and
Oh,
keep
well,
being invited to your
hang on, Miss
panel.
Gen X just said it was it's a racial thing. I'm saying white people. I've seen my picture in the background with them.
who? Tell me who
They
they
don't
are.
come over to the panel. They were like kind of like drive-bys. They come and then they leave and things like that. But they were not regulars on the show.
And even like Birdie Dog called you a racial comment and stuff like that. I mean, so that word bitch trumps all that.
I think
That's it.
that word. No one's called me that word.
Okay, I'm getting ready to go to bed, y'all.
All
I
right.
just want to let y'all know the only way that I'm trying another case in TikTok world is if y'all send me a TikTok universe. That's my charge from now on. Regardless of what happened to Shine in the future, I ain't had no interactions with Shine, so I don't know. But regardless if Mr. Denali let him back or anyway, I just ask that y'all acknowledge that I won my case.
You did.
Thanks. Y'all have a good night.
Good night.
You had a kangaroo court.
I had a what court?
The kangaroo court. This was so one sided it wasn't even funny.
You think Miss
Absolutely.
Candid was one sided?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
She had a couple of questionable
you take it over her. I'm
situations.
sitting here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
that's
didn't
what
do anything.
Mr. Benny. That's
I
why
don't
he
think that
got
was the
hit.
case. I thought
That's
she was
why he
very
got what he
firm.
got.
I thought she was very fair, and that's what I thought.
She let you do what you wanted to with
And that
Benny.
didn't even have any effects on the case, Miss Gen X. He didn't even prove anything. He didn't prove the
Because
case.
I wouldn't let him talk. You wouldn't
Stalking? Well,
let BA
okay,
talk.
Miss Gen X, was I guilty of stalking?
No, I don't.
Right. Was I
I don't know
guilty
about
of the
no
14th
stalking.
Amendment, Miss Gen X?
Listen,
Okay,
I was talking about
I
what
would take that
happened
as
in
a no.
court. I'm talking about what happened in the courtroom.
I'm saying, did he prove his case to the jury members?
You were guilty of the other one. What was
What
the
one?
other one?
Prejudice?
The you were prejudiced against Sean when
Based
other
on what?
people have
How?
done
And
worse
you
to you,
discriminated
and
against him.
you did not do anything to those people, and you held
I
Sean
haven't done other
to
things
a
to it. People
higher.
people have left the show and come
There's
back.
people that
Hang on
have
one second.
pissed you
I'm
off way
speaking.
more.
People have left the show and come back, and I haven't said anything. I act like nothing ever happened. They
Yeah,
left
but
the
there's
show.
people.
Please
Absolutely.
don't talk over me. People have left the show publicly and come back and still have the same standing that they had.
Okay, so he should be able to come back
That's
because there's
fine.
people that
Listen
have that.
again. I think
There's people have did
I
worse
got
and
you.
that
Not,
have even
calling me a
got you.
bitch is probably maybe the ultimate, in my opinion. All right.
Denali,
Who else
when
we
that
got?
man called you a bitch, you let
Who?
that roll off your. When he said
Who?
that, that was real funny to you.
Who
You let
called
that
me?
thing.
Why,
Listen,
Miss Dr. Shay? Please. There's other people on the panel. Mr. Advanced Cooling, what would you like to say?
I just like to say congratulations, brother.
Thank
I
you.
mean,
Let
I
me give
had no,
myself a round of applause.
yeah, I never had any doubt about your
this is a
innocence,
one-sided courtroom.
but I
Well,
also
then
would like to
listen.
say,
You're saying Miss Candid wasn't fair. I disagree with that.
Absolutely, she
All right,
wasn't
that's
fair.
fine. You listen. That's an opinion. Go ahead, Mr.
but
Advanced Cooling.
I also would like to say I do understand why you came up with a new set of rules for the platform. I hope you will adhere to them, about the no cursing and all of that disrespectful stuff that be going on because that's how things get blown out of proportion. And if I have to agree with you, when a man said "fuck you, bitch," that's a different thing than somebody just saying "fuck you." So I don't know, man. It's your decision, and you'll make it. And whatever decision you make, I stand by it for what all that worth. But I just want to say congratulations and hello, Kimmy. How you doing, sweetheart?
Hi,
And
good
Denali,
evening.
and
Denali,
at the end of the
they
day,
Yeah.
He
wanted to,
was pissed.
Denali,
at the end of the day, he's still on XL. So what are we even talking about?
He got
Denali,
pissed off
Denali,
about shit that was
Dr.
worse than
Shay,
that. That rolled off his back. That did not bother
Why do you
Denali
keep telling me how to feel?
Dr.
because
Shay,
I know how you
How do
feel.
you know more than me? I'm me.
Dr. Shay,
Because I know what have bothered you and
That's
what
fine.
have not
But
bothered
do
you.
you know
And
that?
that Sean
Do you know
thing
that
rolled off your
concretely?
back.
You know that concretely?
Dr. Shay,
Well, it's either that or you lied.
About
That
what?
Sean,
You
that
never
Sean
asked me a
thing.
question.
Okay, Denali, that Sean thing
You
have rolled off
never
your back.
asked me. You never. I'll play the tape. When he called me a bitch, that's when he got banned.
I get that, but it was only because still. But
He
Denali, you
called
let
me
that
the bitch, and that's when he got banned.
and you let that roll off your back.
Okay.
Let me tell
Anyway, it
you
doesn't
what you
matter
typically.
because Dr. Shay, again, you're going to tell me how I feel, so you know better than me.
What I
So it
do
doesn't
know
matter what
is
I say.
Mr.
no. What I
It
do
Denali,
know
doesn't
is
matter what
that
I say because I've said
when
it.
people
I've
bother,
said
when
it,
people get
and
on
I've
your
said it,
nerves,
and then I've said it, and I've said it, and you keep coming back with the same thing. So it doesn't matter. You believe what you believe, and that's fine. It's my decision whether or not he comes back or not. And also, the court said it's my decision. Three jurors
tell that
that
dumb
didn't.
bitch, whoever.
Three jurors that don't even know the show came to a decision. They're not family members. They weren't over here. I don't know if they just found the
oh,
show.
I'd like to comment on that too.
What?
Absolutely. Tell them,
Yeah, the
Gen
juror.
X.
So the jurors are now the
Look,
jurors
look,
are.
look, look. Listen, what about the man the one that tried to unalive your dog, Denali?
Who was
Come
that?
on, they're not banned.
Who is that?
Remember?
Who tried to? DJ was the one that said she was gonna give him a dirt nap.
Well,
And
her.
she's welcome here
Yeah,
tomorrow.
and
That
she's
was talk.
still.
That wasn't any action. That was just talk.
Did
It's
he
a
Uh,
make a
threat.
video about
the
it?
B word is
Well,
talk. What are you talking about?
Yeah, listen.
okay, let's talk
DJ
about the
is
jurors. All
welcomed
right, let's talk
here
about the
every
jurors.
day.
Let's talk about the jurors.
So
What
you
about the
like to
jurors?
be
You
called the
got
B word,
you
right?
got one you got one that rambled on something about the First Amendment and said, okay,
Prove
not
it.
guilty.
Miss
And
Cousin Betty didn't even prove it.
look,
Yes, I'm
and
gonna
then you
drop you
got
down for a
and then
second. I'll bring you back up, sir.
the other two didn't say nothing but like Well, what I heard, I'll say not guilty. I'll go by
Okay,
what the
I'm
other
a
guy
juror,
said.
and I'll tell you that I wrote down notes from each and every
Kind of
one of
fake.
you
That's what.
that
Girl,
testified.
you're a non-factor. We don't even want to hear from
Well,
you no
clearly
more.
I am a factor because I made the decision, didn't I? So
Uh,
I am a
it
factor.
was
Hang on a
ticky
second,
tock
Dr.
court.
Shay.
Girl,
Dr.
go
Shay,
sit in the
don't do
corner.
Dr.
Because I
Shay.
don't know who
Dr.
Denali
Shay,
is, and I
don't
don't
do
know who
that.
the other people are.
How is it she was a juror on the trial? Don't do that.
I don't know her.
It doesn't matter.
Exactly. That's why I
That's
was a
even better
juror
that she
because
doesn't even know what's going on and she was able to come to a
Still,
decision. That's not the right thing to say that she's a non-factor. That's not cool.
Yes.
The first of
I
all,
wrote down notes from
for
each and
someone to
every
become a
witness.
factor, they
It's
have to
nothing wrong with her.
for someone to become a
Well,
factor,
that's probably
they
why
have
she
to
see on the
start
phone.
somewhere. You don't start a factor at the beginning. You don't. You have to be here to become part of the show all the time. How does that start? At one step at a time. Miss Hawkeye, what would you, Miss Hawkeye, what would you like to say?
I mean, I'm right in the middle of something. Hold on.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
his
Okay.
grandma
Miss
am
Mary Catherine, do you
problematic.
have Miss Mary Catherine? Do you have something to say?
Yes.
Go ahead.
My thought is this. It's your show, Mr. Denali. You get to do what you want on your show. If people don't like it, don't come to the show. That's the way I look at it. It's he didn't prove his points. I you know, but that's the way I look at it. If you don't like what's being done on a show, don't go back to the show. Don't be a participant in the show. Mr. Denali gets to say last word because guess what? That's the way it is when it's your show. You're running it. It's
Girl, we not trying to come to the show. We talking about the show.
I know, but that's the whole thing is that, I don't go back to panels because I don't, or to a host, because I don't like what's going on with that host and what that host allows and does not allow. So if you don't like what he allows or doesn't allow, then go someplace. There's lots of panels out there to go to. And Mr.
It's
Denali,
not talking about your show. Your show ain't shit. We talking about the show.
what in the hell
Everybody
are
thinks
you
the same.
saying?
It
Everybody
don't
thinks
make
the
no
girl is
sense.
the, huh? What'd you say?
That didn't make any sense.
Well, my point
Really?
is,
You never
it
heard that? If
started.
nobody
It
don't talk
started
about your show,
out.
you're not good.
Yeah,
Did
it
you not?
started out
You
as a
didn't know that?
family. Like there's a certain rapport that we've had with each other for a year.
Mm-hmm.
And we lost a family member. And so people that come in here and don't know the whole dynamic of everything that's going on, you have an opinion, but it's not an educated opinion.
I
And so the
understand
fact
that.
that me, Dr. Shay, and Gen X, we've been here a long time, and we've seen the things that happen. I believe there's things that should have been brought up that weren't brought up,
Yeah.
and and yeah,
Why didn't
y'all
Benny
just
bring it up? Why didn't Benny Cochran bring it up?
I have
Because
no idea.
we talked about it, he couldn't bring it
Miss
up, and
Seal
it was
should have
not a
had
place to bring it
herself
up.
on the panel, and she should have been questioned
She was questioned.
because she is the person.
She
She's
was
the
questioned. Yeah,
catalyst.
she was
She's the
questioned.
catalyst.
She
I didn't
was.
see her.
No, she was here Wednesday. I have a video of her testifying.
Mr.
I
Denali,
didn't. I
I'll let
didn't
for Miss
see
I
her.
Carrie.
know
I'll
because
let for Miss
it wasn't necessary to play because he didn't prove his case.
Yeah,
Miss.
she was already a witness, Carolyn.
He didn't prove his
Yeah,
case. Actually, I don't even think I needed to testify. I
you
would say
didn't.
let this
You
defense
didn't.
rest because he did nothing to prove the case.
But how did Miss Seal? How did Miss Seal make him say what he said? I don't understand that part.
Well, if you would have been here at the time, Mr. Advanced Cooling, when she came onto this panel, the family got fractured because she brought a certain racial situation that wasn't here before she got here. And
I,
Well, what?
she brought it
I,
daily, if not daily, she brought it weekly. And
I,
Well,
so the fact that she went to BA's live and then she brought what happened in BA's life back to this life, You would have to be there to see what she did.
Hang on,
She's
Miss
the
Caroline.
one.
Miss Caroline. Sean is
What?
the one that said about neck bones. Sean is the one that said that black people are
Mm-hmm.
super height. That's why they're not pilots. And he's the one that said black people can't swim.
But don't y'all say that white people don't use washcloths and we
Yeah,
get
white
races
man
I
because
never
can't
of
said
jump.
that.
blood and
White man can't
All I'm
jump.
saying,
Stereotype.
What?
this is what I'm saying.
Stereotype.
This is what
That's
I'm
crazy.
saying. What I'm
Oh, we
That
have
saying,
is a
said on this
what
panel they
stereotype.
I'm
couldn't cook.
saying is that Sean is the one that made those comments. If he doesn't make those comments, then we're probably not here.
Exactly.
If Miss Seal hadn't brought it back to this show,
Well,
we
what?
would
Okay,
not
you
be
want to,
here.
Miss Caroline, you want to blame Miss Hill. That's fine. But there were other people, Miss Ladora Bird, Mr.
She called me a race. She's the
Miss.
one that caused
Listen,
three
listen.
fourths
What I'm
of
saying
the
is,
drama that's
I'm not.
been on
I'm
this
not talking.
page.
I'm talking about the BA show. If
But
Sean,
she caused
Miss
three-fourths of the drama that's
Miss Caroline, we're talking about the show that happened. If Sean doesn't say those things, then we're not having the conversation right now. I'm
no, but
saying.
she would still have called me a racist.
Well, listen, you guys.
If she didn't call
And I
Shawn a
thought
racist, she'd have
you
called
guys
me
had
a racist.
Miss Caroline. I thought y'all had a conversation. You guys apologized to one another, didn't you?
We absolutely did, but it
Right.
continues. So if you continue to act like that, how am I supposed to forgive your
Well, you
behavior?
think that Miss Sil is a race baiter? I don't agree with that.
She's been a race baiter from day one.
Listen, I get you. You think that, but you and I will agree to disagree on that.
Well, you're free to do that.
Absolutely, 100%.
No,
I'm just
apparently
saying.
not. Apparently not. He's not free to do that because y'all bashing him for his decision.
Well, I don't think anybody's bashing. They just have very passionate opinion about it because it's Sean, and they think people. I think if I'm here from the beginning, then I should be able to do whatever, and I should get more break.
No,
No,
no, no,
that's
no, no,
not
no.
I'm
it.
saying that
That's
is
not
No,
not
no,
Okay, how
it.
no.
about this? 1 second, Miss Gen X saying that black people are afraid of heights. That's why they're not pilots. Is that a racially insensitive comment?
no.
It's not. Okay,
It's a
It's a
stereotype. No,
stereotype.
wait a minute. Let me
I think it's
finish.
racially insensitive.
It's a stereotype.
But
Just
that's
like
racial
it's
to
a
say is
stereotype.
racially. I find it to be racially insensitive.
Listen, white people have stereotypes, okay?
Tell me the ones that are said on the show besides the raisin and the potato
Y'all
salad.
told
That's
me
what I
that
was just about to say.
that I
We
cook my
said that they
chicken in a
couldn't cook.
microwave and it looks white with no salt and all kinds of mess, no seasoning.
Hmm.
Um,
But that's not
it's
the same as saying
stereotype.
that black people are afraid of heights. That's why they're not pilots.
We made Sean
But
show his
there,
barbecue because we was
oh,
thinking that it was
So
gonna
why
That was
rain.
say it
Nikki
at
Green
all?
thing.
That's
He
my
wanted to show that
point.
barbecue, not
Why
me.
say that stuff at all?
I didn't ask him to show a barbecue.
I know, but why
Anyway,
say that stuff at all
first
to
thing
each
I was
other?
at, listen, even Kimmy asked me, Gen X, do you put raisins in your potato salad? Gen X,
Miss
how do you cook your greens? Gen X, do you like sweet potato or pumpkin pie?
All right, Miss Mermaid, I thank you for being a juror. Thank you for doing your civic duty. Hopefully that you will. I'm gonna give you an opportunity to say something before I rotate. Hopefully you'll be coming back and listening to the show.
It's all good. I wrote down notes from everybody, and quite honestly, it was going in the other direction, and then I was going in the other direction, but then it changed. So I wrote
What
notes
made
from
you
everybody.
change? I'm curious. What made you change?
Pretty much when you got up there and started talking about what it was, like it was that specific. He was directing it towards you.
Thank you.
It wasn't. I didn't feel like what you were saying was making it racist,
It wasn't.
and I felt like you were because and listening to the audios, it didn't sound like you were upset because of a racial comment. It was because he called you the bitch,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
why you dropped him. So, you know, and like I said, I wrote notes from everybody. And no, I didn't comment after FAFO commented because he had already said anything. So why am I gonna? We've been sitting there for 4 hours. Why am I gonna replay what he said?
Right.
Just say what it is. I found you not guilty. It is what it is. It's your page. You can do what you want. The only thing I would have said was, yeah, if you once you blocked him, then yeah, you should have gave me $2 back. But who cares? It's $2. But I would have said, all right, well, I'll prorate it over the month. You were in it for however many days of the month. So if you want to be petty, let's prorate it. But
I'm talking about he didn't care about no $2.69.
right, exactly. If you wanted to be, you want to be petty, but honestly, that's the way that I felt. I'm a non-biased person. I haven't been to your panels before. I just happened upon your panel that
Mhm.
night when y'all were picking the jurors or whatever. So I haven't seen any of your stuff before.
Well,
So
hopefully you'll come back. We do very factual lives on politics, and this is a little thing that we've been doing, and we're going to continue to do more of these. Okay, so hopefully you'll come back, and it won't be 4 hours next time. We're going to limit it a lot. Okay, so thank you so much.
yeah, all right. Good night. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
there's
you, man.
a lot of repeated questions over and over. But can I really say one thing? I promise I won't interrupt ever again. Um,
That's a lie.
I won't. I'm not going to. But what I will say, I hope you do find in your heart to let Shawn come back. I started the petition, yes, because emotionally, I felt like he deserved to be here. It was a good case, and Mr. Advance Cooling. If nobody don't talk about your show, that means that you're boring. So I know you probably don't know that, but
Probably
that's the thing.
disagrees with that.
No, but everybody know in showbiz,
All right.
if they're not talking about you, you ain't shit.
Yeah, I don't want to.
I disagree. Let me say this, man. I disagree with talking about bullshit. That's all it was. It wasn't. It
Yeah.
was 4 hours of bullshit. That's really all it was. But that's what I disagree with. I think no man should come on this panel, men with integrity, men that's supposed to be intelligent, can come on this panel and not relate the things they need to say without talking in vulgar and language that unbecoming of women. Why would you even want to talk like that around women, knowing that some of the things you say are disparaging to women? If you're a man, you should be able to relate your feelings without going to the lowest level of the language that we have to communicate that. That's what I
Well, I
disagree
hope
with.
Then
nobody
why
ever
is
call
it?
you racist.
All
Then
right.
why
Well, I
is
mean,
it?
hey, listen.
All right, Kimmy. Because I need to get some more people up here. Kimmy, do you want to say something? Because I'm going to drop you down and then I can bring you back up.
Well, I'm just gonna say that I just don't feel like he proved his case. I think that he talked too much about racism, and the case wasn't about racism. The charges he never talked about any of the charges that he had against you. Those weren't brought up, and he should have brought those up. So I just don't think he did a good job of proving his case at all. That's one thing, and then the other thing is it's your page, and you're free to do whatever you want with your page, and I don't think anybody can tell you what to do with your page. So that's the bottom line.
Kimmy, I don't think we was trying to tell him what to do with his page, but of course, you got to use that most exclusive if you're trying to win the case. Come on, and you did say something very smart there. You're right. The case, he didn't talk about the charges during the trial, which probably made it really difficult to win. But because we're attacking the whole page, that doesn't mean that everybody know that anybody can block whoever they want off their page. I block people all the time. So
All right. Thank you, Miss Kim.
Right.
I'll bring you back up.
Okay.
Can I
Okay.
speak?
This is going to be this is going to be the next court case. Mr. Edwin.
Oh, okay.
What's
Mr.
Mr.
Edwin.
Edwin gonna do?
Is he up here? Yeah, Mr.
Yeah.
Edwin. I'm taking Mr. Edwin to court for defamation of character. We'll talk about that this week. Try to get him over here for formal charges.
That's a slam dunk.
Right here, Edwin versus or Mr. Denali versus Mr. Edwin. Mr. Edwin, how you doing?
Doing good. Are we going to do it next Sunday?
Yeah, we'll probably do something prime time. I love Saturday nights or Friday nights. But
Let me know. I'll start the promotion. I want
yeah,
everybody.
so I gotta make sure that we got the judge in place because I can't be the judge and the plaintiff in the same thing, and I also have to find a lawyer. I don't think politically Cherie is going to be available.
Okay. And I came up to say that I finally decided something, and I figured I would announce it on your platform.
You
On
decided something?
yes, on political side of TikTok, I haven't had a TikTok crush or my woman that I'm claiming on this side of TikTok, and I think I've selected it. It happens to be one of your moderators.
Who's
I
that?
rock like her a lot.
Who is that?
Miss Kimmy.
She's already taken. Oh, well, I'll let Mr. Advance take care of that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
unfortunately, she's already taken, but Dr. Shade's available.
Who?
Dr.
My
Shade.
my TikTok husband, who's been my TikTok husband for a few years now, is Raw Amplified, and he's a Nigerian priest that we started this whole TikTok wedding 3 years ago, and I'm still married to him
Oh,
on
well.
TikTok.
nice. She's
Yay,
not available.
Dr. Shay.
Yeah, that's first I heard of that.
On the political side, on the message side, it's a different thing. But yeah, Kimmy, you're doing a wonderful job. I appreciate what you do on this side of the world. And then Nolly, you got a good one. Gen X, you ain't too bad yourself, but I know you already spoken for, so I can't claim
Oh
you.
no, she divorced her husband.
Well,
Mr.
I'm
Joseph.
recently from a divorce, so I'm not ready to get into a relationship.
She's on the rebound. This is the best time to get her.
No, I don't want no rebound. I want it to be real.
Don't give up, Edwin.
Well,
It-
Mr. Edwin, let me say this. I am truly flattered that you find Miss Kimmy to be a desirable woman such as I did. But like I said, unfortunately, she was already taken. But she may have a sister or something we can bring on family and you might could get close into the family.
I don't
Mary
know. We have to
Catherine's
ask her.
No,
available.
no, 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 no.
But yeah, unfortunately, she's
Ah,
already
no.
gone.
Yeah, Mary Catherine's available.
No, 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 no.
Mary said, no, no, no,
Land
no.
is available.
Misty's my wife.
Oh, LGBTQ. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Caroline is available.
Um, no, even though I could reach across the aisle, no, he wouldn't want me, and I would not want him.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Edwin.
Why not? Why you wouldn't want Mr. Edwin? Is he boring or something? Why not Mr. Edwin?
He has proven to be one of those people that come onto this live and are very derogatory to white people. And so I as a white woman, I'm gonna refuse to uh,
You declined the invitation.
associate myself with him because he like is mean to black people who are on the side of white people. And so I'm y'all haven't like heard him and his
Well,
derogatory comments towards white people.
He's
well,
always
you
been
better
nice to
watch out
me.
because he won't allow you to walk on the TikTok hallways. So he has been nice to me, but in order for you to continue to be in the TikTok hallways, I think you should leave Mr. Edwin alone because he has some type of special powers. Right, Denali?
Power, you want
I'm not messing with him. I'm just saying out loud that he is a racist
oh,
and he
yeah,
doesn't
court.
like
Wait,
white people
did you
and
call that man a racist?
he speaks badly about white people and he speaks even worse to black people who voted for Trump. He calls them ugly names. And so I don't understand how anybody's sitting here pretending that he is a nice person.
Well, he have never been mean to me, and I
You
have
didn't ask
voted
me,
for Trump.
Caroline. I put you in the mix.
He ain't never been mean to me though. I have to be honest with it.
Well, I want to announce that on the YouTube is the conversation last night is God good all the time. If you guys remember that conversation we had last night. Also, Miss Sill's testimony is up on YouTube. I just posted it. Yeah, go check it out. They're very good. What do you call it? Very good listen.
Dialogue.
And I cut them down into just what it is, and it's not the whole show. So you can catch good conversations within the show separately on YouTube at MrDenaliXXL.com. No, at MrDenaliXXL. You can check that out. Miss Caroline was a part of that. Miss Gen X, Mr. Worms World, Miss Mary Ash, our good friend Britton as well. And then there was a guy that came yesterday who said my hoodies were only worth $15. Yeah, drove me nuts. that's up there as well.
Why did he say that?
Because he's
Because
a
he
cheap.
was just a regular black hoodie, and that it was only worth a dub, maybe even less. So,
Did you
And we
tell him the
found
kind of
out that a
cotton
dove is
your
20.
hoodie is made of?
did I do what now?
Did you tell him the type of cotton your hoodie is made of?
I asked him if he knew what brand it was. He said he didn't care. He said that I should stop trying to fleece people for $50 or whatever, but he would buy a Nike hoodie for $100. And I think that's a diseased mindset. So
Well,
Yep.
we found out that a dove is 20.
yeah, I found that out. I think I might have known that, but I probably forgot.
I've
That's
never
about to
heard
say,
it in
how
my
you
whole
not
life.
everybody know that?
Well,
Yeah.
I
Dr.
forgot.
Shay, I had no idea.
I think I
I'm
knew
an
it.
old
You can't
white
get a dub for
woman.
20
People
I
don't
haven't
anymore.
heard
talk
that
That's
in a
the
about
long
problem.
time.
doves.
I thought a
A
I
dub
used
dove
to
was
have
sack?
a dove, but he
A
kept
dove
my
sack?
DUB, dub, not dove. DUB, Miss Caroline.
A
oh
Let me
dove
see.
sack? Y'all
DUB.
never
I
heard
should
of
look it up
it?
in the Urban Dictionary.
I don't use the Urban
Not you. I'm saying me.
Dictionary.
I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, he said it wasn't worth. He said it was worth less than $20. I was like, oh my goodness.
Well, you should have told him the type of hoodie that you had.
I told him he couldn't afford it, so it's okay. Why do I even need? Why would I? I didn't. First of all, I didn't ask him to buy it. He came up saying he liked it, and that's what he said.
And then
And
you
he
should have
wasn't
explained
saying
it's
dub.
not
He
like
was
you're
saying
making a
dub.
fortune off each. You're being generous of the price.
I
Because
He
know.
I
was
told
saying
you that it
dove
was
like a
too
bird.
cheap. Like, the price is not a good price. You should go up. I told you that.
I know, but what am I gonna do?
Wasn't no
Okay.
sense in arguing with him. He did. He
Right. I
said he
told him he
wasn't
couldn't
gonna buy
afford
it.
it. So, but the conversation is about 15 minutes long and is isolated up on YouTube. So go check it out. It's pretty funny. And there you go. Along with that, the conversation about is God good all the time. That was an excellent conversation. I suggest everybody go take a listen.
So can
I thought that was a great conversation. We started out really not understanding each other, but I believe, as far as I'm concerned, I believe in the end we came to mutual understanding, or
I
I
would
hope we
agree.
did.
100% I would agree. All
So,
right, Mr.
Denali, do we wait on your court date to find out why Mr. Edwin have beef with you, or could we
Yeah,
ask him?
I'm gonna. First of all, I got to get the judge and I got to get a lawyer before we can go ahead and go with the charges. So I'm going to work on that tonight. Well, not tonight, but definitely tomorrow, and maybe get Edwin back over here on Tuesday or Wednesday to get him formally charged, and then go from there and set the court date up. Okay. All right, Edwin.
It sounds like a plan.
All right, brother.
I'll be
I'll
ready to
talk to you
go.
later.
good luck, everyone?
I
All right.
think
All
you
right.
should
Thank
sue him
y'all.
for that hat he got on in that picture.
Oh,
You think the hat is something the problem?
Dr. Shay.
She just loves. She just
Mr.
loves
D,
the
you can
drama.
drop me.
Okay, Miss Mary Catherine. She
I'll
just
talk to
loves.
you guys later. Bye.
I'm Mary.
She loves the drama.
Congratulations.
She loves drama of any kind of drama. She's all there for it. Okay, Miss My Dear is up there. Well, hang on a second. Hawkeye, did you get back yet?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Hawkeye, because you've been waiting. Go ahead.
Okay, no, it's okay. So I'm just gonna say this. I think that I kind of agree with Kimmy, and I'm just stating my opinion. This is Denali's show. He can have whoever on here whenever he wants to, and he doesn't have to have anybody on here that he doesn't want to. He can block anybody. Somebody can block him. Now, do I think that you should let Shawn come back? I think so, because I mean, do I agree he shouldn't have called you that, but it's your choice. However, I've been on here many times, Mr. Denali, that I think that there's other people that say things to other people, not necessarily you, that I don't think should say stuff, and I'm just gonna throw it out there like me, and I'm gonna speak for me. I think, and he's not up here to defend himself, so I'm not going into a bunch of detail, but I don't care for New York. I think New York is rude and he's problematic, like you said. I'm just speaking for me. I think there's things that he says that shouldn't be allowed to other people, but again, it's your show. So, I mean, we can't tell you what to do. All I know is you know, the, at the end of the day, everybody's accountable for what they're grown. If somebody says something, just like I called him names that night, we got into it, but the next night, what did I do? I got on here and apologized and said I shouldn't have said that. It was in the heat of the moment.
Right.
You know, nobody likes to be called names, but at the end of the day, everybody needs to be accounted for what they say, back up what they say, and apologize if need be, which I've heard you do that as well to other people and getting in heat of the moment things. So, do I think that he should have said that? No. But do you have a right to have who you want on here? Yes, sir. And, you know, at the end of the day, if he can't respect you enough to do that, then he doesn't need to be on here. But
Can we sign a petition, Hawkeye, to get rid of New York hate Trump? Because he do talk about your name.
listen, I would start the petition myself. It's just there's been times like that one night we got into it. He called me out, you know, when I wasn't even saying anything. And I just think that, you know, like, look, here's what I'm going to say. Everybody says what they want to say in the heat of the moment. There's things that people say that I don't think they should. I'm one of them. I've said things. But like when he says and calls people white supremacists, I'm sorry. And I'm not trying to get in the race thing, but I take offense to that.
Hawkeye,
I,
Hawkeye, do you know how many
yeah.
people he'd have to ban that comes up here and says that?
But here's the deal. I can say listen, I can say specifically though, I can take that from somebody if you're not just a rude asshole. You know what I'm saying? And
But
so,
hey, you said something about apologizing. Shawn did apologize to Mr. Denali.
well, and ultimately, here's the deal: it's Denali's decision. If he wants to take it and bring it back, that's his decision.
I was just throwing that out there.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I don't think New York has ever said white supremacist.
Oh yes, he
Oh,
has,
he is a mess.
sir.
One second. He called you a white supremacist.
He has called anybody that voted for Trump. I don't care white, black. You are a white supremacist. He has called people stupid that votes for Trump.
Okay, I don't remember him saying white supremacist or
On
calling you
other
that.
shows, but not here.
I don't.
But
Well,
he's
right.
entertaining.
Oh,
We got to keep him.
No, he said
okay.
you vote for a white supremacist. He called
I
most of
don't
them
think he's ever
MAGAs.
called
Right.
anybody specifically on the panel a white
Right.
supremacist.
Okay. Well,
We
maybe
have
I
wrong.
said, what is a
believe
Hawkeye?
I believe he said since we voted for white supremacists, we are white
No, I
supremacists.
don't think
Yeah.
so.
He don't
But I
talk
think that's
like
what
that.
he said
He
to
don't talk
us.
like that on this show,
No, I
but
don't think he's done that. Not here.
other shows that he's been on, they tolerate it and they keep it going, and so he continue to talk like that. But if
Well,
Denali tell him not to do certain things, he control himself.
well,
I could be
That's the
okay.
wrong.
difference.
It could have been another panel.
So
Yeah, it wasn't here.
okay, so let me say this, and I'll shut up. I'm not trying to start a conversation about him. That's not what I'm doing. I just use myself as an example. That you know, I think that he's out of line a lot of times. But again, I have to respect Denali. It's his show. If he respects him, then I got to respect him, or either I just don't come to the show. I mean, you know, that's just plain and simple. Denali's a very fair host. I love his live. There's a lot of people that come here every night and that respects him, and I respect Denali and what he says and how he does his show. And that's all I'm gonna say.
That's good. Can I go before my dear because I'm gonna forget? Okay. So look, guys. Uh, the court, in my opinion, it was good. Of course, if the person you're backing doesn't win the case, you're gonna feel as though it was a not a fair court. Court. It was unanimous, and I happen to have been a witness for the other side, which I don't know why, because I was there and I heard everything. But all I'm really gonna say is it was a good court date. You had good jurors, and the best way that everyone who wants to help Shawn is to just ask Denali to take him back without all of the other additives and criticism. Ask Denali to take him back. And I would just say, Shawn is already back on the show. He just have to come back. And then Denali will make that decision. Nobody speaks for Denali, as he always say. So in ending, let's just say it was a good day, and you all should just encourage Shawn to either come back and be respectful, and hope Denali would accept him back.
No, you're right, Mr. Rowe. I'm happy Mr. Denali took the case because he really didn't want to take the case in the beginning anyway. But I
Right.
appreciate him for doing it. Thank you, Denali.
Yeah, and I appreciate it too because it gave like the family a chance to voice our opinions because I feel like we've been a family for a minute, and we have our opinions on what goes on. And Mr. Denali is absolutely the number one. Um, he calls the shots in the end, but he's always made us feel like if you're a subscriber, that's what, like in the beginning, if you're a subscriber, you get to be on the panel first and you get to ask questions and you get to like participate in where the questioning is going. That's how it started. So I don't know about the whole second. They were talking about the rules that changed after Shawn was here. I don't even know what the rules are. But I just feel like we are a family and we respect each other and we get out of line. Every single one of us get out of line from time to time, but we care about each other. And I believe that's more important than any BS that we have.
Well, Carolyn, I can say that he did the show before, he did the court for you guys because he was like a non-factor. It was over. No, 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 no. He's like really one of the manly mans. But I appreciate you, Denali, for doing this show. Thank you. And I was upset one day with him, like, how you gonna do another case before this case? Because I really wanted him to do this case, and he did it for all of you guys because he appreciates you all. So
And I'm gonna say this. Um, I think that if anybody else has been on any other panels or even been in another live, Mr. Denali lets people voice their opinion and say what they want to say, even if he doesn't agree. And hell, he'll even argue with people sometime about it. And but most other hosts, they wouldn't do that. Period. They would drop you or try to be an ass about it. So I mean, you gotta. I mean, Denali lets everybody speak their piece. So that's it.
I'm gonna be real quick too, because I'm one of the newest members of the family. I want to say this to all of the ladies. I was raised the old-fashioned way, and sometimes that's good, and I guess sometimes it's bad. But as I don't like to hear any woman be disrespected. So I think I feel the same way about all of you guys. And if I was at another place and I saw somebody disrespecting you guys, I would be really upset about it because I don't want people to talk to y'all any kind of way. That's why never do it myself, even though I don't have any control over nobody but me. But I know from past experience that when you start saying things that end with those four-letter words and all that kind of stuff, it's kind of hard to take that stuff back. You might say, I forgive you and I'm sorry, but in your mind, it's kind of hard to take it back. And I just wish we'll find a way. We are all very intelligent people in our own rights. I know we can communicate and talk about any subject that we come before us in a way that we can discuss it, disagree, and leave in a happy moment. Leave feeling that we talked about it, we didn't agree, but we ain't cussed each other out, we ain't hurting each other, we ain't talk crap about each other. We just disagreed. That's all it was. We come out tomorrow with a different point of view and you try to discuss it another way. But I think if we don't set those examples, other people that visit their live, I've seen people on the live talk to people, and I just can't stand it, man. I don't like the way they talk to those women. I don't like the way some of the guys express themselves to each other, and I just hate that because I feel like y'all my sisters. All except Kimmy, she got a little special place for. But the rest of y'all, y'all my sisters. I don't want to see anybody disrespect y'all. I don't want to
but you
see
just
that.
tried to give me to Mr. Edwin.
That's because I didn't know you had a husband. I apologize for that.
But you was gonna give me, even if I didn't, you was gonna give me to Mr. Edwin.
Yeah, that was kind of a quick move, Dr. Shit. I apologize. I really do.
Hey, Mr. Advance, you must have
Yes,
missed it
man.
when Walker Bay called Pink Sugar a bitch.
You know, I saw that, and I was so hurt. I Walker Bay, I wanted to talk. I said, Walker Bay, why did you call the woman that? Come on, man. Men supposed to be better than that, man. We don't have to stoop to those levels to get our point across. I was really hurt when he said that to that lady
She did tell him.
because
She did tell him that he had high heels on in a skirt.
she
No,
did, but that's no. She said his hat was on too tight,
No, she
and
said you must want to wear the high heels in a skirt. You must be a woman.
she said he told I'm hanging, bitch, or something. He said like that. I said,
No, he
come
called
on,
her a
bro.
B. I agree. But I'm saying she
Yeah.
did say that he was wearing high heels and a skirt. He must want to be a woman.
because he was in his feelings and interrupting her.
Listen. Why can't men be in their feelings?
We can, but Mr. Denali, we men, we supposed to express ourselves
Okay,
differently.
listen. My opinion is that verbal abuse sometimes is worse than physical abuse because and I'm not saying anybody should be physically abused or verbally abused, but I
Hmm.
think that women have a tendency to do it because they think they can get away with it.
I am a
Because
proponent of.
they have gotten away with it, where they're so free to say you're a bitch
Yeah, my second husband.
because they're in there because they get upset. But I'm a woman and I'm just emotional until they don't want to be emotional. It's a thing that just it rubs me the wrong way.
Did y'all
Yeah.
know Edwin is the same age as Mr.
No, he's
Denali?
not. He's 5 years older than me. Now 4 years old.
He's 5 years older.
Yeah, he's 55. So I'm 51 now. So I guess he'll be 56. So,
Mm.
but anyway,
Well,
let's give Miss My Dear an opportunity. Miss My Dear,
Hey,
how
this
you
Hey,
doing?
Miss, my dear.
Hey,
hello,
Miss,
my
my dear.
dysfunctional extended family. I came up because you were on the subject of the video "God is Good All the Time,"
Oh,
and
did
I
you see
wanted
it?
to share. Yeah, I saw it this morning. I played it,
Okay, look at
and
Miss My Dear working the YouTube. I'm so proud of you.
I've been watching several of your YouTubes. I don't uh, push the button to play all of them, but I knew that I was.
Let me. Do you have a notification that you know a new video was up, or how do you get? You
Yeah,
just go and
yeah,
look.
yeah. I get those that
Okay,
say you did two today or three today. I don't pull all of them up, but I
I
did pull
understand.
that one up because I was, I had asked you to drop me last night before I got a little
What did you
emotional.
think about the conversation?
I thought it was, I thought it was, I thought it was something that needed to. Well, I'll tell you what I did. My aide was here, and uh, she heard part of it,
Mm-hmm.
and then she told me, she confided in me that she is grieving because one of her grandkids, who is a twin,
Mm-hmm.
6 month old baby, uh, was unalived. They had to put that hole they put in your, what's that, tracheotomy? What is
Yeah,
it? What is that?
trichotomy, I think it's called.
Yeah, right. And they didn't put it in right, and it got clogged, and the baby, unalived, and
Oh no.
she's going through that. I said, well, you know what? I don't really want to go into this with you myself, but you probably need to hear this because, um, so what she did, she put it in her, she said, can I put it in my phone? And she did. She put it in her phone. Oh, I did. I put it on Facebook too. I didn't know I could do that. I just started pushing some buttons. And yeah, I put it on Facebook. I don't know if they, put it on or not. I didn't see it. But anyway, and I told her, I said it's a it's a difference of opinion. And hello, what happened? The lights went out.
I can hear. So I'm
Oh,
checking messages and things like that. Don't
okay,
worry. I can still hear you.
okay, yeah. Well, anyway, I'm a little tired because last night when I got off your panel, you didn't hear me, Damali, but mine is still too fresh right now where I can't talk about it without, tearing up. So I tried to get your attention, but everybody was talking, so I just dropped myself.
Okay.
Forgive me for that, but I just had to leave. I had to leave, and I couldn't sleep all night, and so I'm a little tired tonight. So I'm gonna just That you guys rock me to sleep or either talk me to sleep one. No.
Okay.
All right, but I did want to share that with you because I thought there was and you know Miss Janex has a kind of I don't want to just point her out. Several of them had some good points.
Mm-hmm.
I told her specifically to try to listen to her because I felt like she was trying to give her something, some seed to sow on, even if she didn't receive it today. The lady Brittany. Uh,
Right.
no, I mean I'm sorry. No, my aide. I'm sorry. I'm getting some.
Britain.
No, no. I told my aide this. I'm sorry. I got a little confused on that. I didn't come up and talk with Brittany. I was too choked up
Okay.
at the time. Anyway, so I said, you know, I think Miss Jeanette's of everyone that spoke. That's just my opinion
Mm-hmm.
that I heard. It was to soothe this woman's pain and try to let her find some peace. If not today, maybe next week, maybe 5 years down the road. Your grandbaby, 6-month-old baby, that was a twin. I pray that when you listen to this, when you go home, that you can find some peace in your pain. Because I feel it. I know what you're going through. So I was proud of that, that I could. That's the first video I've shared of the panel. You know, I think my grandkids speak through here or something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm going to leave it alone. But anyway, so I don't curse as much as I used to. I'm trying to do better. So, all right. Well, all right. You guys rock me to sleep or talk me to sleep, whichever one you choose. All right.
Okay, Miss My Dear. We'll see
Good
you
night.
tomorrow. Okay.
Good night. Okay. All right.
Mr. Doc, can I say something to Dr. Shay for a minute?
Sure.
Dr. Shay, this is funny. I was telling Kim about this the other day. So the other night, can she hear me?
Yeah.
Doctor,
Uh-huh. I'm listening.
the other night when they had made you so mad, you was really, really mad. I don't know what you was mad about, but I know you was mad. And I was listening to the live and I fell asleep with the earpiece in my ear. And when I kept I was asleep but felt like I was dreaming. I kept hearing somebody yelling, yelling, yelling. I said, damn, I woke up and I could hear you yelling, but I didn't know it was you. I told Kim, I said, I would have bet somebody $1,000 that that was not you. Just the way your voice had elevated to that point. But it actually woke up out of my sleep. You was yelling so loud. But the point I was
Really?
trying to,
Me?
yeah,
I was yelling?
yeah,
He's
you was
talking
mad.
about Dr. Shay. That was the night when Denali
He knows
told
when she was
Benny,
yelling.
yeah, when he told Benny he didn't like him when you and Miss Seal got into it.
Yeah, you. I didn't have no idea. I had to look at the screen. I said, well, "Damn, who was that?" And I looked down. It said Dr. Shay. I had sleep. I said, "Damn, I ain't know Dr. Shay sounded like that." And I looked again. Then when you thought coming down, your voice came back to its normal sweet little tone that it been. Then I recognized who it was. But I would have bet $1,000 that was not you. But
I'm typically really, really nice. I normally don't
mhm.
get into it with people.
I know it. I know it. I know it. But hey, listen, guys, I really do appreciate all of you guys for letting me be a part of the family. I enjoy listening to you guys. I have the utmost respect for everybody. Yeah, we disagree. That's fine. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But I'm telling you, if it came down to choosing side, I'm gonna be on you guys' side. I don't care what the situation is. I'm gonna stick with you guys, and y'all can believe that.
There you go.
Well,
Yeah.
just don't
So
try to give nobody to Mr. Edwin
I
over
won't do that
here.
no more. You know, I didn't realize he was that young. I thought he was older than I am.
Have you
But
spent any time around Mr. Edwin?
How about we give him Tyra?
Oh Lord.
Yeah, we can give Edwin Tower. Denali, would you be okay with that?
I
Denali
think
ain't it.
I
He's
think he's holding her for his own.
oh,
You say something to me, Dr. Shay?
he's trying to get
They're
banned.
gonna get they're gonna get Tyra to Mr. Edwin. Gen X, is it okay?
Most definitely, yeah. Go for it.
yeah,
That's
Won't
crazy.
be hurt.
Gen
Well, it's a
X.
lot of fun.
He
It's a lot
he
of
he
fun.
booted her off his panel, so I don't think he want her.
Oh,
I can't tell y'all how many times I got in trouble
All
about
right.
y'all. My
oh,
wife had came in here and she said, "Are you still on that phone with them people?"
we know.
I feel like, oh, y'all heard of that night?
Yeah, and you forever went to mute.
She was
My
about to get me.
roommate does it all the time. He'll come out here in the living room and he'll look at me and say, "Oh my God."
Yeah, she like, yeah, you
Kim,
still on
done,
the phone with them people? I said, yeah. I said, what?
Kim been in the most trouble though.
Oh
Shut up.
yeah, she
Kim said,
did
"Shut
get in
up."
trouble.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Kim got loose that night.
Be quiet.
Wasn't that after dark?
I don't. It after dark, after the morning, whatever. He got loose.
What? Whatever.
See, that's the advantage that Mr. Denali got on us. All he got to do is argue with Denali. He ain't got to do but just say, go lay down somewhere. I'll take you for a walk in a minute. But we have to explain ourselves sometimes. She really got a little bit upset with me, but I told her, I said, hey, I'm just talking to my friends and stuff. Your friend? Where you know those people from? I said, I just met them on the app. You keep talking to people talking about damn Trump all day. You need to be talking about. So I said, okay, I'll calm down. But it's just fun, man. I just really enjoy it. I enjoy listening to everybody. I have learned so much from listening to all you guys because everybody got a different point of view. We're from different locations in the country, so we have different ideas about things. But like I said, I learned so much from everybody, and I have much respect for everybody. I'm telling you guys, I really, really do. I respect all of you guys. I don't always agree, but I
Right.
respect all of you guys enough to listen and not try to slam my point across on you or try to disrespect you because I disagree with you.
There
I
you go.
really do.
Well,
Yeah.
listen, when I went to New Orleans for Mardi Gras, my grandchildren, I don't know if you were here for that when we talked
Hmm.
about it, but I told my roommate, my grandchildren, I'm like, I'm gonna meet my friend Mr. Rowe in New Orleans, and they're like, you always told us don't talk to people on the internet and don't meet. I'm like, I'm a grown up. We've known each other for almost a year on this app, and like, so my grandkids were just like, what's going
uh,
on? And they met him, and it was a wonderful couple hours in our life. And so yeah, it's more than a family. It's a great experience that we're having on this platform.
yeah, y'all
So
took a nice picture together too. You and Mr. Roy and the kid. Y'all was a nice picture. I liked that.
Thank you, Advance, and look, and don't forget about all of the folks during the year that have had some problems, and we have spoken with and helped to give them some comfort. So that helped a lot.
Mhm. And it's all because Mr. D, he put this plan together. He brought us all together. He's changing America one person at a time, right?
Absolutely.
Hmm.
we appreciate that so much.
Mr. Benny's at it again. He's got a video out there. I tell you, I'm
About
telling you,
about you?
About you, he got you a video.
he needs to stop fucking with me.
Oh, Lord.
Take your L.
Already?
Take your L. You let the
Already?
control. Take your L.
Are you
Take
gonna block? Are you gonna block him?
take the L. Take the L.
Play the video.
Take the L. I'm sending you something to send to him. So you
Are
can.
you gonna block him?
I haven't made any decisions on anything as of yet.
Oh,
Personally, if he didn't block and the straight facts the liar, why would he block Mr. Benny?
well, they don't come
They
here.
put his face up on a platform, and they have total lives about Mr. Denali and talk about
Well,
his lace
so
front.
did. Excuse
And
me.
no, they
So
talk about his lace front, and they talk about his whole life, and they
okay. Do you know what
threaten
Mr.
him.
Benny
Have
did?
you? And you go on their
Do you know what
platforms.
Mr. Benny did? Do you know what?
No,
Do
no, but
he
you've
got
never said for
he got his
to
address.
get.
excuse me, he got his address. He went to the wherever he went, got his address, got his phone number, called his phone without permission, put a video out saying that Mr. Denali was paying male prostitutes $1,000. Did you know
Where?
that? Did you
No,
know
where
that?
is that? No,
Okay,
where's that?
yeah, it all came out the other day. You missed it. It all came out the other day. And that happened a while ago. And the only reason he's been letting him come here is because of Dr. Shay. And now he's making these videos saying more shit about Mr. Denali.
Well, that's horrible. And the people that tried to dox him on that other platform he went on need to be doxed, need to be blocked as well. We need to like
Exactly.
if we're gonna block people, let's block everybody that does the same thing.
Right. I
Let's
don't know anybody else who doxed him. But if they
well,
doxed him, then they
on
should
that
be blocked.
platform where they told him that he sold a house. You were there. He sold his house and he moved somewhere else, and they were
Oh,
talking
that
about,
that
uh,
lady Tasha P. Tasha P.
yeah,
She
they
did
were
it. Yeah, she should
talking
be
mad
blocked.
shit on
Tasha
him.
Tasha
Yeah,
P is she's the one who did it. And yeah, he should block her. I would block her, but
absolutely. If we're
she would
blocking
never
people,
come
let's
here.
block them
But
all. Yeah.
here's the thing. She's never going to come here. She will never come here. Mr. Benny, he'll wait 2 weeks and he'll come back. DJ's not going to come here. Tasha's not going to come here. But yeah,
DJ is
they should be
totally.
blocked.
You don't think
She
DJ's ever going to come back here?
I don't think so.
Really?
Not after what
She
happened last
always
time,
comes
but
back
No, DJ will
here.
come back. Now the rest
She
of them,
will come
no.
back.
But him and
okay.
DJ, I still think are like still
Yeah, they
cousins.
have this weird relationship where they need to like, yeah. It's been a year
I
and they
think the
come
last
back and forth.
situation I think the last situation was the last straw. I think it was the last straw for him. It went way too far when they did that whole panel on him, and I think it
Is
was the
she
last
blocked?
straw.
Is she
No, but
blocked?
he should block her. I mean,
for for
I'm not against
promotional
it.
for promotional reasons. You don't want to get rid of your haters because your haters are actually what help boost your whole thing. And I'm not just talking about TikTok. I'm talking about like even
In
big
life,
time in the
yeah.
rap world, musicians, all that shit. So and the more people talk, then other people want to talk and it just that's how they blow up.
Right. I agree, CMB.
Hey, Mr. Rowe, how are you?
Great, man. Wonderful.
That's good. Nice to hear your voice.
Glad we got another court case down. We got to need more
What?
lawyers and probably more judges.
You
Cause
better
up
start.
there,
We better start sending some kids to school or some shit.
I know.
Hey, so CMB, when you was in the pool the other day, cause you sounded totally different, man. When you was talking, I said, well, "Damn, who was that?" They said, "That's CMB." I said, "I mean, you didn't
He
sound
was
nothing like you do now."
relaxed. He was relaxed.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
sounded.
I was crazy. That was crazy because I was fucking late as shit. That was last night,
Yeah, you.
and man, I was so out of it.
How were you talking to us in the pool though? That's what I was wondering.
What do you
You had an
mean?
earbud? You had an earpiece
No,
on in the pool?
no, I had my phone so I could see you guys.
Oh,
You probably was on the float. You was
Yeah,
on the float, floating.
yeah, on one of those little underwater chairs.
Mm-hmm.
underwater, on the water.
No, no, they got like they got the mesh that sinks, and then they got the little float parts that float up, and it's like a chair, but your body's submerged in water.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty
Oh
cool.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, I
We
know
got
what
a
you're talking
couple of
about.
those.
I actually bought
Yeah,
that shit off of
One.
TikTok.
I have one of those.
Hey, you ever see the commercial where the guy's out there in the ocean and I guess he can't see and he needed some glasses and the lady came out on the jet ski and gave him the glasses and she said, "You need any help?" He told her, "No, why you take that?" And he way out in the damn
That's
damn
some
middle of the
funny
ocean.
shit.
I
Yeah.
love that. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, I'm
That's
fine.
funny.
Like, what the hell, man? You out here in the ocean.
Yeah, that's funny as shit. Cause me and my buddy Demetrius, we were out on a jet ski and we were at least two couple miles offshore, uh, down in the Keys, and we found these two kids canoeing, and they said their canoe had flipped and they lost their oars, and it was like
Mm.
evening time, like 5:30, 6 o'clock, and they were like, using their hands to like try to get ashore. They would have never gotten to shore before dark. I'll tell you that. So I wound up, I got everything on my jet ski or whatever. So I tied them. I was like, I'll pull you guys, So I tied them up and shit. But they were, they said that the thing flipped and they couldn't find their paddles floating around. They probably would
I
have been
seen,
dead.
I seen a commercial. I don't know how true it is, but it was supposed to be this guy. Him and two guys. They was out in the ocean on one of those canoes, and the damn whale supposed to be came up and grabbed the guy like he was going to eat him, but it spit him back out. Now I
I
don't know if it
saw
was
that.
fake.
No,
Did you
Really?
see?
that's a
Wow.
true story. That's a
Yeah,
true
I saw that.
story.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that too. It looked true.
I
It
said,
is a true
damn.
story.
The ocean's like, it's crazy. Anything can happen. Literally anything. I mean, I've had a fish jump up and actually land on the back of the boat.
I remember a lady was giving, she had a gold necklace on, and the damn barracuda jumped up out of the water because he saw the necklace and hit her in
Yeah,
the throat and ended up killing the lady because they got sharp teeth and all that shit. But
yeah.
messed that lady up.
But just remember this: I mean, hopefully nobody ever this. If you ever get bitten by a shark in the water, you just take your thumbs and you stick them inside in his eyeball, and he'll feel the pain, and you'll be able to get him off you.
I'm gonna be too busy screaming.
Well, I mean, unless you got a
Me
knife
too,
or a
Mr. O.
45 or anything.
I
But if
say
you
not.
get, you
I'll give
never
a
know,
shout out to initials ML. And initials FP. You too can support the show by hitting the Cash App. If you're not into gifting, if you take the dollar sign off, then you can use the Venmo to help the show continue. Thank you so much for the continued support.
Oh, I
hey,
forgot about
Guys,
that. Gen
hey,
X.
wait a minute, Carolyn. We're at 80,000 likes. So, let's get Mr. Denali to 100,000 likes today. So, if we're not
yeah,
speaking, let's stay on mute and tap the screen.
or
Okay,
I,
thanks.
or I was just gonna drop down too, because I could hammer it harder.
You don't have to drop down just when you're not speaking, just be on mute and then you can tap.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, you can tap when you're on mute.
Mr. D, I got to go, man. It's getting late. It's about one, so I got to get up at five in a four hours. I got to be back up.
Okay. All right.
So hey, man, I'll see y'all tomorrow, man. Everybody be safe. All right.
Thank
All
you.
right, advance.
All right,
Bye,
Good
guys.
night.
Vance.
All right. As Gen X says, since I can't hit the Cash App, the Senate. Let's go.
Well, that's what I was gonna
yeah. Good
say.
night,
Yeah.
advance. Have a good night.
Okay.
So
Movie.
so I thought today, Gen X, did you think of some different things to do for the whole Cash App? Okay, so what my idea was, if you don't want to just tap, 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 then you can contribute with the, what is it besides
The
Cash App?
Cash App. With the
No,
Cash
but
App.
the
That's
other,
it.
what else does he have besides Cash App?
Venmo or Zelle?
Venmo,
Oh,
but that
yeah.
rhymes.
If you don't want to just tap, 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 You can contribute with the Venmo or Cash App.
I like that, Carolyn. I like it.
Hey,
Mr.
look,
Rowe.
I thought
Hey,
about
Mr.
it.
Rowe, are you there, Mr. Rowe?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, well, go on mute and tap. We're trying to get to 100K. If you're not speaking, go on mute and tap. When you speak, unmute. We
All
got to
right, well,
get to
here's
100K.
Mr. Benny's here his video. I guess he's upset that he lost. So there you go. Not my
He
fault.
was, he was,
Mr. Benny fought, Shawn, the best I could under the circumstances we were under. But hypocrisy is a very strong thing, man. I couldn't get the people to understand and see. I'ma just flat out say it, man. Just because a person is white or a different color doesn't mean that you have the right to insult them, man. They said this trial wasn't about your First Amendment rights. But he cut your voice off and told you to shut up and wouldn't let you speak while being attacked. They said it wasn't about seizure, but he's blocked you, and everybody's used the bitch word. And it's been testimony that Dr. Shea called him a bitch. I've called him a bitch because he is. This is the worst dude. Listen, man, I've never seen a man like this here, bro, who's always the fucking victim. And because it's my page. But what he don't realize and understand is that the moment that the people start supporting your page and sending you gifts and the cash apps that you beg for every day, send me a cash app. Want to go battle. You're using people, but you're not respecting them. Denali XXL do not respect the individuals that send him gifts and cash apps. He's looking at y'all like y'all fucking suckers and marks. That's what he's doing. Shawn was a mark. I was a mark. Several other people, different people that sent him money, took care of him, looked out for him. I'm still waiting for a hoodie I brought from fucking I don't know when, sent him $60. And I know the hoodie ain't cost $60. But he's using people. And that's why I made this video. Because Shawn got used, and I really don't like it. And I will never, ever, ever go to Denali's page again. Never. You will never even hear me speak of him again after the day. But if you one of them individuals that been on his page and been called a racist, and when you leave, he allowed people to call you names and racist, but as soon as you call him a name, it's crossing the line. That's not fair. So I'm going to say to you, the Denali XXL will set you up if you're a female and allow people to talk crazy to you, call you out your name, whether you're white or black. He himself attacks women. There's plenty witnesses to it. And now he's allowed this gentleman who's been on his page for over a year since he started to be labeled as a racist and then come up and give testimony that the man is not. Well, if he's not a racist, then why did you allow him to be attacked by your friend Miss Sill that you was trying to have a relationship with and she dropped you? Sill dropped you. I'm not going to say the other name. You know who she is. Shot you down after months and months of trying, spending your little $2. That's Sill. That's the other person. And you put out a request for a date on social media and got one response. I think that's a qualifier. Sir, you ain't right. And if you keep using people, you're going to lose people. And I hope everybody who's watching this video that's following Denali XXL, you're going to go over there, don't spend no money, don't send no cash apps. And all the people that's sending them Denali, they going to stop. Because you're a user, man. And people don't like to be used. So you think people can come to your page be treated any kind of way, called racist and all kinds of things, and you don't even protect them, but you take their money? Stop giving Denali money. Period.
There you go.
Yeah, I guess Mr.
Bitter
Bennett dogged
Benny, bitter
himself.
Benny, bitter Benny.
He is a female to the core, a straight female.
Well, I want to weigh in on this because I feel a couple different ways about it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I feel like what his statement was in the trial that Miss Seal was a huge instigator. He didn't say instigator, I did. Miss Seal was the instigator at that time on our panels. She was the one of them. We never had the comments and the conversations before she came around, but then when she came around there was always that conversation, and y'all told us, oh, well, they're uncomfortable. Yeah, they're uncomfortable, we need to have them, but we don't need to constantly have them. So the fact that people are disregarding the fact that we all, a bunch of us believe that she's the one that called me racist. She's the one that called a bunch of people. She started so much drama, racist drama on this app.
She's not on trial, Carolyn,
Okay,
so why
but
are we
can
talking
you
about
can you
her?
stop? Because
No.
she caused so much drama on this panel, and I understand Mr. Benny's thinking, but that's where I'm torn because I feel like this is a family. I feel like Denali got us all here. We are all welcome. I have never been, I've been disrespected by people on this panel. I've never been disrespected by Mr. Denali. So I feel like this is like my space. That's why we always come back, because we feel like he's given us a space. But then when we get like what Mr. Benny's saying, then it's like another thing you have to think about. And so I'm just saying, I understand him, and before everybody goes to dogging him, if you weren't here from the beginning and you didn't know what all happened, then you have an opinion, but you don't have a full opinion.
Everything you said does
Kim,
not,
can you just
everything, no,
once in your life
no,
just
nothing
stop
you said
putting
matters.
yourself
I can
into
do
a
what I want
place
to
where
do.
you don't know what all.
I
I'm
can do
trying
what I
to have
want to
an
do.
opinion, and you're
It
trying
doesn't
to jump
matter
in my
because
opinion.
nothing you said matters. It has nothing to do with what
My
Mr.
opinion
Benny
doesn't matter.
play. Why don't you play the recording of what Mr. Benny did to you? Because she wasn't here. I don't think she knows what the hell he did to you. Why don't you play that? Because
What? Who
this is
did
not
to
a,
who?
what Mr. Benny did to Mr. Denali. Why don't you play that recording so she can hear that, Mr. Denali?
Oh, she didn't hear it?
No, she wasn't here.
Well, okay,
Let
this is the question, Miss Carolyn. Should Valdez be on the platform?
If you allow,
I know I do. I'm saying it's a simple yes or no.
if you allow Texas,
Miss
if you
Carolyn,
allow Walker Bay,
should.
then you should allow
Well,
Valdez,
that's
and
the
you should allow
that's the
everybody,
platform. The
all
platform
of
is
them,
okay.
all
The
of them.
platform, and everybody knows it because it's been the same way since I started. It's the most inclusive, even when we don't hear things or when we hear things we do not like.
Exactly why I'm perplexed about Shawn,
Yeah. Well,
because there have been
so if I let
racist.
Shawn back, then everybody else is okay, right? Shawn.
Well, no,
No.
it's just because you
Okay.
haven't kicked any of them off,
So
and
your
they've
biggest
been
problem is that
horrible
your biggest
people.
challenge is that Shawn is not here. Shawn is on XL. He was never banned from there. Has he been on
But
that?
why is he banned?
Because
And Walker
because
Bay
I
is a
never, because
pronounced,
I
he
never,
calls himself a
I,
racist. He
who,
doesn't like white people.
who,
And you let him
who
on
are we
your
talking about?
panel,
Who are we talking about?
Walker Bay.
So you want Walker Bay banned?
He told us
Okay,
that he's
listen
racist.
to me. Do you want Walker Bay banned?
No,
Okay, so what are
I
we
don't
complaining
think
about?
anybody should be
Right.
banned.
The only person that's banned is Shawn because he called me.
Exactly, that's
Because
my
did you
point.
listen to the testimony?
I listened to the testimony, but everybody didn't understand the whole
Then why did
testimony
why did they rule in my favor?
because they didn't. Mr. Denali, it's your platform,
No.
but if you let Walker
No,
Bay
but
and
stop.
Texas
Let's not rule.
Ranger
Let's
and
not.
their
It's
racist
Carolyn.
ass on this
It's
platform,
Carolyn.
and you
Miss
don't let
Carolyn. Miss
Shawn,
Carolyn. He had an opportunity to come up here and defend himself. He picked his own. He had two goddamn lawyers. Why couldn't they make them understand?
I'm not about that. I'm just saying from me to you,
You guys,
as a
gotta
person,
hang on one second.
as a person on your
I
panel.
know you got.
If you
Miss
let those
Caroline, Miss
disgusting
Caroline, Miss
words that
Caroline,
Walker Bay and the
Miss Caroline, I'm talking. You keep talking. You guys got a petition. I said fine. Let the people decide. All three of those people have never been on the panel. Mermaid, FAO, and Miss Reba. Never been on the panel. So they had fresh virgin ears. Mr. Benny had his time to talk, everything that needed to be done, and they all came to the same conclusion. How is that possible?
he let his feelings
Well, that's
get
not my
into
fault
it.
because
I know.
I let the people decide. I
I
was going to
know.
go with whatever the people said. I didn't try to
Absolutely. And
say, I didn't put a kibosh on it and put court and say, you know what? It's my show. I can do what I want to do. And I said, sure, let's go and take it to court. He had every opportunity. He had two lawyers. And they couldn't make the people who had even know who Shawn is, or don't even know who I am, or Miss Sill, or anybody who testified. Mr. Benny couldn't do it. BA couldn't do it. I mean, like what? I opened up the show. I gave control over to that aspect of it to three people I had never met before in my life.
And then after that, how many of your regular viewers said, in my opinion, I would let Shawn come back? Your regular viewers, not somebody off the street, not somebody that didn't know any background, your regular viewers that know the platform, how many of them said, I would allow
I think
Shawn
it's
back?
you, I think it's Gen X, and I think it's Dr. Shay.
No, Hawkeye and a few other
Those are
people.
the only ones I heard from. I forgot about Hawkeye. Who else said it?
And
Yeah.
Who else
the
said it?
judge, the
It was Candid
judge,
and Hawkeye. That's it.
Oh, Candid. Okay, Candid. And she was the judge. So you guys said it was unfair. She was the judge, and she thinks he should be back. So how was it unfair if the judge thought she ruled based on the law and what she thought was fair? But then you guys said it was an unfair trial. I'd let the people decide. I would have went with whatever the people decide. I opened up my show for the people who I don't even know decide about Shawn. And they came to the same conclusion. And
I think.
not my
I
Denali, can
think.
I say something really quick?
I think he
I
should have
think
a retrial and
you
let me
want
be.
to get a retrial?
And
absolutely.
if I'm an attorney, I think the outcome might come out a little bit different.
Yeah, the problem was Mr. Benny overcharged.
Yeah, Gen X could win it. Mr. Benny got his feelings into it and he kind of lost it.
Not my
Gen
fault.
X could do it
Okay, Miss
without the
Caroline.
feelings.
I got you, Miss Caroline. It's not my fault. I opened it up. I led a trial. I could have said, I'm not doing that. It's my show. I didn't. I said, okay, let 3 people I don't even know make the decision. And then you all said that it was an unfair trial. And the judge came out and said she thought that I should let him back on.
I could let the jury understand a different viewpoint from it.
All right. Well, listen, he picked it. You were open to do it. Shawn didn't pick you. He picked Benny and BA.
Can I say something really quick, Denali?
And Candid wanted him back on the show. And why are y'all listening to her? She just came 6 weeks ago. 2 months ago. Why would you guys listen to her?
Because she listened to what we were saying.
No, I'm saying you guys said, Dr. Shay, well, people don't know what happened and people weren't here. So they shouldn't have a say. Why should Candid have a say?
Because she paid attention to all the testimony.
Well, listen, Mermaid said she wrote down stuff. FAO gave a very detailed answer.
Yeah, but his detailed answer was bullshit.
Okay, that's your opinion, but
it is.
What do you want me to say? I let it open to the public.
I get it. I don't know what else
to do.
I'm just saying a retrial would be fun.
Fine, go ahead, have it. I need to get my court fee. They didn't even pay my court fee. They still owe me $40. The court fee we decided was $40. I didn't even get it. Miss Sil, what would you like to say?
Well, first, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
So I just want to point something out. At this point, I think, Caroline, your jealousy, whatever it is that you got for me, let it go, because you're just making yourself look worse and worse at this point. Any chance you get to put my name in your mouth, you hop on it, and it's actually making you look pretty pathetic at this point. Secondly, to say that I am the reason why the racial issues have come up on this panel is a bull-faced lie. Both of these people have been called racist before I came along and disingenuous before I came along. Hence why I said, Shawn, this is why you have been called disingenuous. I didn't call Shawn a racist until after I was trying to speak to him and he continued to double down on the things. And that's when I said, you know what? In my eyes, you're a racist. That's when I said it. Because if you're going to continue to double down on the things after you're being spoken to me, it does elevate to another level because you don't care. You're not trying to hear it. This is why I called you a racist. Denali has given you the white glove treatment on numerous occasions so that you can understand where your biases are, where your prejudices are. I have spoken to you to no end about the things that you say, about when things come up, how you dismiss them, how you then become the victim, and yet and still you continue to do it over and over and over again. You want to sit here and try to make me out to be the problem, and you guys are the victim. BA has done the same thing. I've pointed out how BA has tried to make Black people he turned around and he'll say, or I witnessed him say, it's reverse racism. He's the victim. He's being attacked. Everything is always a crying game for him. Then you want to try to make me the problem. Gen X, we have different political views. I don't have an issue with Gen X. That was stated. Then it was, oh, well, Gen X is one of the it girls. No, if I'm such a racist, if I'm such a problem, if I'm so hateful, if I have so many issues with white people, why do me and Gen X get on this panel, speak to each other, and move along accordingly? Even if we have differences in opinions, I have never attacked Gen X. Gen X has never attacked me. The same thing, Mary. During this trial, Mary actually inboxed me and we spoke. Not well, she spoke to me every time I come into this live. Mary always speaks to me, and she said in the DM, we have difference in opinions, but we enjoy, each other's, when we're in each other's space. So you're not going to try to keep pointing me to be the problem. You don't like the fact that I'm outspoken. You don't like the fact that I call things for what they are. You don't like the fact that if I see something that is an issue, I speak on it. But it was okay the times that I defend you. It was okay the times that I stood neutral with things. It was okay the times that I was the peacemaker. Those things were fine. But as soon as something happened that you did not like, now you want to coin me to be the problem of this show. I'm not the problem of the show. I've never been the problem of the show. You just don't like when you hear things that you don't like. You don't like the fact that I am not a Trump supporter. You don't like the fact that I am not a MAGA. You guys are very, very blatant in your biases toward people who are not MAGAs. You guys gift each other. You guys defend each other. Blatantly wrong, you will stand with each other. You guys talk shit about people in the comments as if we are blind and we don't see the things that you are saying about us in the comments. And this is why I left, because this is not a family. A family does not sit and talk shit about each other and then turn around and try to kumbaya like everything is all good. I told Denali I cannot be in a space like that. You can't sit and talk to me crazy or sit on a panel and act like everything is fine and then talk shit in the comments. And like I told you in the comments, stop saying that me and Denali was in a relationship because we were not. You want to say that you was here from the beginning, but you talking things that you don't even know what you're talking about. Yes, me and Denali did do the dating Denali. Yes, me and Denali did have a we communicated outside of TikTok. But me and Denali were never in a relationship. Me and Denali has never met. So once again, like I told the other person, mind your business and speak on things that you know about. Now, the other thing that I wanted to say, you guys were so hard up on having an issue with me that you knew you couldn't bring a case against me. So you decided to put Denali, to attack Denali for Shawn being banned and tried to make me the crux of the situation. I was not the only one who spoke about what happened on BA's live. There was multiple people, but those people do not come back to this show. Big T comes back here. Denali reached out to me and asked me if I would come back here because I don't come back here. But because I am still cordial with Denali, I said, yes, I will come here. That's why I came back and that's why I gave my testimony. But you guys want to try to make me the problem. I was not the problem. And that's why throughout this entire case, my name kept coming up. It was Miss Sill, Miss Sill, Miss Sill. But I was not the problem. Shawn was the problem. And Shawn was called out for what he did. Plain and simple. But you guys don't want to admit to that, and you want to see the truth for what it is. And if you listen to the recording, you hear when Shawn called me a bitch, Denali was so caught up in what was going on. Denali kept yelling, "What did you say to me? What did you say to me?" He didn't say, "What did you call her? What did you say to her?" He said, "What did you say to me?" And then when him and Shawn continued to go back and forth, that's when Shawn called Denali a bitch, and that's when Denali banned him. So again, if you get your hard on off for me and put the focus on where it should be, you will realize Shawn got banned because of what Shawn said, not because Denali was protecting me. So
No,
that's what
that
I
was
came up here.
fantastic. Thank you, Miss Seal.
Listen, I didn't come up here for a response from you. I came up here to say what I had to say. I know you don't give a damn about nothing I say. That's why again
No, it was
you
35% bullshit. So yeah.
and you know, and it's fine because again, your racism and your hatred for me and your jealousy for this strong black
I
woman that
don't like
constantly
you
stands
because
up
of
for
your
herself,
attitude. It
this
has
I
nothing
don't
to
give a
do with
shit
your
about how you
race.
feel
I
about my
don't like you
attitude.
because of your attitude, not
Listen,
because of
and
your
I and
race.
what, please tell me at what moment did you ever at what point did you ever think that I would give a damn about you not liking me? What point did you think that I would care? That's
I
the part that
don't
I don't think you
care
understand.
if
That's why I
you
don't think you
don't
understand that you
care.
should just stop talking about me because I don't care how you feel. You make yourself look
You're the
bad because
one
you
that
keep bringing
started
my
this
name
whole
up. I
case.
didn't bring up anything. I
You
didn't start
started this
anything.
whole shit by
No,
bringing
Shay
the
started
stuff
this.
from
Shay started it.
BA's live. You brought it to
I did
Denali's
not bring it
live.
here. That's
You
what you're wrong. Talk
absolutely
what you
did.
know. I did
You
not bring it to
Well,
absolutely
Denali.
Miss
brought
Miss
it.
Caroline,
Caroline,
I
big
think
Big
K.
did
give me
I
a second, Miss Kim. It was I think it was actually Big T who brought what was going on. I think Miss Ladora Bird who brought what was going on over from BA's live, if I'm not mistaken.
Now,
Well,
Now
she's the
Denali.
only
No, no, no,
one
no.
that was
Denali.
speaking in
Can you
every
please make it clear?
single
Wasn't I the last
recording.
one?
Okay, all right. What
Wasn't
is
I the
it that
last
she?
one who spoke? Okay, so on that day that everything came over to your live, wasn't I the last one to say anything about what happened on BA's live?
Right, because you didn't. You said you didn't want to come up, but then I think you said that Shawn was being disingenuous or whatever. I can't remember the words. But
Thank
Miss
you.
Sill did
But
not bring it over here. There were other people who did, and the reason they brought it over here was because they found BA over on my show. They were supporting BA. They did not like some of the things that were said on the BA show. The what is it? The knuckles or whatever the fuck it is.
all of the stuff that was being said, it was a lot of stuff that was being said. But again, she wants to make me the problem because she does not like me. And the thing is, she can make me the problem all she chooses to, but she's loud, she's wrong, and she continues to show that her dislike for me is why she keeps doing these things, but she keeps making herself look foolish every single time. Her dislike for me is what made her come off of mute and call me a race baiter when I'm clearly not a
You
race baiter.
absolutely
You
are.
listen, and you are a racist, and you have proven yourself time and time again. This is why Denali keeps having these white glove hold Karen Land's hand with racist issues that you still don't get because you're a racist. He has told you time and
Who
time
else has
again, and yet
proven
and
I
still,
was a
this is what
racist
you
besides
listen.
you?
I'm not trying to get anybody to prove
Nobody
nothing.
has
I never
said I
asked
was a
anybody to prove
racist
anything.
besides you.
But tell me
You're
who
the
I asked.
racist, Miss
Tell me who I
Seal.
asked.
You're
Who did
the
I ask if you were a
racist.
racist?
You're
Who
the
did I ask if you're a racist?
racist.
I never asked anybody because I don't care. That's how I see
No,
you. That's
nobody
how I
else
feel
has
about you.
said it
So
except
what?
for Miss Goldie, who said I sent her a Trump
Denali, I've
video
spoken
that
my piece
proved
to the
that
30
I was a
something people
All
that
right,
are in
okay,
racist.
here.
listen, you guys are not ever going to come to a meeting of the
No,
mind.
we're not.
No,
We're
this
not. We're
woman
not.
Well,
just
listen, hang on a
wants
Don't
second.
call me this
division.
woman. Don't
Hang
listen.
on one
You
second.
are that
Mute.
woman.
I don't.
Listen,
I've,
trash.
I've already gave
Leave
my.
me
Hang on.
alone. Stop bringing up my name over and
I've
over
already
and over
given
again.
my
Okay?
definition of what I think.
No, well, if you stop being relevant, I'll stop bringing up your name.
I'm not gonna stop being relevant. I live rent free in your head, and I'm gonna stay there.
No,
So
whenever
I'm
shit
gonna never
comes
stop
up
being
on this
relevant.
app
I'm gonna
where controversies happening that you started, I'm going to bring
listen.
up your name.
Because you're a hater.
You
You're a jealous
started
ass
it.
hater. That's all you
You
are.
started
Denali,
all of the
Denali. I ain't
racist
start shit. Denali
controversy.
knows that BA was called a racist before I came along.
No,
Shawn
he
was called a
wasn't.
yes, he was
No,
because
he
yes, he
wasn't.
was because Mr. Rowe had a case against him before I even came along. When I came around, the
Let me
case was
prove this,
already in
Caroline.
was already about to be held, and I was here the day that it was supposed to take place. So again, get your facts straight.
That is
Mr.
true.
Rowe called BA a racist. And that was before I came around. So again, stop with your shit. You doing that because they are MAGAs and you want them to be so right. Mr. Rowe had already called him a racist, and Shawn had already been called disingenuous and a racist as well before I came along.
She's absolutely right, Miss Caroline. So it was
Thank you.
not Miss Sill that it was a case that was pending against BA because some racial things people thought were said, and somebody brought a case, and then it got dropped. I think it happened because of the sisterhood situation, and that's why it got dropped. BA and Mr. Benny did not show up, and then he came and said, "We're not coming back." In that instance, they did pick the sisterhood at that time. So listen, I already gave my.
Okay.
I,
So
I stand corrected. I was here. I seem to remember like something
it
about
wasn't Miss
that, but I
Sill.
don't remember.
It
So
wasn't
it
Miss
was all
Sill.
bullshit when I said it, but now that you said it, now she
Well,
seems
yeah,
to
because
remember a little bit
you're
of it. Because,
a
like I said, because she's full of shit.
stirrer
She's so
of
her hatred for this
controversy.
strong
I
black
don't hate
woman
Well, listen.
don't
anybody.
it
And
disturbs
it
her
has
peace
nothing to do
like
with
it
your
disturbs
color, ma'am.
everybody
Even
else's
though
who
you
has
want to
an
make your
issue with
color
me.
an
Like
issue,
I said,
the fact that you're
kudos
black
to
means
you for
shit to
constantly
me.
proving me
You're a
correct.
rude
Like I said,
person.
I am,
You
listen, you
are
could
an
call me whatever you
obnoxious
choose to call me.
person. It
Yep.
has
Remember, I'm
nothing to
uppity
do with
too.
the
Don't
color
forget
of
I'm
your
uppity.
skin, ma'am.
Don't
You're
forget
just
I'm
rude as
uppity.
fuck.
Don't forget I'm uppity.
You're just rude as fuck. It
Yeah,
has nothing to do with the color
I'm
of your
rude.
I
skin.
mean, Miss Caroline, though. I
She's
mean, to
hilarious.
be
I'm rude.
completely fair, Miss Caroline, if BA, I mean not BA, if Shawn doesn't say those what I find to be racially insensitive or stereotypes that he believes, we wouldn't be probably be in this situation right now. How much?
If they wouldn't have brought it over here
No,
to
no, no, no.
your
Hang on,
platform,
hang
all he
on, Miss
said was
Caroline, Miss
stereotypes.
Caroline.
And people
But
talk
she don't
about
probably she don't
white
have a problem with that.
Miss Caroline, hang on
stereotypes.
1 second, Miss Caroline. Do you think Shawn believes those things?
I have no idea if he believes
She's
them or
literally
not.
making excuses. She said
Okay.
they only said stereotypes. She's okay with that, but she don't think that we were wrong
A
for
white
bringing
man
something to
can't
your
jump.
attention. Like
White
I
men
said,
What I'm
can't
saying, Miss
but
dance.
we
Caroline,
never said
White
that.
women can't wear braids. All
When
the
did
Caroline,
we say
shit
that?
Miss
that black
Caroline.
When did
people
we say that?
say.
Hang on 1 second. Everybody quiet. Miss Caroline, if he doesn't say those things, we're not here. Those things are, you can call them stereotypes. I would say they're racially insensitive things if he believes those things. There are many black pilots. Generally, why black people are not pilots because of the cost that it is, the amount of hours you have to be to get to be a pilot. Miss Yo-Yo
And
has Miss Yo-Yo has told us that.
They
Next,
said
and
to
this
on
is the
BA's
whole
live.
reason
forget
I
it.
got I called a racist
Miss
because I took.
Caroline, you went to court. What else is it? Listen, I don't know. I don't know why people are tending to pick on you for that. That's something. If I mean, listen, a friend of mine, if you have a tail more than twice, maybe you need to take a look. I don't know. I don't think that you're a racist. I don't think BA is a racist. I think BA has problems with racial conversations. Shawn, I don't think he's a racist. I think he may have some prejudice in him when he thinks that black people are scared of heights, black people can't swim, and black people eat neck bones. I think those things are problematic statements. I'm sorry, I do. And if he doesn't make those statements, because he made them because I think he probably believes them, we're probably not having this conversation right now.
And just to your point, Denali, about the pilots, that was one of the things that was said on BA's live about the pilots and in defense of black people, and they just stomped all over it. They didn't want to hear any of it. And this is, like I said, this is why the things were brought back to
Well,
the
one of the
live.
reasons that we're brought back too is because BA, as he always says, this is home. People from this show met BA over here, and he started having shows, and they went to support him. But
But
they were
I was a
shocked that
part of the they. I was
they
a
were
part of the
shocked
they.
that they were what they found to be racially insensitive, stereotypical talk, whatever word you want to use. They were
Hmm.
upset about it. They came to tell me about the show. I mean, that's their right to do, and then that's where it went from there. But again, if he doesn't say those things or even believe those things, then we're probably not having this conversation right now. I don't know. That's what I think.
Well, and then also, whenever you were talking, the reason I asked to come up was because when you were talking and you said, well, I don't know why people target you and target BA and target other people. I think that if someone who is not racist, once you react to somebody calling you racist and they see that that is a weakness for you, I feel like that is what everybody who's watching is going to start doing that wants to target you. So if
Thank
they
you,
know that's a
Wendy.
weakness, they're going to continue to do that. And so if you're not a racist, then don't let it get under your skin. Like, it shouldn't get under your skin, right? Because, like, first off, I have 3 F's in my life, and if you aren't a part of any of them, then what do I care what someone on TikTok thinks about me? Legitimately. Like, if you don't fuck me, feed me, or finance me, right?
Oh, I like that.
So, so if you just think that I'm racist because you disagree with what I say, then that's on you. You need to look in the mirror and you need to figure out why it is that you think that people are racist just because they disagree with you. Now, if I legitimately say something that is racist and I continue saying these things, and even if it's brought to my attention and I don't correct those actions, then now that's on me, and I need to look in a mirror and figure out what the fuck is really going on with me and why do I feel the way I feel. So it's all a matter of everybody taking accountability for themselves. But if you truly don't feel those things and someone is targeting you and saying those things to you, girl, bye. No time for it. Just no time for it, right? It's all about having peace in my life, and I just no time for it. Don't let it get under your skin, because if one person knows that they can get under your skin, the next person is going to do the same thing. And then you're going to have two people getting under your skin. Then you've got someone else that sees that they're in a lie, one of their friends that follows them around. Now you've got three people getting under your skin. Then you've got four. Then you've got five. Then you've got 20, right? Because they're all bringing people in just so they can get under your skin. Girl, ain't got no time for that. 54 years old, too old, too old, too old. No time for it. No time for it.
So,
Yeah.
Denali, I just wanted to say this. So, in reference to when these, like when racially charged topics come up, I have been in plenty of lives. I've been around plenty of people who are not black, and these conversations come up, and we have these conversations. An ally has the conversation back and forth with you. An ally understands and empathizes with you. An ally even speaks about things that they may have experienced and why they don't stand for these types of things. Usually, the person who is, like I said, whether you want to call it prejudice, racist, whatever negative title you want to put on it, those are the ones who always get upset. They start hooping and hollering. They're offended. Oh, now they're targeted. Those are the ones that always their day is ruined every time anything racial comes up. When we know that if the topic is there, it's there for a reason. We don't just sit and bring up stuff because it's nothing better to do. Denali, you had more than one live topic. Was not political. It was about it. I think one was when the officer unalived the airman
Immigrant
at the
support.
door.
Correct.
We talked about that. And we saw the ones who stood and said, oh, soon as you brought up race, soon as race came up, the ones who got upset about it, and I'm talking about the people who are not of color. We saw the ones who got upset, and we saw the ones who felt that it was racially charged. You had the same thing when it came to the young lady who they said threw the pot of water on the officer. Same situation. So it's always the same ones who gets upset, but then they're the same ones who say that they're not racist. Oh, they don't have a problem with black people or people of color, but it's always the same people. So, like you said, if you're told that you have a tail more than one time, maybe you actually have a tail. That's all I'm saying. If I see it and I hear it more than once, because my thing is, I'm not going to go off of what someone else is saying. I treat everybody the same across the board. Because I don't care what your political views are. That doesn't make me any difference. When I see it happening, then that's when I speak on it. But if you're nice to me, you're cordial with me, I have no issues with you. But as soon as I see what's going on, yeah, I call it out, especially if it's in the moment of what's going on. And if you don't like it, that's fine. I mean, it doesn't make me any difference, but don't then try to target me and make me a problem because I spoke on the situation that was literally right there. And you just don't like that I spoke out on it. And like I said, and this was with more than one person. Denali, I've called you out on things that I didn't care for that you were doing. And you didn't say, "Oh, I'm hateful. Oh, I'm a part of the group that feel like you hate all black women." No, but I called you out on things that I didn't care for. I have been the peacemaker on your live. When you were saying something, somebody else was saying something, and I stepped in and said, "Wait, wait, wait. This is what I think," and then we hashed it out. So I don't get this whole. And then I'm not. I'm gonna just leave it at that. Like I said, if the title wants to be put on me by certain people as I'm the problem, fine, no problem. Wear it with a badge of honor. But like I said what I said, I stand on it, and I don't take it back. And that's it. So
And as far as those two conversations that we've had on this panel, I did not have an opposing opinion on Massey or the airman. And so your continued thoughts of me are just your thoughts. So
did I say
we're all
Carolyn?
no, but you
So what are you
you
talking
and
about? I never said Carolyn. I said the same people. The same people who felt one way with one topic
same
felt the same.
people you're talking about, like you're on this panel literally to talk about I
I
brought
literally
your
said the
name up,
same
ma'am.
people.
Are
The
you
same.
ridiculous or not?
No, a hit
I
dog
brought
will
your
holler
name up.
every
So you're
single
here
time.
to talk about
Denali, I
me.
spoke my piece. You can let
All
her say
right.
whatever she want
I
to
gotta I
say.
gotta go.
No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, she.
We'll never agree. She's a
No,
race
it's
baiter.
not.
She's
It's not
gonna
for us
be
to
her
agree.
whole
It's
life.
not. It's
Let her
not.
alone.
No, we're never going to agree. No, because you'll die a racist. You absolutely will. But like I said, I spoke my piece. I'm good. Like I said,
You'll die a
congratulations.
race
Yeah.
baiter.
And
So
you'll
we're
die and
even.
you'll die a fucking drunk. How about that?
Oh
How about
no,
that?
I will
Huh?
not.
Yes, you
No, I
will.
will
So
not.
you can continue to give them the entertainment that they want when you come up here drunk and acting a fool and they laugh at you. Because
Am I
remember, this is your
drunk
family.
right now,
This is
ma'am?
this because remember, this is your family. Remember that, okay? So
Yeah,
your family
yeah.
will let you keep coming up here making a fool of yourself, okay? Remember
You're the
that.
one making the
So
fool of your racist self.
okay. And like I said,
Did
okay.
anybody else have anything
Okay,
to say about this? Gen X,
okay.
Bro, who? Anybody else? Because I don't know what.
Yeah, I'm done. Like
Bro,
I
you
said.
have anything to say? Everybody's good.
No, don't go nowhere,
Gen
Miss
X,
Seal.
you got something to say? What's going on? So she
Give
come.
me a minute. Denali, may I?
Yeah, go
Uh,
ahead.
uh, to both individuals. So, Miss Caroline, I'm just gonna address you first because I know Miss Seal. I I never met Miss Seal, but I have met you, Caroline. And Miss Seal, she is really a really nice person. She is not the person that you are making her out to be. And then I'm gonna go to back to Miss Seal. Miss Seal, I know some things has happened, but Caroline, she really has a good heart. I just think if you all could just at this point just drop everything that happened in the past and go on from today, things can be better. And the reason why I'm saying that, I just got finished typing in the comments to like Gen X about how our beginnings was, me, Gen X, Tangi's, and we all fought. But I have nothing but love for them now. So I'm just saying, if you all could just drop uh from today, just drop and look at the individuals starting new, I think it would be a great thing. That's just me, and I'm done.
Mr. Rowe, you know what? And I appreciate you addressing that. And let's be clear. The day that Karen called me a race baiter and Denali spoke up, I spoke up, even though it got heated. At the end of that however many hour live, there was an apology. Karen apologized. I apologized to her. Moved forward. Only for her to come back around and in the comments call me evil. She called me evil. She kept calling me a racist. She kept calling me, she called me
Okay,
uppity.
but
She called
Mr.
me,
Rowe
I'm
just
talking,
said
Mr. Rowe. No, no, I'm
from
talking to Mr.
today,
Rowe. She
Yeah, Miss
called me.
Seal, I
No, no,
think
wait,
she.
Mr. Rowe. Mr. Rowe, just hear me
Okay.
out. Just hear me
Okay.
out. So these are all the things that she has
from
said.
today,
This, Mr. Rowe.
from today.
I'm listening.
Marilyn, let her finish.
Okay.
You'll
I'm
have
listening.
the opportunity to rebut. You have said a lot.
Go ahead, Seal.
So
I'm listening.
with the apology, from there, Karen decided she wanted to attack me more than one time after the apology because she called me uppity, and that's when Abundance told her that that she was not, that was not cool to call me that type of name. Move forward from there. Something else was going on. She decided to go in the comments and attack me in the comments. So I don't know if you're noticing this, but the pattern has been Karen attacking me. I have not attacked her. Even, and this is after the apologies. So, like I told her, I don't care about her apologies. I don't care about anything after that because of the fact that you're not going to keep attacking me, coming for me, calling me names and thinking that all you have to do is apologize and then you could come back and say it again. And that's why that day when on Big Steve's live, I told her and her apology. Well, first I told her that they could kick rocks. Tonight, her and her apology can kiss my ass. I'm done. It's nothing for us to talk about. Even after that, she sat in this comments today during the trial. Kimmy kept saying, stop talking about the case. She's in there talking about, I was Denali's girlfriend. We were in a relationship. He chose, basically, she's saying that he chose me over Shawn. She's steady attacking me. This whole thing has been about me. Even before I came up on this panel, she was talking about me. I haven't done anything to her.
Okay.
Miss Carolyn, do you think that I was in a relationship with Miss Sill?
I brought up the fact that
I'm not saying, do you
whenever
think that I was in a relationship with Miss Sill?
you said to people who thought that when we had our court case, you said, well, me and Miss Seal have this I don't know what the word you used,
We
but you
communicate.
said if I was going to be on anybody's side,
My
it would be
question,
on
Miss
Miss
Carolyn,
Seal's side.
I got you. Do
So
you
I don't know
think
what
that
it was.
Miss Carolyn,
Y'all had
Miss
something.
Carolyn, do you think right now that Miss Sill and myself were in any type of romantic relationship? Yes or no?
I don't know. You didn't put a name to it, what
No,
it
I've never
was.
met Miss Sill in person. We've only communicated on the phone.
But you said if I was going to be on
Right, because I
anybody's
was,
side,
listen,
it
I am,
would be Miss Seals.
because we communicated outside of the TikTok. We met,
Right.
we met because of dating Denali.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean I wasn't her man and she wasn't my woman.
But you said to people who thought that you had, because somebody said
I
who
know
was
what
in
they
a
said, Miss Carolyn,
relationship,
but
and you said,
she doesn't listen.
I don't
Miss
know Miss
Carolyn, my
Carolyn.
question to you is, did you think or still think that Miss Sill and I were in a romantic relationship?
No, how would you
Okay.
be in a
Right,
romantic
exactly. So when you
relationship?
say that she was my girl, how do you reconcile that?
I'm trying to tell you when you told people when they thought you had, they said, well, you were what, I don't remember the exact wording, but who were you in a
I didn't
relationship
ask that question.
with when
The,
this
the
happened?
question
And
the question was, they said I was being biased in the other trial. And I said, well, if
right,
I was going to be biased, wouldn't I be biased towards Miss Sill because we had a relationship outside of TikTok?
right,
But a relationship as far as we communicated, but we have never met in person.
okay.
So when did you say in the chat today that that was my girlfriend?
I didn't say girlfriend, I said relationship.
Okay, I mean, It was
No,
okay. It
I
implies
said
it
relationship.
implies a romantic relationship, which is not the case.
Yes, because somebody said that I was your girl and she was agreeing with it and she continued on with the comments. Not even as, and I even, because you had put the show on sub only. So I
Right.
even asked One Live Mike to ask her to stop saying that. And matter of fact, I even messaged her and said to stop saying it. So this is what I'm saying. Mr. Rowe, like I said, I get what you're saying and about the move on, but there is no move on because she won't stop. Then that's why I said I live rent free in her head because at this point I want some coins because every time I turn around, she feels the need to comment on me even when she don't have to. If my name comes up, she jump right on the bandwagon. She can't
I
just not
believe
be
today
quiet.
would be different though.
No,
Yeah,
no, no, no. Today's no, nothing's gonna be
I'm talking about
different.
afterward. I'm talking about afterward, Miss Seals,
Mm-mm.
because I think Caroline really respect me after we met, and if what I said, the political line that we chose had drawn the sides, and so people, they didn't see the person in front of them. They just saw the different sides that the folks was on. So I'm just saying, if you find it in your heart to forgive her and just go on with I think everything will be different. I think.
Well, Mr. Rowe, there's nothing for me to forgive because I've already let that go. I came up because, like I said, once again, she is commenting about me. It's always whenever my name comes up, she cannot just stay quiet. She has to add her input of negativity about me every single time. It's never just watch and listen and see what other people has to say. I never see I'm sure Gen X doesn't agree with everything that I've said on this panel, but she doesn't jump in. She just doesn't say anything. She made comment about whatever else is going on, but she's never typing my name and saying anything negative about me. When she thought that it was a relationship between me and you, Denali, she said yes. I said no. She said, "Oh, I thought so," and I explained to her, and that was that. What she thought, and that was it. But it's always extra when it comes to her. And that's why, like I said, I came up to just point it out and to make it clear about this case. Because, like I said, this case, when you look at everything that was presented, it wasn't about you, it was about me. And the thing is,
Absolutely.
it wasn't, and it was no reason for the case to be about me because at the end of the day, it's your life. And I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna say good night to everybody because it's 2 in the morning, at least here where I am. Denali, I know it's your page. You can do absolutely. Don't look like you scared. I'm not going. Why don't eyes get big like that? The way your eyes got big. I'm just gonna say this is your page. You're going to do what you want to do, but go on in my eyes. Go on, reinstate Shawn, let him come back. He can be on both pages. That way, wherever you are going live, he can be there. You guys can be a family and kumbaya and do everything that y'all want to do. And it seems to me that that would make people happy. Now, again, I know that you won your case. I know that
I
there.
did win.
I know, and I congratulated you. That was the very first thing I said. Congratulations.
He's gonna get a retrial, Miss Seal.
You gonna get a retrial? Well, I heard you say that you was gonna be his lawyer this time, so he might have a better chance because I don't think you're gonna get as emotional. So, me personally, I say just go ahead. If it's less drama to go ahead and reinstate him, you go right ahead and do it. Because again, I personally do not feel that you were protecting me. We were in communication outside of TikTok at that time. We talked about what happened on that day, and never once did you say that you didn't like that he said da 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 to me about me, and you banned him because of me. You never said any of that. That was never. That's an assumption that's being made, and everybody has a right to their opinion. So I don't take that away from anybody. You have the right to your opinion, but and so my opinion is go ahead, let Shawn be reinstated, and that way you guys can move on from this and you could, have a happy life. So with that, good night, everybody. Enjoy, and everybody stay safe.
All
And
right. Good night.
good
Good
night.
night, Miss Seal.
All right, good night.
All
You
right.
know,
Good
Mr.
night.
D, Mr. D. Hey, Miss, my dear. Hey, hi, guys. I'm a little
Hey.
groggy, but you know, I wanted to come up and say I never really realized. I never read comments. They might be talking about me like a dog. I don't know. And I really don't care because anybody got to say something to say about me, you know, if they're not brave enough, well, I don't want to say brave, but,
Put the receiver up to your mouth, Miss My Dear, so we
oh,
can hear.
shoot. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yes, much better.
Yeah, I never, I think I've gone and written in the comments twice since I've been on here the last 7 or 8 months. Uh, and I never realized, to me, they're not important because if somebody has something to say and not, you know, can come up on the panel and say it to my face, I don't care what they say because people are going to talk. People are going to lie. Some of them
Right.
go, they have nothing else to do. And this is their entertainment, I guess, in some form or way. And, but I try to be as legitimate as I can. And you know, when I can, then I'll leave TikTok. I don't want to, you know, be a messy person. It's for entertainment. I'm not into that. I love listening to the election things and getting information from this channel. I really have, it's really helped me because this was basically my information feed. So, but yeah, I don't go into the comments and why people call that mess. You know, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. You know, so anyway, I just wanted to come up and say that I half the time I can't even read the comments. They're so little. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna strain my eyes trying to see something, press myself to see something that they don't have the guts to come up and and I don't think I've offended anybody. I try not to, so they really don't have a reason to bash me or whatever.
Okay.
So that's my point on the comments. So from here on out, as long as I'm on TikTok, um, that's my stance on that. They're just wasting their time. I don't even worry myself with that. So don't think they're gonna wear me down with that kind of mess like that. They have something to say to me, come up and say it to my face. Now, I don't really feel that. I don't really feel that because one of the monitors or somebody was saying, well, somebody wants to come up, and say something, to try to get the mess going or whatever. But anyway, I'm going to go to sleep. Thank you guys for rocking me to sleep, talking me to
All
sleep.
right, Miss My Dear. Appreciate you. We'll see you later, okay?
All right.
Have a good
Hey,
night.
Mr. D, can I say
Bye,
something?
Miss, my
Good
dear.
night, Miss, my dear.
Gen
Um,
X, did you want to say anything before we go to Kimmy?
Oh no, I was gonna say something to her, but she left.
Okay. All right. What is it, Miss
uh,
Kim? Oh, go ahead.
so I was just gonna say that I don't think that Carol Ann is a racist, and I don't think that Miss Seal is a race baiter. Um, you guys probably just are two people that don't see eye to eye. Some people can't come back from situations, and you just have to leave it where it is. Um, and I think that's probably where you guys are. And in this situation with Shawn, I think the fact that you are making it about Miss Seal is kind of not fair because it's not about Miss Seal. What this is about is somebody disrespecting Mr. Denali. And yes, we internally as each other have issues, but none of us have actively disrespected or called Mr. Denali out of his name. And I'm going to give an example. I think that you guys want Shawn back on the show because Shawn is your friend. Well, DJ is my friend, but you just heard me say because of what happened with Denali and DJ, I say he blocked her, right? If I want to talk to DJ or see DJ, I will go to her panel or I will go to Lenny's panel. because I already know what happened between the two of them. So, why should he accept that? He has to draw a line somewhere. And the same goes for Shawn. He has to draw a line somewhere because if he allows someone to disrespect him in that way, and then they can still come to the page, other people will feel like, oh, well, I could do the same thing, right? And what I will say in regards to Shawn is I've seen him on BA's Live, and I will also say that I have heard him say racially insensitive things. I don't know if he's a racist because I don't know him in real life. I know him on TikTok, but he has undertones. He says things that are not appropriate. So that being said, I feel like it is up to you, but you have to draw a line somewhere and you can't allow people to just blatantly disrespect you. You just can't do it.
Okay, Gen X, what would you like to say?
Um, I'm gonna give you a little pushback, Kimmy. The reason why we're advocating for him to come back is because we look at it like, or I'll look at it right. Did Shawn disrespect Denali? Yes, he did. He did disrespect him, but Shawn's not the only one we've seen disrespect Denali. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm talking about to levels of like wow. Like yeah, two men arguing, calling each other names, not racial names, but just names, ugly names, insult names. That's one thing. But I've seen people, like you're talking about your friends, that actually did real harm and stuff that could actually harm his life and harm his dog and possibly his child. I've seen that, and they're not banned. You know, that's where I'm coming from with that. And as far as like when Seal was talking about having racial conversations up here and stuff, people getting uncomfortable, a hit dog will holler. You got to understand from white people when we're up here on a panel, not just this panel, any panel, right? And we are talking about racial stuff. Like me, I'm not afraid to talk about race issues, but see, you've got to be able to take my opinion. You know, if it's an open dialogue where you can accept my opinion of where I'm coming from, instead of, oh, you didn't like what I said, so I'm a racist. We're quick to be called a racist at any given moment.
Yep.
And that's why we're very, what you call, like we hold back a little bit from the conversations because we don't want to come across disingenuous, as y'all say. We're being disingenuous. It's not that we're being disingenuous, it's that we have to watch every word that comes out of our mouth just so that we're not coming across as a racist, you know? But yet, we can be on a panel with non-white people and they can say whatever they want to a white person, and we're supposed to sit here and take it and just
Right.
call it discrimination. Oh, that's just a discrimination. That's just a slur. But that's nothing hurtful. That can't hurt that person. Well, it can. It damages your soul, you know? And for a white person that's not racist, that is like a, what do you call that word? I always get it messed up.
Empath.
Abolitionist, or an ally, or whatever you want to call it. Um, when you're called that kind of word, it does hurt your soul a little bit, you know, because you don't want to be perceived as something that ugly.
And Jeanette, I understand where you're coming from. I've never heard a racial thing come out of your mouth. I have, you've been able to engage in conversations when we do talk about race, and you're able to listen, and you're able to be empathetic and understanding, where there's been some people when we have racial conversations, they don't want to, hold on, let me change my earpod. They don't, they don't, they don't want to listen. They just automatically get on the defense. I know when Walker Bay has called you a racist, I have come to your defense, because I know that you're not a racist. Can you hear me?
Um,
Can you hear
last I
me?
heard was
Walker Bay.
you were saying something
Oh,
about Walker Bay.
yeah, I said, when Walker Bay called you a racist, I came to your defense because I know you're not a racist. And when someone says something racially insensitive to you guys, I don't think
Let's
that's
go.
okay.
Let's hit it. Let's hit it. We haven't hit any
Um,
goals today at
so
all. Not
I,
not a
I don't,
one. The whole night. We've been up here since 8 o'clock in the morning. I mean 8 o'clock this evening.
I don't think it's okay on any side of the fence
Point.
to say racially insensitive things to each other. But like you just said, I just said that Denali should block DJ and any of those other people who did that on the live. I would tell him to do it because they were disrespectful to him. So I wouldn't be against it. I wouldn't be fighting and saying, "Oh no, you shouldn't be blocking them, Mr. Denali." And I think the same goes. You guys should be the same way for Shawn. Like he
No.
disrespect. And then when he did
Send it. Like Denise
apologize,
said. Just send it.
when he apologized, it was a long time later. And what a lot of people don't know is he went on another live after he apologized, and he was talking shit about his apology, and um as if he didn't really mean it, and he just did it. And he doesn't know that people that he was heard doing that, but he did do that. But I mean, I don't really care. um I feel like some people want to come back to the room just because they missed the room, because they want to engage, but it doesn't mean that their apologies are authentic. I don't know if his is or not, but he did make a comment. But I just feel like you have to draw a line, and you know, you gotta stand your ground, or people will continuously just disrespect you. That's just how I feel.
All right.
All right, I'm fixing to go to bed, and I
Okay.
just want to say
Yeah, me as well.
um, that, we have all disrespected each other on this panel. I've been out of line more than 10 times. Miss Seal brought up the fact that I drink too much sometimes. It's true. You can't hurt me with that because that's true. Um, but I realize I've done that, and I'm not the only person who has disrespected somebody else on this panel. And we seem to always, me and Mr. Rose had knockdown dragouts that were really ugly, and then the next day we respected each other enough to come back as family and just move on, because what the words we said were in the heat of the moment, and we didn't mean them. We were just mad, and we just moved on. And so my whole thing is, the other people that Kimmy says, well, they should be blocked, but they're not blocked. My point is, Shawn didn't do that horrible of a thing that the rest of us haven't done, and other people from the outside haven't done. And that's my only thing. It's Mr. Denali's. it's his life. We're just part of the family. And I'm going to go to bed, and whatever his choice is his choice. And Miss Seal, I want to make some kind of olive branch with her, but I just, I feel the way I feel. She feels the way she feels. I don't think, I just, I just don't think we can. I don't see her as a person. I see her as the person I've like said she was, and she sees me as the person that she says I am. So we're gonna have to be at an impasse, and that's just what it is. So good night,
Can I
guys.
can I ask you a question, Caroline? Do you think
Yeah.
it's different? Do you think it's different from us disrespecting each other than us disrespecting the host?
Um. Well, my point is, you said about DJ and
Yeah, but
um
I said
Straight
block them.
Facts the liar, and they keep coming back and being,
I I
and
said
the
block them all.
well, and if we're gonna block them all, then yeah, let's block them all, and that's my point. Shawn was like the beginning, and then nobody else got blocked after that. Is my point. It's like
Okay.
I understand what it happened. It was a bad thing. He came out of character. He showed his ass. He did what he did, but it's been so many months later, and so many other people did worse after him, and they weren't held accountable. And he's still being held accountable. And so that's my only point. It's like if you were going to block him, if you're serious about being respected, then you're not going to let somebody sit up on another panel with your picture, calling you a warthog, calling you a lace front, calling you these names, and then allow them to come to your platform and speak to you.
Who was
The
that? Who was
two
that?
don't. Um. Uh-uh.
She doesn't
She
come here no more. She ain't came
No,
here
but
since
at the
then.
Talking
time
about
she
straight
did.
facts.
She disrespected him. She disrespected him multiple times, came here, tried to squash it. I even went over there one time when I used to go to her panel, and they respected me. They didn't talk down to me. They didn't treat me badly for a long time. That she respected me and didn't let her panel talk crap to me. But I went over there one time, and there's our picture. There's a screenshot of our panel on DJ's live, and they're having a discussion about our family on her panel. So to be disrespected like that and allow her to continue to come over here just kind of seems weird to me. When a member of the family screws up, gets in an altercation with somebody and gets heated and gets blocked forever, and this person can have a picture of every one of us on her panel having a whole live about it, and she's allowed to come over here in front of us. She's allowed over here, and Sean's
Well,
not.
I agree with you.
Well, see,
Um,
that's what the part where we're telling you we've been here from the beginning. We've seen everything. You
well,
didn't know about that.
I do know about it. I've talked to Denali about everything. We talk on
You
the phone
saw, do
daily.
you know whenever the picture of all of us was on
Yes,
DJ's
I
live,
know about all of it. I know
you weren't
everything she
offended? You weren't
I know
offended?
she every I know everything she did. I know everything. I have talked to him about it. They
And you're not
talked on the
offended?
they talked on the telephone, the two of them as two adults, and apparently they came to whatever agreements they came
And
to.
she did it again and
They
again.
talked, and so he should block her. I just told you that.
That's what I'm saying. If he's gonna block her,
Shit.
then block her, but don't hold Sean to a different level. Shawn didn't get a second and third chance. Shawn got one chance. These other people have been given multiple chances to disrespect him.
I just
When we
said I
have
agree
fought
with you. I
for
got
him.
your point. I said I
Okay.
agree. I
Okay.
agree.
All right. So I'm going to bed. Love y'all.
Good night, Carolyn. But Denali, that was just my point. I mean, you are the host. It's your live. I mean, I I have the privilege to be up here because you allow me to. You know, and we get that, we understand that, but we was just showing you our viewpoint of it.
Sure.
You know,
Absolutely. I hear it all. Trust me. I get the messages. I hear it. There's a goddamn whole court case about it. So, I mean, I don't know how more democratic I could be.
The problem is Benny just didn't do a good job of proving what the case was really about, because everything that we just talked about, he didn't bring any of those things in. Those should have been the things he should have been talking about.
see,
Not
Kim, if I was
not
the attorney,
not racism. He shouldn't have
yeah,
been
I would have
talking
brought a
about
whole
racism.
nother,
Well,
Yeah,
I'd
the
have brought
case
another,
that's
I'd
he,
have
not
brought
what
a
the
whole
case
he had
was
nother
about.
level.
two high profile lawyers.
Yeah, the case was not about racism. He should have brought up this person did this person did that. They're not blocked. That's how he should have presented the case. He did a terrible job. That's just it.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
if I was the attorney, I'd have had a different angle on it.
if you come at the king, you best not miss, right? Isn't that what they say? From The Wire, Omar Little.
Are you willing to do a retrial?
Am I what now?
Are you willing to do a retrial?
Listen, put the paperwork in. I didn't listen. This is all because the people wanted it. Okay. I usually don't give up control like that. They said that they wanted it. People signed the petition. We have a remedy for court, and I let the people decide. As I said, 3 people that I didn't even know.
But
Because I
but you
mean,
were a witness. You were a witness. How could you do the retrial? How could you be the attorney
it's a
for
whole
it?
new trial with new evidence.
No, I'm saying, what do you mean, Miss Kim? What are you saying?
When she said do a retrial trial, I was saying she was a witness, so how could she be the attorney on the retrial if
I
she
don't
was a witness?
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't even think about that. I'm just saying I let it go on. I could have just said I'm not doing it, but people wanted, people signed. That's okay. Let's go. So I don't know. I don't know. So whatever people want. Not saying it's always going to happen, but if there's grounds for some kind of retrial, we'll take a look at it and see how we go forward. That's all.
Well, the juror was biased.
They were. Why were they biased?
And then Shawn didn't get good representation because
He
his
picked it.
attorneys weren't allowed to
Well, then
finish.
he should sue for malpractice.
No, you're not listening to me.
Oh, go ahead.
The court didn't allow his attorneys to represent him.
What? Okay, I don't know about that. I saw the same trial. I mean, he brought up evidence that didn't make any sense. He brought up
Look, every time it was time for his attorneys to question, they got cut off, moved
Did you
on.
see how long they took?
But Cherie was able to
You got to be
ask
fair.
every question.
They were asking 20 questions. Each witness, how many questions can you ask?
Well, they had to because Cherie kept objecting. Candy kept allowing it,
I
and then
tell
they
you
had
what,
to
I don't know what
redirect.
trial, Ms. Jen, I don't know what trial you were watching, but I'm going to cut it up. It's going to be isolated from start to finish, and you guys decide because who objects more than Mr. Benny? Nobody. He let stuff get under his skin.
Yeah, he did like how Lenny lost. Lenny would have lost his case too with Tangi's.
He let me get under his skin, and he was
That's what I'm saying. Say, I don't have no emotion in
Benny
it. You know what I'm
Cochran,
saying?
Benny not so Cochran. Oh my goodness, it was. And you talking about I was smirking? This shit was hilarious.
He was smirking,
I
and they
couldn't help
allowed
but
it.
smirk.
They allowed it.
What do you mean? I can't smirk? Is that against the law?
No, but you kept
That's what I told her in the
interrupting
comments.
and you kept talking over him, and she didn't stop him.
She admonished me.
Yes, she did.
She
That's why I
only
told
did it
you,
like
Jeanette.
one time, one or two times.
All right.
You know how many times Denali did that?
Listen, the case will be up to probably tomorrow, and you go take a look at it. Okay? He had a fair shot. He shouldn't be getting emotional. He's an emotional man.
Look, she allowed the juror to stay up and did it in front of all of us.
Yeah, but I mean that didn't influence anything. You think that influenced something?
Yeah, because they weren't able to talk about it. They didn't talk about it.
Larry gave a whole. Anyway, listen, Gen X, you
No,
go
he
look at
did.
it.
No, he did. He gave a little speech.
But they all agreed with him. That's why
they all fell suit.
It went on for 4 hours, and no one even saw Miss Sill's testimony. We didn't even need it. It's on YouTube. I just put it up. The whole Miss Sill thing, not with Dr. Shay. That's coming later. I got to cut that up. But the Miss Sill testimony, hour and a half for one witness. Oh, OJ's lawyer didn't take an hour and a half for one witness.
I've been watching your YouTubes.
You've been watching them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just saw you send another one about God is good all the time or something.
Yeah, that was the one from last night.
Yeah, I ain't seen that one yet.
Yeah, go take a look at it. Very, very, it's riveting. Isn't that right, Denali? It's riveting. Yes. All right. So
I think Shawn should have tried to go up and plead his case, but he left before it was over with.
He was embarrassed by his counsel, his reputation. he's like, feet don't fail me now. What did I do? What did I do?
They was infighting in the comments. DA was like, let me up, raising his hand. Candace. Let DA up.
Exactly. The two lawyers weren't in cohesion with each other. They were arguing themselves.
Benny,
DA can be emotional, and Benny is emotional. So
DA said Benny want to hug the mic. I was just laughing at a lot of. He don't want to give up the mic. Let me up.
Are you kidding me?
So
what a disaster! You talk about listen, I think Shawn has a case for malpractice.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
But he picked them.
It don't matter. His attorneys, if he feels like he wasn't represented,
that's fine. But he has no one to blame but himself because he picked them.
A fair trial.
But they first got to pay Denali the fee for this.
I haven't got my fee yet. Somebody owes me $40 goddamn dollars.
Well, who brought the case against you, Shawn?
Yeah.
He's supposed to pay it then.
All right. Well, I never saw it.
See,
that's not the attorney's obligation. That's the client.
I didn't blame anybody. I just said I never got my fee. I did the work, and I didn't get a fee.
Yes, Shawn knows that.
I never got a fee.
Especially if he wanted a shot at getting back on the show.
Mm-hmm.
Listen,
you need to pay that fee.
Sure. He left. He said, "Get me out of here. I don't want to be."
Feet don't fail me.
There was going to be no victory parade, so he said, "Let me get out of here. Let me slide out the side entrance before anybody sees me." That's what he did.
Because I think I asked Kimmy. One or two Kimmy. I said, "Where does Shawn go?"
I know when I saw that box, I was like, "Why the box empty?" Maybe he dropped. Maybe accidentally dropped, and he never came back.
No, because he wasn't
Benny's talking
in the
about
room.
that I'm begging and people are suckers over here. We didn't have one gift goal knocked out. Now, maybe I think we had like 2 cash apps. What is he talking about? Oh my!
Hey, and also I didn't get the part about the stalking.
Yeah, where the hell does stalking come from?
I know. I was like, stalking.
That was some crazy stuff.
Now I'm a setup artist.
Hey, I got proof that I'm being stalked.
By Edwin?
No, by Misery Lady.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
You know who that is, Mr. Rowe.
Misery Lady?
Jeanette, she keeps following me, and then I hit unfollow, and then she follows me back.
All right, okay. Listen, I'm getting out of here unless you guys got anything else. I'm tired.
All right, guys. Go get your rest, man.
I'm done. unless you guys have
Okay.
something else.
Mr. Denali, good win on your case.
Absolutely. I picked the best
Enjoy.
lawyer, and I think my testimony turned it around.
And since you won, still consider, you know,
Consider what?
letting him come back.
You guys are just never going to let it go, huh? Is this going to be a thing now for the next 10 days or something? Like he need to come back?
Hey, you wait till the next one disrespects you. I'm be like, remember Shawn?
We need to
I'm like,
battle. We need
you
to battle
guys
on
gonna,
XXL
I'm going to
tomorrow.
be like Trump. I won, so I get to make the decision.
Denali, we need to battle on XXL tomorrow before my glove is gone.
Yeah, we haven't had a battle in a second. We got to get back on our streak.
Yeah, go to XXL though.
Miss Britton don't want Shawn back. She been saying no for the longest.
Really? Miss Britton says no. Oh, wow.
Britton don't want him back.
Does she know him?
No, but she knew what he said. She heard the tape, the video.
Gen X, were you here with Shawn? You don't know Shawn, do you?
At the end.
Oh, you were here at the
At
end.
the,
The next came a little later.
Well,
All right, well, go get your rest.
Wins have consequences. So I won, and we'll see what happens in the future.
Talk to you
we got
all
100,000 likes. Good. Okay. We did
tomorrow.
that.
There you go. Yay!
That's one good thing that
hit that yay button.
At least. Oh, yeah. Great job, chat. Great job. Great job. Thank you so much for the gifting. We knocked out one gift goal. I couldn't the whole night. You got to be kidding me! Like wow. But okay, tomorrow.
They were invested in the case. You know.
Yeah, I know they didn't do any commercials or because I didn't want to break up the it was riveting. So it is what it is. Tomorrow is a new day, and we'll hit all 20 gift goals tomorrow. We'll do a battle or something. I don't know. But anyway.
Well, I do have a couple pointers about the cases and stuff forward. As far as like, I think what you should do before the case starts is do some house rules. Like, tell everybody on the panel they can't be talking in the chat. And like the witnesses can't be talking about the case in the chat, things like that. Because it was all over the place today.
Yeah, we did that. There's a little housekeeping that we'll do. So we'll get it squared away.
All right, Denali.
And the attorneys.
I'm sorry, Ms. Kim?
The attorneys were talking in the chat too.
Okay. The more, we'll get better and better each time we do it. Okay? Live fire.
Good.
Right?
Good night.
Everybody, good night. Thank you so much for you guys.
Bye-bye.
All right, good night.
Mr. Denali, victorious in this win against Mr. Benny and Shawn and B.A. What an amazing victory for yours truly. What an amazing job by the beautiful Cherie. Fantastic, lovely, loved every minute, riveting. The whole trial will be up on YouTube later on today. Already, Ms. Sill's testimony that you didn't see is up on YouTube. Go check that out. That was riveting. But yeah, a victory. We won. I let the people decide, and the people decided that I was the victor. So there you go. I won. Mr. Benny, he's very salty right now. Very salty up there in the Northeast. Very salty. He made very disparaging comments about people who have decided to come listen to the show, Mr.Denali XXL. Very disparaging comments. He would be over here as well. I told him that the only reason that he was still over here was because of Dr. Shay. But to make disparaging comments about people who come to the show to talk about politics and different. What are you doing? Get in here. To come over here and make disparaging comments about Denali. Come here. Go in your crate. To come over here and make disparaging comments about people who come over to the show. Sit down. Sit. Sit down. Thank you. To come over here and make disparaging comments about people who come to the show, bridge too far, Mr. Benny. You are completely out of line, and I don't like it at all. The people that come over here and come with their voices on the show are very special people to me, and you, sir, are out of line. Out of line. Completely out of line. No way should you have done that. Not the right thing to do. I know that you're angry. I know that you're bitter. Bitter Benny is his new name. Bitter Benny. Put a lemon in your mouth. Sour Benny. That's what he is. Shame on him that he would do something like that. Shame on him with that. That doesn't make any kind of sense whatsoever. He shouldn't be doing it. I can't believe that he did that. He's got a lot of mouth to talk about people, and the people that come over here, it's just not the right thing to do, in my opinion. So hopefully that he can go back to law school and do a better job the next time he's up in the big spotlight. He just had nothing. Politically, Sharif made mincemeat of him.
Shame. Shame.
That's what he should be saying. Somebody should walk around with a bell behind him.
Shame. 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 Shame.
Shame on you, Mr.
Shame.
Benny. Shame on you.
Shame.
To talk about the people that you call friends
Shame.
over here, Mr.Denali.
Shame.
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 Mr.
Shame.
Benny, where's my picture?
Shame.
Benny. Shame on you.
Shame. 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 Shame.
Shame.
Shame. Shame.
You lost. He's a sore loser. Mr. Benny's a sore loser. No more sweet lemonade for him. Every lemonade for him should be sour. Shame.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Shame on you, Mr. Benny.
Shame. Shame.
Mad because you lost. Mad because you didn't make any good points. Mad because I don't like you, Mr. Benny. Shame. Shame. Shame.
Shame. Shame. Shame. Shame. Shame. Shame. Shame.
You lost and now you're bitter.
Shame.
Bitter Benny.
Shame. 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 Shame.
Shame on you, Mr. Benny. Sore loser, bitter Benny. Can't take a loss like a man. He took a loss like a woman. That's what he did. A woman. Benita. Cousin Benita. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to try to get some rest. I got to go walk Denali. But shame on you, Mr. Benny. Shame for your behavior. Shame for talking about people over here at Mr.Denali XXL. He called you all suckers. Suckers. That's what he did. That's what he called you guys suckers, and I don't like it. And don't worry, Mr. Denali will take care of Bitter Benny. That's what he's going to do. Because the people that come here, I love the people that come here. I love their honesty. I love what they bring to the show. And he's now angry because he has been exiled from the show. Exiled. That's what he did. And he tucked his tail and ran out of here because he couldn't even defend a simple case like this. He calls himself a lawyer. Ay, ay, ay. Jeez Louise. Tripped over his own self. That's what he did. Mr. Benny. Ridiculous. Anyway, let me get out of here. Don't forget, the case will be up on YouTube. Miss Sill's testimony is up on YouTube. You can go ahead and watch it. Enjoy. Appreciate everybody who comes here. See you guys tomorrow or later on today. CMB's in the building, I see. Mr. Valdez, many people in the building. But shame on Mr. Benny. Shame. Shame. Shame on you, Mr. Benny. Shame on you. Look at him. Mr. Benny. You lost. And you lost badly, too. It was like the 1985 Chicago Bears, 55-10 against the New England Patriots. Ay, ay, ay. Shame on you, Mr. Benny. If I didn't know better, I feel sorry for you. Oh, my goodness. Those videos he makes calling people suckers. Oh, my goodness. I'm angry about that. I don't know about you guys, but I am very, very angry about that. And Mr. Benny soon will, boy, oh boy. Uh-oh. Mr. Denali is hot. You know when Mr. Denali gets hot? Oh, boy. I hate to be like that, but he insulted the family that comes over here, and I'm not happy about it. Take your loss like a man. Do better next time. Now he wants to call names, suckers. I'm going to set people up. I disrespect women now. Now I'm another tried and untrue thing. I disrespect women. Really? That's what he's going to go with? They don't have any other playbook. My haters have no other playbook other than that I disrespect women. That's what they have to say. Nothing else. Nothing of substance. He looked up my business at the Secretary of State, my LLC, looked up my address, called me by my name, doxed me, said I was having sex with men for $1,000. I don't know. I got many ideas that are rolling around in my head. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do something. I don't know what, but it'll come to me. It'll come to me, and then I will execute the plan. Because he can't talk about the people that come here and thinks that he can just get away with it, and that's just it. He's a man without a home. That's what he is. He's a man without a home. That's what he is. A man without a home. Maybe I should check into see what the law is for, because I know Georgia's a one-party state, because I do have the phone calls. I do have them. And maybe I'll release him when he talks about what he did. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know. I might do that. Might find out and just release it, and everybody can hear him in his full voice talking about what he did and why he did it. I don't know. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to sleep on it. I'm going to talk to One Live Mike about it, my guy MCM, see what they think, because he insulted the people that come here because he lost, and he's a sore loser. Sour, lemon, bitter Benny. That's what he is. Shame on you, Mr. Benny. You don't even deserve to be Mr. Just Benny. That's what he should be. Benny. That's it. I don't know. I'm going to think about it. But anyway, I got to go. I'm rambling a little bit. I'm going to give me a little drink, walk my dog, and see what my barber just got back from Japan. I need to get my hair cut too, because your boy's looking very overworked and underpaid. Got to get that taken care of. Anyway, everybody have a great night. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bat channel, same something, bat, whatever, and we'll have some more great conversation. All right? Bye.